Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to round 5 of the EERC European Endurance Championship. I am your host, Ross Smith, and with me today in the booth is Ed Hunter. Ed, how are you doing today?
Hey Ross, I'm doing really well. I'm really excited to see this fifth round of the EERC Endurance Championship from Hockenheim in Germany.
Yeah, here we go. It's an interesting choice of track. Certainly, it is a Division One track, so FIA would approve of all these LMP cars being on here. But as you well know, it's not exactly the widest track in certain spots, so this will be interesting to see.
Oh yeah, certainly, and it's seen a lot of great racing over the years. Not so much endurance racing, funnily enough, in real life. It tends to be the Nürburgring tends to be the German circuit that we most associate, I guess, when you think of endurance racing. But so this will be a novelty, and there's some great opportunities to overtake, especially into the hairpin, which is turn 4, I believe, just after that long parabolica, which is obviously the long left-hand corner, which is basically a straight going up to it, and you can see the cars just going through it now in the background. But yeah, a really good little circuit. Not as long as it used to be, because the original Hockenheim went way into the forest, and there was sort of half of it was really long straights and chicanes, and then there was the really tight, narrow stadium section at the end, which, although it looks deceptively easy, it's the sort of thing that can catch people out. They go a little bit too wide, miss their apexes, and that can really wreck their races if they're not careful.
Yeah, for sure. We are just starting to get into the final moments here of warm up. We'll be able to take a look at how they line up on the grid after the qualifying session just a little bit ago. So we'll have that for you here in just a moment. While we are getting ready for that, let's go ahead and take a look at where we are in the standings so far. And looking at it right now for the LMP2 side of things, we have RSS Unison Racing still at the top of the board, even though they missed out on a race. I can't remember if that was last. I believe that was the last race where they had just missed the grid for sign up. But regardless, still holding the lead by 28 points ahead of FFSR, in the number 42 team there. And then in third place now, after gaining 2 positions, is the Fancy Esports number 5. Just holding out above their fellow number 88 stablemate by 1 point. And to round out the top 5, you got IJN Racing Team, another newcomer who quickly jumped up the order after a very good performance in the last race. And then over on the GT3 side, Madness Racing, the number 3 team, after having a fairly heroic drive in the last round at Road Atlanta and fighting back after some misfortune through the last couple rounds, really not seeing the full potential of their hard work, but they finally got it last month and are now just ahead by about 6 points ahead of DDoS Racing and that number 75 McLaren. So expect to see those guys really going at it. And of course, you have the other the Pimps Racing Hungary number 22 tied there in second. They're also a big contender here, and they'll actually be showing off the new livery that I may have had a personal touch in, but not bragging or anything. Anyway,
Ooh, that's the purple one, isn't it?
that's right. That's right. Not too proud, but maybe a little. ADN Racing is following up in 4th place there, followed by LARP in 5th, who a little bit underperforming from where they'd like to be, and certainly where we've seen their performance throughout. And another one to keep an eye out for is that RSS Unison Racing. They have very strong potential. They're down in 7th behind Abstenio Force Polonia, who also they're a newcomer but very strong. Ernest Lapping taking up kind of the lead role on the speed for that team, but good drivers all throughout. So I can't remember if they're in today's race, but if so, I mean it'll be a strong fight for the top.
Yeah, RSS Unison Racing number 17 is on the entry list, and their drivers Alexei Spirichev Alexander Zakharov and Max Bunovic in their little pool of the 3 drivers they could pick to use today. We'll probably only see 2, given that it's a 6-hour race. But yeah, it'll be very interesting, given they're leading the LMP2 championship standings and they're 7th in the GT3 standings. So it'll be interesting to see if the LMP2 car has the GT3 car ahead of it on track, whether they'll pull over to let them, or whether they'll try and hold up opposition or play a little tactical team game or not. I'm interested to see how if that comes into play. I'm sure they'll play it fair and nice. We'll see.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a trick, and certainly on this track, with as narrow as it gets on the backside of the course, I mean, there's going to have to be a lot of give and take. It's certainly not as winding as we saw at Road Atlanta, where there is a lot of just geometry in the track up and down, and a lot of sinewy curves through there. Hockenheim's a little more point and shoot through the corners, but even still, drivers, not a lot of long stretches here. Basically, what, parabolica, and that's kind of your biggest spot to get around slower traffic.
Yeah, indeed. It's a very, in a lot of places, extremely technical sort of circuit that really relies on. You don't really have a lot of long straights that you say where you can just sort of relax, sit back, and wait for the braking point to show up. You have to sort of really be quite full on and alert all the way through, which obviously is not not the. It makes it a bit of a challenge for an endurance race, which is again often probably why we don't see that many endurance races at Hockenheim in real life. But we'll see. Oh, as we just see. Oh, is that the McLaren number 52 just binning it in the barriers on the exit of just before the stadium section, so didn't quite make it that far on this occasion.
Tompkins, our race director, actually out there running some laps and throwing it into his own track here. Real quick look ahead at where we're going. Next month we'll have the 12 hours of La Sarthe, followed by the 6 hours of Coda, and then the finale coming back to Germany for the very interesting 24 hours of the Nordschleife. And that will be a very interesting thing to see. Drivers certainly very curious to themselves to see how that's going to go. So.
Indeed. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to commentate for 24 hours straight, but we'll have to work that out somehow. Maybe I'll take a few breaks. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll not just the commentating booth, but certainly for the drivers, because that'll be.
Oh yeah, the drivers have got a much harder job, obviously. I'm a bit selfish thinking of myself. As it says there, 200 euro prize for the winner of each class.
That's right. Yeah, I have to look again at the prize order, but initially we had GT3, GTE, and LMP2 as the 3 classes, and since the GTE was cut because there is a little bit of lack of demand in that category, the prize money from there has been spread out, and so now the top 3 teams actually get a bit of a cut. So prize money all around.
Okay. So 1 class less, but the 2 classes remaining get a bit more, a bit a bigger slice of the pie, so to speak.
Exactly.
I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're just waiting for a warm-up to end, and then we can really go through the grid, I guess.
Yeah, about 5 minutes left. Drivers just kind of starting drivers out there getting the last little bit of track in the tires onto the track, and making sure they're ready for the start. Be a bit of a cluster in turn 1, you think?
Certainly, it's a very narrow turn 1, and obviously with the big anti-cut curbs, especially on the outside, of course, that they've caught out a few people during the practice they've been doing all week. As we just see the BMW coasting towards it, giving us a nice look at the anti-cut curbs on the inside as well as the German flag, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's going to take a lot of cooperation, I think, especially the LMP2 class. I think those cars have got a little bit more downforce, and also there's less of them in the class, only about 13 runners, I believe. Whereas GT3, I think they have a few more runners in terms of they've got I think 13th through to 35th is GT3 runners, so I'm not sure what that is in terms of maps, but yeah, it's going to be a lot of GT3 cars going into the first corner is what I'm thinking. And especially later on, if they're still bunched up on the first lap into the hairpin, we could see some dive bomb moves. And it's also very important as well, especially in the early stages of the race, you want to make sure you stay out of trouble and avoid damage, because the big key about this race as it goes on is going to be avoiding spending too much time in the pit lane. So we see a lovely crowd shot there of very lively looking virtual spectators.
They're ignoring the 24 hours of the virtual 24 hours of Le Mans and hanging out
Oh yeah,
here
of course,
instead.
because that's going on today. But who needs Fernando Alonso, James Chadwick, all these all the famous sim racers, all like Ollie Packala, Bono Reese, etc. Who needs those guys when we have really star-studded, well, not star-studded, but definitely a top quality in terms of talent field here, full of very capable endurance drivers. So it's going to be. You may not have heard of these guys, but they can still put on a show.
Well, there are a few that actually have been running in VEC and some of the other more prestigious classes within online racing for sure. And a couple real-world drivers, not nothing like what we're seeing in the 24-hour Le Mans necessarily, but I
We
mean,
don't have the budget for those guys.
no.
They
No.
wouldn't compete for a €200 prize pot. Like Fernando Alonso earns more than that in like a day.
I
With
just
sponsorship deals.
We'll just stop in, throw a clinic, and then step out, take his money with him, that kind of thing. But
Yeah.
oh yeah, seeing the anti-cut curves coming into effect right there.
Yeah, that was a little bit hairy. So another McLaren duty free struggling in the warm up.
Yeah, just bouncing on through. So yeah, I'm sure every one of these guys probably has their phones up or something nearby with the 24-hour streaming while they're either
They won't be
watching
listening
their
to us commentating on their race. They'll be listening to the commentary for the race while they're driving. Yeah,
What
that
happened
probably
to
makes more
Jimmy?
sense. Yeah, Mr. Broadbent, we need to know how he's getting on. Oh, Mr. Apex for turn 4. And now seriously, these drivers are probably quite good at concentrating, so there won't be it's probably less distracting listening to commentary for a race they're not in, because then they won't listen to us commentating on, oh, they just did really well through that corner, and just like, oh, yes, I did.
Yeah. What's Sam Bentley doing?
Ego guys, these racing drivers.
Yeah.
Like to hear about. It's best not for them not to hear too much about themselves, and to often use that brain power on focusing on just the driving aspect rather than the self-conscious aspect. But anyway, I'm not sure where I was going with this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And fortunately, there's besides the track, there won't be too much going on in terms of external factors, besides thinking about the Le Mans race, but thinking.
Well, they got their own Le Mans race, the 12 hours of Lassaf in a month's time, I guess. So that'll be the round after this. So they'll get their time. And thankfully, we don't have two Le Mans races clashing, because that would really be
Yeah.
People really invite confusion, I guess.
Yeah, there was already a bit of a struggle to ensure that EERC wasn't conflicting with VEC and a couple other premier endurance series, and unfortunately, VEC being VEC, they decided to change things here and there at random and cause mass chaos amongst other series. But that's our factor for you, so thank you, Studio
Indeed,
397 guys.
It's a very crowded market, to be fair, at the moment, especially what's happening in the world. A lot of sim racing events going on at the same time. We recently had a Formula E Race Own Challenge that finished, and then we had now we've got, I think, the W Series having their women-only sim racing events, which again, both those series sort of trying to emulate real-life driving, and as well as but both of those are taking place on Earth too, so that's why I mentioned them. Anyway, I think only a couple of seconds left of warm-up, and then we'll get a good look at the grid for us.
Yeah, there we go. So just getting ready to flip over to the race segment. Hopefully all drivers are able to hop in and we don't have any missed grids. I know that's kind of been an issue in the past, either because drivers asleep at their desk or just some R Factor 2 issues that crop up here and there.
Oh, you're not suggesting they'd be asleep because they'd be busy. They're so busy watching the other stream.
Not at all. Not at all.
They'll be they'll forget that they're supposed to race too. Yeah, so it's. I think it could be a very exciting race ahead of us, and interesting to see because I just missed the end of qualifying, but it did look very close, especially between the top two in LMP2.
And trying to check here. I'm guessing that it's having some. It's waiting a little bit as drivers wrap up on track. One thing we forgot to mention is what the weather's going to be doing, and last I looked, it's just going to be kind of heavy clouds through the early part and just lighting up a little bit later throughout the course of events.
And of course, if the temperature heats up throughout the race, that will improve lap times. More grip for the tyres. Well, of course, tyres will still be wearing out, so I'll have to change them probably at some point.
That's right, yeah. And fortunately, a sunny 26 degrees is what it's showing for the air temperature, with the track being 29 by default, of course. And yeah, there we go. So you can see our flagman there whipping around, ending the session. I believe everyone is wrapped up now.
It was interesting that you were mentioning, when you mentioned the championship standings, that you had who was it I was thinking of? I was thinking of the leaders in LMP2, which were it was RSS. Was it RSS Unison? I'm thinking of, sorry, leading in LMP2, but a couple of their rivals that were behind them immediately in the championship don't seem to be on the entry list. So this is a good chance for RSS Unison to actually build a bit of a lead going into Le Sars in 12 hours.
Yeah, and they're...
if they can score well, of course. If they crash out here, it won't matter, but hopefully it doesn't happen.
Hopefully not for them. Certainly they've put a lot of effort into getting that car up there, and a little bit of controversy with RSS on both sides of the classes with their somewhat aggressive driving style. Haven't seen too much that's been egregious, but they've riled some feathers.
Oh, indeed. But often, if you're not riling feathers, then that means you're not doing it right sometimes, is the way I look at it sometimes. But anyway, let's have a look. Let's see if you can see the grid orders. They're all lining up, aren't they? Especially if he's looking at a couple of GT3 cars at the back at the moment. Just we're looking at the number 12's car. Is that the Brazilian race team? Yes, it is
correct.
Brazilian race team.
So starting order is set. Let's go ahead and take a look as we get lined up here. So Jack Mayer, David Kaloshkai, and Chris Kynek, Molnar Peter running on the first two rows. Peter Vagapov, Previk Zolt, Ibrahim Khan, and Otto Skypala with Scuderia Adriatica a little bit further back than where they'd like to be. David Carter, Martin Miotai, Riley McKibben, and Peter Schoenemann, again further back than where they would like to be. And there we go, getting some of the other guys back onto the grid. We're supposed to have 18, unfortunately only showing 15 there. So Tien Lauer, Chris Hill, new for, or actually no, he was here for the IDOS team previously, and Tom Dillon running in a generic. For the GT3, James Juba with Force Polonia on the pole position, followed by Daniel Krajnai, Luca Gray, Lawrence Curtis, Danny Robbins, Zakharov, Wozniak, and Kieran Sharp with the IDOS racing team. 9th through 12th, Steve Prodan, Martin Marguli, Sam Bentley, and Will Coates. And the other Madness racing team further back. Joey Rolick, Nick Homewood, who crashed out in the last race after a strong start. Souza and Tompkins, 15th and 16th. Raja and Magnuson, Marcellos and Ritter, again in a generic. A couple generics, unfortunately, a couple submissions not making it all the way through. And 21st, wrapping up the grid there with Julian Vrac for GRG.
Yeah, healthy gap between the GT3 and the LMP2 class on track at the moment. As we look forward to the start, a lot of comments on the question marks on stream because obviously you haven't been able to get all the liveries up. But I'm sure that we can see them on track. We don't need them on the full graphics. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a bit curious because it looked like they had been working before, so I'm not sure what happened there. But I guess R factor things as the grid comes around to take the green flag.
Yeah, it was a very impressive lap by Jack Mayor. Let's see if he can hold off David Coloxai at the start here.
Flag LMP2 field.
Oh, and a little bit of a bunch there as they try to get going.
Yeah, it looks like Coloxai lining up the inside, but he's not quite far enough alongside. Mayor goes a little bit wide, but he's held the lead in the out of the first corner, and that's already he's gonna be hoping to stay there for the rest of this one, I think, as we see a move for third. Is that Petter having a go at Kianik? Looks like Kianik is just about held him off.
Oh, and it's a battle through Parabolica.
Yeah, here we go. It looks like Coloxai is going to try around the outside here, as we see a three wide for third place down there. As Vagapov makes a move down the inside of Petter and Kianik. Wow, great move. Oh, almost. It didn't quite work out there, actually, for Vagapov, as Kianik has just about kept third place. And Mayer holding on to the lead, of course. I shouldn't forget about the lead battle as well. That's going on, too.
Oh, and then we've got the... Sorry to interrupt there. The GT3 is just about to take the line here.
Yeah, of course. So Dave,
green flag
James
GT field.
Just about to cross it now.
There they go,
Yeah,
James
That's a very good start for Juba, actually. And it's going to set him up, set him and the Force Polonia team up really well here. Further back looks like it's a little battle for, I think, 7th and GT3 there. Between Wozniak and... Oh, no. Ooh, bit of contact there. 3 cars coming together in the middle of the pack there. One of the Force Polonia cars lost out, I think, there, and the second McLaren. But, yeah, not an ideal start to a race for those guys. I hope they don't take too much damage.
Yeah, and Sam Bentley kind of getting shoveled back in the back there. Not where he typically is in the field. We're used to seeing him in LMP2 cars, but as they come down to the hairpin, everyone hard on the brakes. They all make it. All right, so very good start by both classes, getting nice and separated. Nobody really, no big issues.
Yeah, a little bit of contact in GD3 there, but it seems like everyone was able to continue without being face-planted into the barriers, so not too much shoving people out the way. Was that Khan making a move on Bagapov for fourth there?
Oh, I believe so.
Ibrahim Khan making up places in the IDOS car, so the IDOS team car. So he's only 1.5 seconds behind Jack Mayer in the lead, so very bunched up at the front in LMP2 at the moment. Oh, yellow in sector 3. I wonder who that is. That must be one of the, is that one of the GD3 cars that's made a mistake somewhere?
Yeah, it looks like Vrak might have had an issue, as they're already getting swamped by LMP2s.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting, as everyone is basically trying to get by. The GD3s are going very fast in their own right, but for the LMP2s, they're basically mobile chicanes they're going to have to negotiate here. As we see, is this a replay now?
Yeah, it looks like, okay, so he just kind of got caught up with the other Brazilian racing team there as they tugged out.
Yeah, and not a bad time for that, a very bad time for that to happen as well, because it's going to put him already a lap down, and it's going to have to wait until, obviously not like a disastrous his race, but it's going to give him a lot of work to do now.
Indeed. So a lot of, obviously being this far back, a lot of the LMP2s are now having to deal with it, and somebody's smoking up ahead.
Oh, uh-oh. That's not good.
Let's see if we can track down who that might have been. Might have just been brake smoke I was seeing. Oh, wow. Oh, it's a bit dodgy there.
Whoa, yeah, and the Brazilian team car, again, almost being spun out there. Looks like those two at the back in the GD3 class are not happy with one another. Julian Vrak and Alessandro Barcelos. So we're going to hope that they don't come together too many times. But yeah, the LMP2 car is just taking advantage of that little concertina effect at the hairpin, try and overtake one another. I wasn't sure exactly who that was. I think it's near the rear of the LMP2 field. But yeah, Jack Mayer still leading by just under a second from David Koloksai, with Christopher Kianik in third, Ibrahim Khan in fourth, Peter Vagapov in fifth, Rick Zolt in sixth, Molnar Petar in seventh, Otto Skypela in eighth, David Carter in ninth, and rounding out the top 10 is Peter Schumacher.
It is heavy with traffic right now as LMP2 is deep into the GT3 field.
Yeah, indeed. That's the problem with especially when the GT3 field spreads out a bit more, it's going to be much longer for the LMP2 cars to negotiate them all. And like I said, it also creates this opportunity if LMP2 car is not as proficient at lapping the GT3 cars as some of the others, that may open up an opportunity. As we see Vagapov, I think, getting past Kianik there for fourth place again. Those two having a really good battle, actually.
Indeed.
On board with Koloksai at the moment, desperately trying to close on Mail, who's actually gained a bit in the traffic here. Oh, nearly running into the back. That wasn't your livery you nearly ran into, was it?
I think it was very close, yeah. Yeah, the Pim's Hungarian racing team getting right in that. I think he might have actually gone wheel to wheel with one of the GT3s on the outside. I didn't see who that was. But
Koloksai's caught right up there. You see Mail running wide off track there into the stadium section at the is that Sax curve, sorry. Sax curve is that corner, or is it the last corner? I can't remember.
Back there.
Yeah. And but yeah, so a really hairy moment there for Mayor, but he seems to have negotiated the traffic now, and now Koloksai is just making his way back through as they start another lap. With 5 hours 55 minutes to go. Always a bit of a daunting. I wonder how I'm going to react at Le Saf next time when I see the only 11 hours 55 minutes to go.
Yeah.
But, yes, but only 5 hours this time, so mercifully a bit short.
So certainly a lot of excitement so far. Let's take a look at our leader down here in GT3 with James Juba. He's 5 seconds ahead. Last it counted. Yeah, he's just really opened up the gap. You can see it there. So just running away in that BMW.
Yeah, in fact, Mayor hasn't even lapped Juba yet. So, so that just shows already how well he's doing. While all the rest of the field, Gray, Zakharov, and Krasnev are battling for position there. Always we see someone going. He's been punted off at the hairpin. One of the McLarens. Is that number 52? That must be. Let's see what happened here to the number 52 car. So he's battling with the number 3 of Magnus Racing.
Oh, so yeah, just way deep into the braking
zone. Oh, he got
zone.
nudged by the LMP2, the green one.
Mm-hmm. Looked like one of he's right into the IDOS car as it was coming around.
Yeah. Wasn't sure which IDOS car that was there, but yeah, that was a scary moment for both of them, and thankfully it doesn't look like the number 52 has taken too much damage, but that must be Marcel Ritter, I believe, who's dropped down to 36th and last in the field. But yeah, Juba really extending his lead to 7 seconds now in GT3, so he's just made a brilliant start, which really, again, it's not over yet in GT3, there's a long way to go, as we were just saying, but that's an 8-second gap now over Gray. So Luca Gray is really going to have to hope that these LMP2 cars get past Sharpitch and start holding up Juba as well when they catch up to him eventually. Because even though Juba is clearly did very well in qualifying, as we see a yellow flag in sector 1, which is clear. Oh, is that
the Tompkins again?
Tompkins, sorry.
And it looked like
okay, drivers, we come to code 80
so Chris Tompkins
in 10
is really in the wars at the
seconds.
moment because he went off in warm-up and now he's going off in the early stages of the race with
5,
Wingers.
4,
Party
3,
company with that car
2,
at some point, probably due
1,
to contact with the wall.
code 80 in 4.
He's coasting around. There's a code 80, so the full course yellow is in effect, effectively.
Yeah, we can see that up on the board. So Chris Tompkins, it looked like he, I'm sure he was suffering some damage from before, because you saw him go into the side of that prototype, in the hairpin on that replay, and I just have a feeling that the car is just really imbalanced at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he slowed down because that's the speed limit, the pit lane speed limiter for the full course yellow, the code 80 that's just been called, or if that's due to damage from the car. So we'll have to see. But hopefully Chris Tompkins can get back to the pits. He's weaving around, just checking the steering still works. But yeah, Chris Tompkins really needs to get back to the pits, plant a new rear wing on, however long that's going to take, and get back into the race because obviously due to endurance races, he goes very wide there. Oh, looks like the steering is not very good at right-hand corners at the moment. But we'll have to hope that he can get that Ailing car home, and the full course yellow definitely helps with that. I keep calling it a full course yellow. I should stick to the right terminology that this championship uses, which is code 80. But anyway, back at LMP2, by the way, as we see, a big lead, I think, for Juba in GD3, but LMP2, Mayor has pulled out a 4-second lead over Coloxai. Of course, the lead is so big because they're going so slowly, of course. So it's sort of exacerbated the gaps between the cars. But yeah, a really interesting start to the race in both classes, really, although it looks like plain sailing for Juba and GT3 out front.
You can see Mayer not too far behind, or I'm sorry, Glushkai not too far behind Mayer.
Yeah, you can just see him at the back of the rear wing here, and you can see that Glushkai is actually going to worry about Khan behind. Khan and Kianek have actually done a pretty good job to stick with them, I think.
Yeah, Ibrahim Khan is a familiar name in the series. Seen him in several different types of prototypes, typically where he is. And I'm sure he'll be putting a fight in as they come to the end of the race, as much as through the rest of it. Just a very strong driver. I'm not sure who he's with in that car.
Yeah, and you can see Juba has only been lapped by the first 3 cars.
We come back
LMP2.
to green in 10 seconds.
So that just shows how well he's been doing. But he's the only car not to have the entire LMP2 field completely get by them already. Although, given the pace difference in the
5,
fast cars,
4,
inevitable.
3,
But,
2,
yeah, that's a really great
1. Green flag. Green flag.
Bologna as well. As you were saying, Khan's teammate. Who does Khan drive for? I'm just checking the spotter's guide very quickly. Khan drives for. There's a time screen. Yeah, it's the IDOS team. IDOS. So...
Oh no, and a change for the lead. Jack Mayer is off. He's off through the sand trap. It looks like after Sachs.
Yeah, green flag. He just got completely caught out there, it looked like, and that puts Coloxai into the lead, and so. Yeah, Mayer in fact dropping behind Khan too, so a disastrous restart for Jack Mayer.
On board with Khan now, looking ahead towards the new leader, Kalakshai, as he's trying to take advantage of this situation while Mayer's just trying to play catch-up at this point.
Yes, and that little mistake could really go against Mayer down at racing here. It could leave the second driver with a lot of work to do to get past those 2 leaders. But Jack Mayer, of course, very quick in qualifying. He just needs to get his head down as we see a yellow in sector 3. I think must be some trouble in the GD3 class again. There's Marcel Ritter. Looks like his steering might be a little bit damaged there, or he's definitely made contact with something or other. Let's have a look at the replay and see if that can shed some light on what happened. So here we go, entering the stadium section. Gets a bit wide onto the gravel. Yeah, and just goes straight into the wall. Big impact there at the front of the car. So I would not be surprised if that has impacted the steering or the suspension. But thankfully not too many. The rear of the car looked okay, I guess, so he doesn't have to replace the rear wing. So Ritter is still ahead of Tompkins at the moment, but that may change in the battle to not finish last in GD3 and indeed last in the overall order.
Yeah, for sure.
He's in the pit lane now, so yeah, I guess we see the LMP2 field going through. Coloxai still in the lead. Khan cutting the gap actually, only 9 tenths now behind. But I could see Khan. He said he might make a move near the end of the race. He seems to be given a golden opportunity to mount his attack much earlier now. And it'd be interesting to see who is saving their tyres in this early stint and who is actually going to attack and try and move up the field. As we see, is that Zolt dropping down the field, and Schumann and Skyfire also happened. But yeah, something's happened to Zolt in the fancy esports car. He's dropped back out of the top 10 down to 12. So yeah, there we're looking at him on screen now in the is number 43, is it? Yeah, he seems to be coasting around a little bit. So I wonder if he has come to blows with someone, or has just made a mistake somewhere.
We'll see if we can go back and catch what happened. So on the replay, oh, and he just got wide at the cut curves.
Oh, he did hit the other car. Which one was that in the blue car? It lost out to, yeah, I think that must have been Schumann and Sky Parler. Because I think Sky Parler lost out to Schumann as a result of that. So
I think you're right.
The big winner of that was Avon Racing, Free Air Avon Racing, going up to 7th. But big loser there being Pat Quebec Zolt.
Couple drivers in the chat saying that they're doing exactly what we were saying, is having Le Mans on one side and Hockenheim here on the other.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Maybe that was what Mayo was looking at, and that's why he missed the green flag at the restart. Yeah, interesting. He seems to drop back now, so I wonder, because he seemed to go a little. Did you? I missed it. I was looking at time screen. So did he go a little bit off track there at Sachs Curve, or?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's one of those things that can easily happen, I guess, and it probably happens to the best of them. That the sort of someone reacts to the restart a bit better than you, gets the jump on you, and suddenly you've not lost just one place but 2 places, as we see. There's a little battle on GD3. Joey Broderick really cut the inside quite fine there, as he attempts to hold off. Oh no, this is Krasny, isn't it? It's Broderick just behind.
No. You're right. This is Rolik. He's
that's the gap to Krasny ahead. Sorry, I'm reading the graphics wrong.
Yeah,
he's still having a little battle in LMB2 as well. Just keep swapping positions there as we had a brief yellow flag. But yeah, this is really not going the way of Zolt at the moment. This race. So Fancy Esports have got a little bit of a job on their hands to sort of make sure they don't hemorrhage places. As we see, ooh, Carter making a mistake as well, losing 2 places, down to 11th.
There he is on the screen. So is that Mayer's teammate, or am I for MDR?
Yeah, I believe so. What number car is this? Oh, those are the leaders, aren't they? Oh no, I'm sorry, you're right. The leaders are a bit further up the road. Yeah, the leaders are just coming out of the hairpin at the moment, and Ibrahim Khan really mounting an attack on Kolotchai for the lead. He's only half a second down at the moment. Fastest lap of the whole field is, at the moment, by the way, is 128.868 from Christopher Kianik in 4th, as he attempts to close the gap to Jack Mayor. But yeah, I think Khan really might fancy his chances of taking the lead at this point. But it's all a matter of picking his moment, really, with Kolotchai.
Deep into Sachs.
Okay, maybe not this lap then. As we see, Lure and McKibben having a little squabble for 9th.
Ooh, yeah, they tried to make it work through that kink of a corner, leading up to just where we were.
Yes, we were watching David Carter earlier in 11th in the MDR, and his teammate to Jack Miller. He's just fighting with McKibben and Lure ahead of him. Oh, there he is, just making a move on McKibben there, and not quite pulling it off at the final corner.
Very strong and tight battle group right here, back in 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Yeah, this race still hasn't quite calmed down yet. In GD3, it seems, because there's such a big gap for the lead, 13 seconds now that Juba has over Zakharov. And Zakharov really got to worry about holding off Robbins and Gray. Yes, Gray, since that restart, he's also lost out, much like Mayor has. And Zakharov and Robbins have jumped in for 2nd and 3rd. So yeah, so there is a little battle for 2nd in GD3, but the LMP2, usually endurance racing, it tends to be the prototypes with big gaps in between and the GD cars where the good racing is. And so far, it seems to be the other way around here. But maybe the GD3 cars will get more interesting a little bit later on if Jupiter hits trouble, although hopefully that doesn't happen. Yellow in sector 3 there, I wasn't sure quite what that was, but looks to have cleared now.
It's like Magnussen might have had a bit of a moment for that, I believe that's IDOS.
Yeah, and he's being lapped there by the LMP2s.
17, so he's into the pits, he must have whacked
Yeah,
something.
damage. There must be damage to that IDOS car. And of course, the big thing, LMP2 car in your own race, you do not want to get stuck behind a damaged. He's just missed his pit box there. Oh dear, it does the damage to the brakes too.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Boy, you hate to see that.
Okay, so with nearly 20 minutes elapsed in the race, let's just go through the order in both classes. So LMP2 Kolokshai leads 1.3 seconds ahead of Ibrahim Khan. Jack Mayor still running in third, despite losing the lead, ahead of Christopher Kianik. Peter Vagapov is in fifth. Molnar Peter is sixth. Peter Schumann up to seventh recently. Otto Skypilot is in eighth. Tom Taeyun Lua, in ninth. And David Carter rounding out the top 10. Whereas in GT3, your leader is still James Juba, ahead of Alexander Sakharov, Danny Robbins, Luca Gray, Lorenzo Di Cutis, Mikhail Wozniak, Daniel Krasnow, and I think Jerry Voronek and Kieran Sharp rounding out the top 10 positions there. Oh no, Coates is in 10th, sorry. I was looking at the overall timing and trying to figure out what the top 10 was. We see a GT3 car right there, and that's what number is that? That's the red and blue car.
It's a DDoS of...
DDoS, yes. Yeah, looks like a denial of service there at the exit of the so, I'm not sure which DDoS car that was, sorry.
So that would be Tunbridge, Rance, and Cayutis.
Tunbridge losing another place there. That's Vriek. Sorry, I'm really bad at this. Freaking Sharp having a really good battle there for 8th now. Oh, side by side. He's going to get the inside line into the hairpin. I think that's Vurik.
And not... Wow, and he gets a spot back. So that's the kind of driving we expect to see from DDoS Racing.
Yeah, so a little bit of a mistake there, but he's recovered quite well not to lose 2 positions, just the 1. So yeah, a good little battle here in GD3 for the lower reaches of the top 10. And another yellow in sector 3, so someone has dropped it, I think.
Marcel Ritter, it looks like.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Ritter
off he
really
goes.
struggling. Ritter really struggling at the back in the number 60. Seems to still be going, despite being in 35th. Only Magnussen behind him by 16 seconds, so it's not completely at the back yet. But,
No, but he's still not out of it yet.
oh no, that looks like a really horribly handling car to me.
It takes out the brake marker sign for good luck, and
Oh, right in the middle of the track there. Spencer's going to be happy with that one. The stewards are making that too. I hope it doesn't get caught in someone's aerodynamics.
and he's gonna come. Yeah, it looks like he's got some damage. So he must have taken a pretty on the right side. He's got.
So these GT3 cars, a lot of the ones at the back really coming to grief early in the race and giving themselves a lot of work to do later on if they want to make up places.
Surprisingly, no DNFs early on, which I was really anticipating with how aggressive the drivers have been with how tight the track is and with how winding it is in different spots. I mean, you just really have to be on focus to get through this place consistently and without taking everyone out.
Indeed, and it feels like when the different classes, 2 classes are lapping one another at the hairpin. Oh, we see a big kerfuffle at Saxon. Khan takes the lead from Coloxide. Oh, big coming together there. There's a GD3 car going off. And it's gotten spun just at the penultimate corner. But yeah, a real opportune moment for Khan, and that allows Mayor to close up as well. Who was that who went off in the number 23?
Krajnai, yeah.
It's Krajnai, so really a bad couple of laps for Krajnai. He failed to really get past the DDRS car, and now he's tripped over the leaders basically there, and really cost Coloxide the lead. So we've had, this is 23 minutes into the race, and we've had 3 different leaders already. First Mayor, then Coloxide, and now Ibrahim Khan.
On board now with Mayor, looking up as they head down into the hairpin. They're going to have some GT3 traffic to deal with, but that seems to be the running theme.
That may save Coloxide actually here, because Mayor can't really do very much around the outside with the GT3 car in the way, trying to basically let them through. But yeah, I wondered for a second there if Coloxide looked a bit slow down the straight, if he maybe just got bad run out the pool, or maybe there was some damage with contact with that GT3 car. Yeah, as we see, GT3 car in between them, which is not ideal. Oh, Mayor really getting held up here by, is that Ritter again?
That's right.
So yeah, really dramatic couple of laps for LMP2, and that's again the big challenge of EERC, is these 2 different classes trying to make sure that they don't destroy each other's races basically. We still coming to grief there. I wonder if Violik in the Pimps Hungary car is really going to be in trouble with the stewards there for costing Coloxide the lead. We'll have to see. Update you if we get any message from the stewards of any penalties. But yeah, really a golden opportunity for Khan now.
Mayor needs to be a little bit careful. You can see Kynek in that purple LMP2 back there in 4th. He's closing right on up. Now he's got some GT3 traffic to deal with through Parabolica, but he was getting very close to the fin of that prototype.
Yeah, indeed. So that Mayor's attempt to pass Coloxide didn't work, and now he's starting to worry about falling into the clutches of Kianek, as well as we see another change in a GD3, 5th battle for, I think that was the 6th or 7th place that just swapped there between Takudis and Bentley. Yeah, here they are, just trailing one another. The LMP2 cars lapped them. Oh, this looks a bit hairy.
Yep, up through Mercedes. They're just very much on top of one another.
Yes, and I think is this Bentley closing up on Dacutis again? Yeah, Bentley in the, is that the Team Brazil car?
Wozniak in the.
Sorry, that is Mikhail Wozniak fighting for 4th place with Gray, who was 2nd not too long ago. So Gray really dropping off in this stint, which is unfortunate for the driver of the number 61 car.
Oh wow!
Wozniak might get a really good run into turn 1 here. Let's have a look. As he climbs up. And he's backing off blue flags there for somebody. So there's that an LMP2 car behind them about to lap them again, I think. They're being shown blue flags on the side of the track. There you go.
Ooh, yeah, a bit of a little bit close there, but make it through.
Yeah, and that again breaks up the battle there. And of course, Wozniak has got Dacutis in 6th, just behind another 2 LMP2 cars. Yeah, anyway, the exciting battle for the lead in LMP2, as we see, yellow in Sector 1.
Ooh, Marguli.
Oh dear. Marguli's really somehow found himself on the inside of Turn 1, which is an unusual and undesirable place to be. He's got out of that one. So let's have a look at how that transpired. Here we go. So the fancy esports driver has an LMP2 car behind him. LMP2 car comes up the inside into Turn 1.
Oh, yep, and just caught those curbs.
Oh. Yeah, the number 28 just got the rear tires. Oh, big hit actually. Another big hit into the wall. Just some fancy little slow motion there. Nice job. But yeah, that's lost him at least a position or 2. Probably a bit of damage at the front. I'm surprised the front is still in one piece after that. I expect the windscreen to be completely shattered.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with full damage being implemented during the race. They oh, and Vagapov is having some issues now too.
Oh yeah, Bagapov in 5th place now.
Something just happened with him.
That him getting into blows with the GD3 cars.
Live
Yeah, so here we go.
timing showed him dropping off pretty quickly, but
Yeah, because he was right behind 4th place Kianik, wasn't he? Here we go. So that's Kianik right ahead of it. Oh, he gets punted at the back by the McLaren. Oh, that would be
good
the
save.
217. But oh, he's not going to be happy about that. Who is in the 217 at the moment? That would be. I may have misread the number plate completely there. Yeah, 217. It was the Eidos Motorsport car. I believe that's Magnusson.
Yeah. Aggressive.
Magnussen has handed over the car. He's 4 laps down, Magnussen. So yeah, a really bit of a just missed the braking point. Really, it's very odd that you. Actually, not all that odd because the brakes on the GD3 car are not quite as good as the LMP2 brakes. So.
And it's
like the Vic. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just thinking the LMP2 car was braked later, so it's a little bit of an odd situation. I'm sure it wasn't deliberate from Magnusson, but again, not the best look for his race, and was compromised Vagapov a little bit, although he's starting to catch right back up to Kianik. Like you said, a very good save there. I guess the drivers have anticipated what to do when they get the rear nudged by another driver. As we see an LMP2 car in the gravel there, that looks like the 27. I can't tell exactly what number that car is.
Ian Dillon, he's it's running the 07 generic.
Yeah, so Tom Dillon really not having the best time of things near the back of the LMP2 field. I did see earlier before the race a couple of Tom Dillon fans in the chat, so here we go. It's another incident with a GD3 car. He goes around the outside, although he just understeers off into the gravel. There's a Sebastian Vettel from 2018 that just about manages to avoid the wall on the exit, of course. But yeah, so it's very sad that luckily he isn't going to crash again like Vettel's did. But
look at him!
Wow,
slicing.
Wow, that was almost like the all those cars were standing still there.
Yeah.
You see, who was that? He was battling with. It was Milotai in the Fancy Esports car. So. Milotai really caught napping there a little bit, I think. And now Tom Dillon's got a bit of a job to catch up 10 seconds to Chris Hill in 13th. But that was a good recovery there, considering he just went wide into the gravel the lap before.
Unbelievable. That was apparently having that off got him charged up. Ooh, was.
Now he's getting blocked in again at the same place, but is that the same GT3 car?
Yeah, I think it is. That's.
Oh, it nearly comes to blow in the apex there. They just about avoided each other, and now Milotai is going to be held up a little bit through this place, but you can't really pass just in that sort of that chicane right before the last 2 corners.
I believe that's ADN. Is that Sam Bentley in that ADN McLaren?
Could be.
I believe it is.
Yeah, Bentley in 22nd overall in the order, and I believe just outside the top 10 in the GD3 class. So yeah, Bentley was sort of, I think he's like 15th or 16th.
And it looks like Mayer has now dropped down and lost that position to Kianik.
Yeah, so Kianik has got by somebody. I did think Mayer and Kianik were quite close a little bit earlier, and we got distracted by the shenanigans there. But as we see, Mayer really almost losing the car at the last corner. He's got a Vagapov right behind him now, trying to take 4th place of him as well. So yeah, this is really getting Kianik, who I remind you still has the fastest lap. I don't think he'll get a point for that, but Kianik really getting himself on the podium, and he could start really in Kalokshai too, as we see Vagapov doing well to negotiate that GD3 car. Is that Skyparler in trouble in 10th? Or is he just pitting? Timing graphic anomaly there. Yeah, I think Skyparler has pit because he's
There he
dropping down
is.
position. So is that the first pit stop of the race then, to change drivers or to refresh his tires?
The timing would almost make sense for fuel. If they had any kind of issues before, then it could certainly come into play that they'd want to come in a little bit early. I mean, they should probably have another 10 minutes or so of fuel left in those LMP2 tanks. But
Interesting. This is the first proper pit stop of the race then. So it will be interesting to see how Skyparler, where he sort of filters out once everyone else has stopped as well, whether he's going to be able to undercut the people around him. But putting the fuel in, and it looks like he's willing to go in just a few seconds' time, as we see a GD3 car behind it as well.
looks like
Rojulik ending his difficult stint in the Pimp's Hungary car, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, I'll keep that in his team. Pimp's Racing Hungary.
who's this coming out of the pits with the smoking engine?
Oh, it's not Skyparler, is it? Who's just pit?
I think so.
Oh dear. Perhaps just a bit of oil coming out of the intake there. Like, yeah, just the battle. He's just almost interrupted the battle for fourth there, which has allowed Mayor to get a little bit of breathing space from Yannick. You know, Ibrahim Khan seems to have dropped down a bit, down to fifth. So I'm not sure what happened there. Was there some kind of incident there? Yeah, very odd. The IDOS drivers dropped from the lead down to fifth behind Christopher Kianik. David Kolokshai has retaken the lead, so has he pit and I just missed that? Or?
Trying to get a sense of it now. Yeah, there's a couple cars have come in.
Yeah, we are relatively in the pit stop phase at the moment. It's just hard to tell because I missed the pit stops. I'm not, if there was one, so I'm not sure if he's just had an off somewhere or if he's genuinely made a mistake. To look at his lap times, perhaps. Ibrahim Khan laps, yes, the last lap he did was a 1:33, lap 23, which was a couple of seconds slower than his normal lap time. So I think he's just made a mistake there. He's made a little mistake and he's lost a ton of positions, bizarrely. So really bad luck for Ibrahim Khan. I'm not sure what happened there. There's Tom Dillon really flying on the exit of turn one and heading straight for the barrier. Wow, that was right to the scene of the accident.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Recovering quite well, clearly pushing too hard to catch up that 10-second gap to
5, 4,
Milotai,
3,
13th,
2,
and,
1,
was it Chris
code
Evans
80,
or
code 80.
whatever it was, but yeah, really, that looks like that could be terminal for Tom Dillon, and it's caused another full course yellow, so that will neutralize the race.
Oh, and he's cooking his engine, trying to get out of the sand trap. But unfortunately, that is something of a character flaw with the R-Factor 2 sim, in that you can get kind of hung up on geometry. We've seen it happen a few times before, particularly around sand traps, where it's almost like the geometry is lifting the car off the ground, so you can't even make contact there. I think the only option he would have would be to pull the Ethernet cable, effectively creating a tow type of situation and get that car back to the pits.
Right. At this point, if it was real life, he might get out and jump, because it almost looks like a little bit from the stream that was stuck in the wall. But yeah, he's back in the pits now, as we see several other cars making their pit stops. We see Zolt in the top of the LMP2, Milotai pitting as well. So Tompkins exiting the pits now in 19th, having made his stop. So I think Tompkins was near the back anyway, so that's just at least that stint out of the way. This code 80 gives everyone a really good chance to pit without losing too much time. So, and it's come right in that sort of window, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the code 80 is always sort of the wild card amongst pit strategies, just because you can, if you're in the right spot at the right time, then you can take full advantage. You can get the car topped off, and certainly for LMP2 drivers, this will be ideal.
Okay, drivers, we come back green in 10
I wonder if Tom
seconds.
Dillon caused that deliberately, because he thought, I want to help out my teammate or whatever. Just
5,
it seemed a bit suspicious the way he just went full
2,
on the outside over
1. Green flag, green flag.
basically death-bringing curves on the outside. But really looked like he was trying to go into space. For
Yeah.
the race restarted again, and I believe Dylan, having got back to the pits, is now back on track in 15th place in the overall order. So still ahead of James Juba, and of course the leading, the back of the LMP2, but still ahead of the GT3s. So yeah, so Juba we haven't talked about in a while. Still really just managing that gap at the front. 34 seconds over Zakharov now, as we see. I think Zach Gray and Bosniak having a little swap of position there for 4th place. Gray getting back in front of Bosniak, I think. And you see Juba just behind one of the LMP2 cars. But yeah, really, I haven't seen any real mistakes from Juba. He's just really built up that big lead. We see the next car behind Zakharov just out of front, just coming into front. This is Juba is leaving it. But yeah, really, there's something about this track, something about this car that's clicked with him, and he's just really not really been troubled. And in fact, he's put a couple of the LMP2 runners a little bit to shame. I think what he could do if he was in the LMP2 car.
Yeah, he's that's definitely one of our VEC series drivers. He's shown himself to be quite sharp at the premier level, and he's putting on a clinic right now, and he just needs.
Bosniak just passing Gray again for 4th in a GD3, so that 2nd through to 5th battle is looking pretty tasty, I have to say.
Oh, as he squeezes out an LMP2, but that is up to the LMP2 to make that pass work.
Yeah, the LMP2 sort of trying to go on the outside, but there wasn't really going to be room. You can't. The GD3s can't just they can't just go beam me up, Scotty, and disappear out the way. You have to a bit better. As you see, Mayor pitting from 4th place, I think he was in. So he is the first of the leaders to pit, I think. Or, no. The other leaders to pit too, so he will come out, I think, behind Khan. Oh, no, Khan hasn't pit. He is one of the first leaders. So Bakapov has somehow managed to make up 2nd, which is quite surprising. But Kolocho leads by over 4 seconds. Nearly 5 seconds, actually. We get a yellow in Sector 1.
Oh, Carter, the other MDR, he's totally blown it.
He's missing a front wheel. Oh, so Carter is really...
okay, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
The wheel's laying forlornly by the side of the track. He's just had a big off at turn 1. He looks a bit like Tom Dillon has
1. Code 80, code 80.
Yeah, a real tragic... really, it's ADR have gone from leading this race to having one car in the pits and sort of losing out in the lead. The other car, here we go, over the curbs, loses the rear end of that GT3 car. Very unlucky. Instead of going square into the wall, he sort of hit the bit where it sticks out for the marshals to retrieve damaged cars. And so the wheel has fallen off, and he has really got to rely on that front left tyre to steer him back to the pit lane at this rate. So that could be a real hazard going forward. I would not be surprised if, yes, we see a code 80 for him as we come back from the replay. So, again, neutralising the race, and I always feel like Mayor really lost out there with the timing there, because he hit right in between 2 code 80 race neutralising periods. So we see Kolokshai and Vagapov pitting, so Vagapov could be the real big gainer out of this, a big winner out of this, in terms of he's got himself up a few places into the top 2, and he could come out of the pits potentially ahead of the other people that he was racing with.
Yeah, that's ideal positioning, although not physically in front of him, as one of the IDOS cars is a bit kinked in.
Yeah, well, not a lot of real estate to go around in this pit lane.
No, this will be. We have seen.
The front runners have got the same idea. I think. Right, this is the opportunity.
It's looking a bit like a car lot down there in the pit road. Yeah, I see another LMP2. Oh, and we're going on the right side. That's a bit of a cheeky move.
Yeah, Vagapov got to make sure he doesn't get cut off here or go into the side of the garage. But yeah, Vagapov re-emerging in P2 as a result. So like I said, Mayor really losing out there. He's going to come out potentially down in like a 9th, or he's gone from 4th down to 9th because he's pitted just the wrong time, and he's had to coast around under this code 80, or all the others are effectively gaining time in the pits. in terms of strategy in GD3, I think Juba has not hit yet, so he's sort of going on a very long stint, whereas some of the other GD3 runners, not the front runners, but a lot of the runners low down, have taken these opportunities to pit. So it's interesting that the LMP2s are going a bit more aggressive, particularly with their fuel. Perhaps they're more fuel hungry, whereas the GD3 cars, obviously they're a bit slow, they're a few laps down in the race, so that would be why they haven't felt the need to pit yet, despite these Code 80s coming out. Only a couple have taken the gamble.
Yeah, and with some of those GT3s, just because they're so close to lining up on the hour mark, it can really throw things off if they are just a little bit off from there. I mean, you could end up being just short of fuel by the end if it's or you have kind of an odd stop where you can't do your tires as well, or any number of factors that will kind of combine there. And like you're still spending time in the pits, even though it is under Code 80, and if you need that stop, it's ideal. But if you've just been in, probably best to stay out.
Yes, so Carter, by the way, incidentally, has made it back to the pits and is having his
okay,
wheel
drivers,
replaced,
we will come back to
obviously
green in
be
10
a
seconds.
bit of a pain for the MDR mechanics, I guess.
5, 4,
As we come
3, 2,
Yeah, race restarting
1.
very soon.
Green flag, green flag.
Here we go. And there's Hill also spending quite a long time in the pit, so maybe he is just coming at the end of this period, as we see Juba finally pitting actually from the lead of GD3. As I was just saying that, the fact that the lead is not, so that gives Robbins the lead in GD3. The Juba, of course, having that big 25 seconds before the full got yellow period. So Juba, I think, is still going to come out in the net lead once all the pit stops filter through. Interesting. I think coming in right at the end is odd timing. Maybe the False Polonia team couldn't really have brought him in early just because of the way he was positioned on track. So it'll be interesting to see if others were able to at least gain time on him.
And it looks like he's actually done a driver swap with Mantis Rikus now.
Yeah, okay, so Rikus has got a lot of pressure on him to maintain that lead. But yeah, so let's go through the lead, because obviously that was very confusing, like this little period where a lot of places change hands there. So LMP2, the top 10 is Kolokshai leading from 5 seconds over Vagapov, who's gained a lot of time in the pits. Kianik is in third. Khan is down to fourth despite leading earlier. Peter has got up to fifth. Schumman in sixth. Lewis seventh. McKibbin in eighth. Mayor is down to ninth despite being in fourth earlier. And then Zolt rounds out the top 10. Well, in GD3, the pit stops haven't quite all filtered through yet. We have Robbins in leading by just under 2/10 from Zakharov. So I think Zakharov really wants that. It may not be the real lead, but it could potentially be, depending on how the pit stops filter out. So Zakharov looking like he's pretty intent on just under a second behind him now, so he needs to pull away a bit down the straight. But Gray in third, he was running second earlier, and he's still in touching distance of this fight. Bosniak in fourth, just behind. Then we have Dikutis, Coates, Prodan, Homewood, Rikus. Obviously, he's just had the driver change, and should come back out in the net lead. 32 seconds down on Robbins in the lead. And then we have Zuza rounding out the top 10. So really enjoying this so far. There's Sousa, we just got on speed, just about to be lapped by number 26 DDoS car, I believe.
And Claudio having a big wiggle coming off of the
Yeah,
suit curve.
it's all a bit off-putting being lapped, I guess. Yeah, but the Brazilian racing team, or going very wide actually,
Yeah.
just to let the LMP2s lap him. And he needs to make sure he doesn't lose out to Sharp, just behind actually. He's catching up slightly. He's only about a second or two behind.
On board now with Kieran.
Yeah, Kieran Sharp, a driver I'm familiar with. I think he used to drive the esports and cars team, or whatever it was called, a couple of years ago. And I remember he competed in roads, but he didn't do particularly well. But yeah, it definitely seems to suit. Not so good on those sorts of really tight Formula E street circuits, but seems to really excel at the more traditional circuits like Hockenheim and the sort of endurance racing. And yeah, Sharp really starting to put the magnets on here. Ooh, is that him making a move for 10th place, or is that Bentley getting past Sharp? Sorry.
That would no. That's who is that?
Oh, is that a lapped car? Maybe.
Yeah,
It must be a lapped car.
might be Luca Gray back behind it.
Oh,
Nope,
it's
never
Luca
mind.
Gray lapping. Oh no, sorry, I'm a bit confused here.
There's Luca Gray. I'll have to pull up who that is, who's actually in there. It's the Fancy Esports GT3 number 28, but
Okay.
I
You
think
see
that's
Luca
Martin
Gray
Maguli.
really giving Wozniak a bit of trouble here, and Wozniak right behind. Another lap to GT3 though, as we saw a brief yellow flag, but I didn't see too many changes of position in the top end of either category. We're getting to the end of the first hour, by the way. If every hour is as eventful as this one, then we're in for a treat.
And we seem to have, we've had two issues here. Kevin Ritter and Daniel Krajnai are both showing as DNF'd. And I
So it looks like
think those are for disconnects.
okay, that's terrible luck if that's the case. 'Cause I think both of them are running okay in GT3.
Speaking of GT3, we have a new leader as RSS.
Well, actually, Ritter was having a pretty awful day, but fair enough. But yes, here we are. It's just the battle for the lead in GT3 with, between Zakharov and Robbins. Rikus has actually cut the gap a little bit. He's just gained a second over the last couple of laps on the leaders, down from 32 seconds to 31. So it is looking good for Rikus to emerge back in the lead at the moment. The pit stop is about just over 30 seconds here. The big thing is if Zakharov and Robbins end up fighting each other, they could both lose time as the LMP2 car of Kolokshai leading sweeps around both of them. So we've got the leaders of both classes right together there as Vakapov is catching them too in the second place LMP2 car.
And it's like you said, I mean, it is a bit of a risk when the LMP2s pull back into the racing line like that, going into the hairpin, the sharpest, slowest corner on the track, because as you were saying before, their brakes are not nearly as good. So when you pull right in front and check the brakes, I mean, fortunately Zakharov, I mean, he knows what he's doing, and he kept the distance, but he certainly closed in as he gets right in front of his stablemate in the other class.
This is bad for RSS Unison, and it gives Robbins a little run around the outside. Robbins almost losing it into Sack's curve. Just about keeps it on the island. So that was a bit of a dramatic moment there. Really nice battle for maybe not the de facto lead, but this is again could play into the hands of Rikus and Force Polonia team. Yeah, RSS Unison. We talked a little bit earlier. We joked that they may play the team game, but they're actually holding each other up rather than the other teams.
That's right.
Which is probably not ideal for them. As Wozniak and Gray constantly keep swapping positions. They've been having a great battle all race, it has to be said.
Oh no! And speaking of,
Wozniak spins around, so he has really come to grief there with Gray and loses out to Dikutis as a result. And that has really compromised Wozniak there in the solo sport racing. So here we go. Coming into the first corner. Wozniak leading Gray, I believe. Oh no, there. So Gray goes wide and that lets Wozniak through.
Oh no, he gets punted by the pimps. Hungry pimps.
Yeah, the Hungry pimps have been all in the wars today. It must be that special livery you've given them. Because they seem to be intent on rubbing off on all the other cars. But yeah, so that was not a crowning moment of glory for the number 22. Is it number 22 Pimps Racing Hungary car?
I believe that's yes. Yeah.
So that has really cost Wozniak, and I would not be surprised to see a penalty coming the way of the number 22 GT3 car.
No, and they're not even up in the top 10. which I thought they were before. So the pit stops must have really cycled them around to the backside.
Yeah, the Code 80s didn't play their way, definitely. And also, I think they were in a little bit of trouble. Before it was Gray taking Robbins for second, another yellow in Sector 1. Is that Robbins going slowly, losing out to Dekutis now? And now is that Wozniak around the outside?
So let's take a look at what happened there, because I think there was definitely contact being made, or at least a fight for position.
So here we go.
That
This is
wrong.
Gray. This is Gray behind Robbins. Gray goes a bit... Well, Robbins just loses it on his own and spins. Actually does pretty well to avoid the wall. And finds himself facing the wrong way down the track. And having to do a U-turn. Or 180 rather.
He managed to pull that back up pretty quickly.
And he's still running in 4th place, so good recovery for that exit. I was see an MP2 car going wide there into the Mercedes car. I'm not sure who that was, but they having a bit of a hairy moment there. Penalty for Vroljuk. Yes, I think Vroljuk did punt someone out of the way earlier, so the stewards have seen fit to penalise him. Can't remember exactly who it was that he punted out of the way though.
That would be, yeah, so there he is in the, the Pimps Hungary car.
Oh, that was from the incident we've just seen. So, of course, terrible memory from my part. I think that might have been, like I said, a couple of incidents for that car. So perhaps the penalty has been a little bit. They've given him a few. As you see there, Otto Skyparler has somehow lost it in the exit parabolic just before the hairpin. So that indicates to me that maybe there's been some contact with another car. So this has been an eventful couple of minutes, hasn't it? Several lead change battles for the top 5 in GD3. The car's dropping at the exit of turn 1, so this is Skyparler on the inside of another LMP2 trying to make a move around the outside. Oh! Just made a late move, the car in front, and Skyparler got very caught out there.
It's a very bizarre spot in the track to see that kind of action happening.
Yeah, Skyparler was aiming up the inside of the hairpin there, and I think the car in front, which would be one of the IDOS Motorsport cars, wasn't it? So I think they might be. Oh, there we go. Speaking of Neville, number 13 IDOS Motorsport car in the gravel at the moment. I wonder if that was the same one that was involved in the incident there, and maybe a little bit of a tag at the back. So here we go. Oh, it's a GD3 car, but these GD3 cars seem to be really, the MP2s are quite early on the brakes, and GD3s just seem to make contact with them, and unavoidably somehow. Chris Hill really has done a Sebastian Vettel here. And struggling to extract himself from the gravel there, but yeah, Chris Hill pits for repairs, which probably makes sense in the IDOS car. So not a great lap for IDOS in LMP2 there, with 2 incidents in a row with their cars. Meanwhile, Vagapov, actually, he's having a great race. Really took advantage of the Code 80. He's 1.5 seconds behind Kalokshai now. He's broken away from Khan. So Vagapov really setting himself up very well for the next 5 hours if he can stay in second place and put pressure on Kalokshai.
You can see that 1.5 second gap. It's starting to come down.
The 717 RSS Unison Racing car is leading the championship, of course, in LMP2, aren't they?
Sam Bentley has a bit. And we see another driver go off.
Magnussen again. Oh, he's got 4 cars coming up to him and really holds up the LMP2 car. The MP2, I think that's one of the IDOS racing cars again coming out the pits. Has just decided to basically hold the station behind him and then wait for the corner, which is probably sensible. So Magnussen, who was in the wars earlier in the race, is now in the wars again, I believe at the same corner, turn 1.
Yeah, that runoff area seems to have really been, yeah.
It's vicious, yes, it's really caused more lead changes and spins than you would see on a spinning top. Because all I can think of to say at the moment. But But yeah, thankfully he's able to get going. Wow, this looks congested here. Just coming up to the Mercedes corner here. We've got about 6, 7 or 8, 10 cars maybe from different classes. Oh, IDOS Racing really. Is that both IDOS Racing cars in both
Yeah.
classes? A bit of contact there. Thankfully getting away with that one. But yeah, it's really kicking off. As we see, Vagabond has actually lost that a little bit in that traffic, allowing Kolokshai to slightly edge ahead of him. Meanwhile, Mayor still down in 9th despite leading earlier. Khan is doing okay in 3rd. He's gained a little bit on Vagabond, only 3.7 behind. But it is starting to calm down a little bit as we get to the end of the first hour. Only 5 more to go.
We should see some of the remaining GT3 drivers coming in about now if they haven't already taken their stop.
So Gray has done quite well in my opinion to stay out of trouble as we see the ADR car. Oh, this number 15 ADR car. That is not. It's not Mayor. That must be his teammate. Whoa! As we see a spin for another LMP2, and he's come to grief at exactly the same place we just saw. Magnussen.
And that turn 1 kink, it is really catching drivers off as they take off. And now Tompkins is way out in the sand trap building castles.
Out in the boonies there, yeah. He's gonna trying to basically become the Sand King, I think, at this point, Chris Tompkins. Just does not have the greatest race, and has really looking like he's still ahead of Magnussen, I guess. Only 34 runners, and out of 36, I think. So we've only lost 2 of Chris Tompkins in the Scuderia. What's it called? The Scuderia Ventus. That's it. He's really going to have to avoid little trips like that every once in a while. As we see Zakharov pitting from the lead in duty free. So is he going to come out? Rikas has jumped him. Rikas up to 6th now, so Rikas having a very good stint. Only 26 seconds behind the new leader in duty free, Gray.
Oh,
So
oh no!
Oh!
Tom Dillon. That was Tom Dillon again.
We need to put up a tally here.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
And it's so easy to do, of course. And I was at exactly the same thing that happened before.
5,
this is a
4,
carbon copy incident.
3,
he's wedged himself in the gravel in the wall.
1.
And he's going
Code
to have to
80,
teleport,
code 80.
extricate himself back to the pit lane somehow. Unless he gets some traction. But this has caused yet another code 80, which really has, I have to say, this plays into the hands of Souza, who's just pit, but Zakharov really could have done with that a few seconds earlier, because that has allowed Rikas to basically take the net lead, I believe, in terms of fuel. It'll be interesting to see how long they have fueled that. They fueled the Force Polonia car.
Wow. So.
Barcelos also pitting it in GD3, so this isn't like the MP2 cars can really make much of this full course yellow period, but yeah, embarrassment again for Tom Dillon. On me.
It's just madness.
Absolute madness, and we're not talking, of course, about Madness Racing, the number 127 car. BMW, who I believe are running in 12th place with Coates at the wheel at the moment. Wheel Coat. There we go. All the leaders in GD3 have made it to the pit lane now and trying to make the most of this code 80 period.
Okay, drivers, we come back to green in 10
seconds.
seconds.
Where Gray comes out in relation to Rikas.
5,
34
4,
seconds down, of course.
3,
because
2,
this,
1.
I think they could
green
jump
flag,
in here.
green flag.
So this could really play into the hands of Gray and the number 7 car. Actually, Rikas has got out ahead. Although it's Prodan who's leading now, bizarrely, who I think is yet to pit and was running ahead of Rikas on the road. So actually, because forced plenty of pit under the, as we see Sakharov also jumping grey in the pits now as well, just about. That was quite close. But yeah, Rikus and Forspelania having pit Juba and swapped under the Code 80 earlier have really not lost out too much in this particular Code 80, which I believe is the third or fourth we've had in the race so far.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
We still got 5 hours left, or just under 5 hours left. So I imagine we will see more full course yellow periods before this thing's out. Skypilot also taking the opportunity to pit in LMP2, and he's emerging. He's going to emerge behind Hill. No, in front of Hill, because there's a big gap to Hill actually of 265 seconds. So it's immune. It looks like the cars have gone back up to speed now. We're no longer in Code 80.
No, Code 80 has ended. Seems to be a bit of a technical issue with the interface not unchecking that. I'll try and track that down, but yes, we are back to green.
Yeah, Vakapov actually closed 0.877. He's under a second behind Kolotshire, so in the range of possibly getting the slipstream, possibly mounting an attack. So we will have to see how that plays out, as actually he's just dropped, he hasn't quite taken advantage of the resource, he's just dropped down to 1.7 behind now, but there is a lot of duty-free traffic in between the two, and Vakapov has really got to worry about Khan behind, who's really started to come back out of nowhere almost.
That's how Khan does it.
Vakapov really being held up here. So I think Khan might sniff an opportunity here. Is that Zakharov has gone back into the pits in GD3? Because he was just in, wasn't he?
He just was, yeah.
Yeah, so there must be some kind of issue for the number 17 RSS Unison racing car. As we see, this is the battle for the lead. Kolotshire and Khan, Vakapov, sorry. Vakapov, losing the back end, and Khan is going to get a decent run out here into the stadium section. He's all over the gearbox, or the rear wing at least. I think the gearbox isn't always located at the back in these cars, but... yes, Khan running a little bit wide, and that gives Vakapov a breathing space, but yes, Vakapov really being held up there and giving Khan the run on him. Interesting if we could get a replay of that action there, as we see them just negotiating the Brazilian racing team number 12 car, and Khan closing back again as they get the start-finish straight. So just a reminder in terms of distance, this is the lap 26 they are on, the LMP2 cars. As we see Khan not quite able, as we see Zakharov emerging from the pits in 13th in GT3. Just behind this battle, so thankfully not from Vakapov's point of view, not holding him up further. But yes, this has allowed Kolotshire really to pull away a little bit up front. So Prodan still leading in GD3, and I wonder what strategy Prodan is on in the... What was Prodan trying for? Prodan drives for the Madness, number 3 of course. We were talking about the Madness team earlier because there's an offhand reference, but
yeah.
But yes, but Rikus is 4 seconds behind Prodan, so I'm not sure. I've lost track of Prodan's pit strategy. I think he isn't on the same one as Rikus, but we'll have to see how that filters out. And but certainly, if the BMW Madness team can take advantage of this, then this could really play into Prodan's hand later on. You can just see Rikus in the background there. So it'll be interesting to see if he closes on Prodan towards the end of this stint. There's certainly a big gap to Gray behind in third. So the GT3 class has really kind of sorted itself out a little bit in terms of action, and everyone spinning off at the turn 1. So the LMP2 cars were doing that too. Which we've seen a couple of LMP2 cars that are back being lapped now. Just over an hour and 10 minutes into the race or so. Hill and Skypala. So only 11 cars on the lead lap now. Muletai 67 seconds down. He seems to be like he's going to be next on the lapping block. As we see Donat going very wide over the curves, but just slows it down and keeps it together. That was a bit of a dangerous moment there, as we see yellow in sector 2 for a separate incident. It's look, here it is. It's Tom Dillon spinning.
And Zolt had an issue too. They could have been
There must have been some kind of incident there, yes. And another LMP2 car being held up by Dylan in the background there. But yes, really not what Tom Dillon needed there. And it seems that the fancy esports car has been, if not caught in the incident, at least held up by it.
Something happening here with Peter Schumann. He's wiggling all over the track.
Let's see a replay. What is this a replay of? This is a couple of things it could be.
It's with Peter Schumann.
Schumann in. Okay. Schumann in the Dutch Freen Avond racing car, who's had a really solid run so far. He's coming up to the two GD3 cars. Oh, lots of speed. That was a very weird incident there. It almost looked like he was really going off track just to make doubly sure he didn't hit those GD3 cars. But he survived that incident, still running in 5th, hasn't lost too much time. Just about 13 seconds behind the leader, so not completely out of the lead battle yet. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose ground to Lua, who I can just see in the background behind, as he's being held up by the number 12 Brazilian Racing Team car. But just about negotiates that.
So Prodan, Rikus, Gray, Sharp, Kudis, Robbins, Bosniak, Bentley, Coates, Vrak. So a lot of the same familiar names up there in the top.
I think Vrak must have worked himself in through that last Code 80 sort of phase. Oh no, wait, I didn't fit through that. I can't remember who Vrak drives for. I believe it's the. Oh, it's not Fancy Esports, is it?
I'm looking for him in the gun.
Yeah, is he a Zolt's team right now? In the Fancy Esports car is what I was watching. Yeah, he's just behind Will Coates, actually. Will Coates, another having a quite tidy run. Sorry, no wonder I couldn't find that. I'm looking in the wrong. No, it's a GRG Esports, sorry. I was getting the classes mixed up. That's who Vrak drives for. But, yeah, Rikus has actually closed a lot on Prodan there. That makes me think Prodan has somehow jumped him in the pit stop phases, because Rikus is showing much better pace at the moment. Be interested to see who has the fastest lap in GD4. I think it may be that Force Bologna car.
We do have a change for second place up in the LMP2s as Khan jumps at Vagapov.
Oh, that's good. That's good work by Khan, actually. He was putting pressure on Vagapov earlier, and it seems that Vagapov has left the opportunity open, so he seems to have got through the hairpin, I believe.
It looks like he might be pulling away.
Indeed. Interested to see if there's a replay available of that move. Just seem to have missed it. But yeah, it could be crucial change the order in LMP2, and we're going to see now whether Khan can get back on song with Kolokchai, because wasn't Khan leading the race earlier and then made a mistake at turn 1, which allowed Kolokchai to retake the lead, and so he's finally gone back into the top 2. And meanwhile, Mayor, who took pole, was leading, is still down in 9th place. He's dropped to 50 seconds behind the leader. So it is really not turned into ADR's day today.
No. Oh, and Tompkins with the DNF, and GT3, our race director.
Yeah, so Chris seems to have gotten a bit bored of his adventures in the gravel trap. He's decided to call it a day early. And go back to race directing, which, to be fair, he's probably a little bit more proficient. I can't talk. I haven't done some racing in a while, so I probably wouldn't do much better. But, as we see, this is Mayor negotiating. Oh, is that the leader or one of the Force Bologna cars? That's for sure.
Yeah, I believe that's Rikus who's running up behind him with, actually, yeah, so he's right in the mix of this 1-2 battle.
Yeah, Mayor is just about to get past Prodan here, wiping him, and that could have the, because let's see, Prodan is now being blocked by the BRT, Brazilian Racing Team car, who's lapping. That could give Rikus just a little chance to catch up here. So the Brazilian Racing Team car is on the inside as we watch from the back of Mayor. Yeah, there we go. So he's just got through, and now Rikus is being overtaken by the empty. So Rikus has got all this other traffic to negotiate before he can catch up to the leader.
Oh! I saw the Brazilian BMW.
Oh, and that could... Oh! And so double incident there. So it looked like Rikus punted the Brazilian Racing Team car as well. It's like... almost like... in anger is like, I wanted to catch Prodan and now you've made it too easy now, so I'm going to punt you out of the way too. You're going to punt him, I'll punt you. Is that how it works in the EERC? I'm not sure.
Well, we certainly see that happen before, but so on board now with the Brazilian racing team, Barcelos.
Yeah, Barcelos really a backmarker, so what's he trying to do there? Because he's trying to go in between the two of them, but he's a lap down on the leader, so he punts the leader, and then of course I think Rikus obviously just got caught up because there was a big bunching up there and just unintentionally spun Barcelos around. But there is a danger there that Rikus, who is potentially the favourite of the duty-free class so far, could be in line for a penalty here, and that could really trade things up and really help Prodan and Gray out, actually. As we see Barcelos again tangling with another GD3 car. Is that for position?
No, that's our third place of Gray, I believe.
Gray, yes, always. He's giving Gray a hard time too. Barcelos really does not like being lapped. He seems to have held up almost everyone that's tried to get by him in this race. As we see temporarily yellow in the last corner. It's Peter Schoenman dropping down to 6th, and Lua has passed him, so we saw a mistake from Schoenman earlier. And now we're seeing another one. So Frins Avon Racing having a bit of not a great stint. So that looked like in the stadium section. So we are just going to pick up here as he enters it. Back end looks okay going in. So it's coming out of Sachs Curve and into the chicane. I believe we're going to see.
Just overdrove it on the exit.
Oh, he just dropped it. It's fun. And, it looks like a very silly looking mistake because it's such a long radius corner that you only really need it straight going into the chicane after, but there's too much wheel spin. And unfortunate there. So that puts Lua though in the that's Tane Lua in the 360 car, number 36, up to 5th. So him and Schumann have really been kind of the dark horses. Although Lua is 32 seconds behind the leader now, so it seems like he's not in that top 4 battle. Which is really routine for Lokshai, Khan, Vagapov, and Khan closed down to a second in the leader. So we've got 2 lead battles in both classes going on right now. And we still have 4 hours, 44 minutes to go.
It's just incredible seeing this going on, and then we got a big dive from the back, and he left the door open at the chicane, or at the hairpin.
That's Rikus into the lead ahead of Prodan. I think we saw that one coming because Prodan was just being caught, and that little incident with I hope he didn't take any damage from the Brazilian racing team car. But Barcelos, who really was a little bit clumsy of Barcelos, but I'm sure he didn't mean it intentionally. He was just going for the gap in between the two. It was a bit opportunistic there, but yeah. But anyway, great move by Rikus, it has to be said, and forced Polonia into the lead of GT3, and hopefully going to avoid any penalties for spinning around Barcelos.
Yeah, I think that might have just been a matter of circumstance going through that corner, just because they were all on top of each other, and Barcelos was he was already caught out.
The two car on the inside sort of also really messed things up a little bit. Oh, as we see. Is that Prodan pitting for fuel? Yes, because he was running out. Maybe his tyres were running out. That's why he didn't defend too hard from Rikus, I imagine. So this will hand second to Gray.
So hopefully it's just that, and it's not anything more such as damage, although I'm sure if it was severe enough, he's getting that fixed now while he's there.
And it looked to me like Prodan was really waiting for another full course yellow period to play into his hands, and it didn't quite happen for him. So he's going to drop down to at least 6th or 7th here, I think, depending on how long this pit stop goes.
So Liam Rand's pointing out Prodan has not pitted up until this point.
Yeah, good point.
But it seems somewhat unlikely to be able to stretch it out. I mean, that's an hour and 15 minutes, a little bit more even.
Yeah, it did seem a bit ambitious from Madness Racing. As we see him still in the pits, he's going to emerge in like 9th or 10th here at this rate. But, so perhaps this was a stop to... I know the stops in the series to refuel do take quite a long time, but perhaps this was a stop to repair some damage. And he's got going again now, though. So Prodan re-emerging in, I believe, 10th place, ahead of Homewood, behind Rack. So meanwhile, in the lead, Kalokshai 0.7 ahead of Khan. So Khan has really put the has really going hell for leather in 2nd place now in the 4:17 car, and Kalokshai is going to be under a lot of pressure for the lead now in LMP2. Bayapov has dropped back a bit, so he's going to have to worry about Yannick behind in 4th. But you really got to think that Kalokshai is going to come under pressure again in this next phase of the race, because the LMP2 cars must be running a bit low on fuel here. So is Khan going to try and pass on track, or is he going to wait for the pit stops? I wonder.
It's a good question.
Yes, we just see just watching Prodan being lapped by the LMP2 cars in 10th. But yeah, so LMP2 has had, I still think it's had 4 different leaders, hasn't it? So we had, I'm just trying to recap the race so far, given that we're coming up to like the, not quite the halfway point, but the sort of first quarter of the race point, I guess. So we had Mayor leading from pole, then Mayor made a mistake at the restart after the code 80 period. So then this let Kalokshai lead, and then through the pits, and then Khan was able to get past Kalokshai until Khan made a mistake, and Kalokshai led again. Bagapod led through the pit stops, and now Kalokshai's leading in with Khan right behind him. So yeah, it has been quite a great battle for position there in LMP2. GD3, it has been a lot more straightforward though, in that it was been the Force Polania car of the number 35 Force Polania car of Rikis and his teammate Juba, that's it, James Juba, and they have basically been building up a huge lead, lost it in the code 80 period, but were able to throw down on a different strategy, was able to stay out for a bit longer, but Prodan has finally pit now after being overtaken by Rukus on track, which was cool to see. So GD3 great, only 12 seconds behind Rukus in GD3 at the moment, but it is looking like a Force Polania car has been trucking along very nicely in this race, as we see a GD3 going very wide at turn 1. That must be Stanley Robbins in the other Force Polania BMW in 4th place. So this is looking at good. Good day's work for Force Polania actually, despite that little error. But he's got Decritus really closing in on him. As Khan has got by Kalokshai. I've missed that completely. Sorry, in my obsession with recapping everything that's happened so far, I'm missing the here and now.
Yeah.
So Ibrahim Khan retakes the lead from Kalokshai after having driven extremely well, it must be said, to catch back up. In all this GD3 traffic, he's seen an opportunity, must have been just before the stadium section, actually to that Mercedes corner, and he has really taken it, and he's pulled out about a second on him now. So Kalokshai's still negotiating the RSS car, the RSS Unison racing car. There we go. So there we go. The leaders are still back now together. So Kalokshai is probably a bit annoyed to have lost the lead after holding it for so long, and probably pretty intent to get it back, as Barcelos being given a penalty, I think, perhaps understandably, for bumping into the back of the leader in GD3. Although Prodan is down to 10th now after having pit for repairs, but I can imagine Prodan thinks that that's justified from his point of view. As we see, speaking of the Madness Racing car, there it is now, just being lapped by the LMP2 leaders. We see Vagapov sweeping off to the right.
Tom Dillon again having a bit of a moment. Looks like he just kind of had a little bit of a wipeout there at the hairpin.
Riley McKibben in the IDOS 317 car is pitting now from, I believe that was 7th place.
Yeah, so, quickly dropping back already to 9th, and he'll probably lose another spot to Militai.
Yeah, I can't see Zolt catching up with her. So McKibben will emerge back in the top 10 for IDOS. But it's going to be, and as we see another LMP2 coming, so the LMP2 cars are starting to stretch to the end of their fuel stint here. So who's that just pitting at the moment with him? I believe that is Jack Muir in the AD. Oh no, it's Milotai. So McKibben will come out in 9th actually, ahead of Milotai. Milotai's pit as well.
And we actually have an interview guest with us. The famous Chris Tompkins is here in the booth. I think he's...
Hello.
So how was the race going today?
Not brilliant.
Yeah, didn't look too promising. It looked like you spent more time in the gravel trap than on the...
Yeah, I lost it. I caused the first code 80 because of those bumps in turn 1. If you hit them, you can be a millimeter too far over and it's putting you in a wall. And I went rear backwards into the wall and lost my rear wing. So that was kind of the start. Then we had an interesting predicament in the hairpin where I kind of had to let off the brakes and go flying through in order to not hit anyone. I had to do that twice. And then under the second to last code 80, we got basically the RSS pulled up alongside us and hit us under code 80, and we had unrepairable damage from that, so we decided to retire the car.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it did seem like RSS, both RSS teams have been driving very aggressively so far. And
it was under code 80 though. You literally overtook another car and then did damage to both of us.
Yeah, so the GD3 RSS definitely seems to have some catching up to do with the LMP2. But as we see Vagapov in the RSS actually take the lead now, because Khan, Kolokshai, and Kalnick, who were the top 3 of pit, so Vagapov stretching out this stint in LMP2. But yeah, so I'm not too familiar with the driving standards in this series, Chris Tompkins. Is this normal, or is this just the Hockenheim?
No, not usually. We had issues in Road Atlanta, but usually it's a lot cleaner than this.
Oh, DDS car has spun just before the stadium section, I think, or is that out of? Yeah, that is before the stadium.
Yeah, it's just out of the stadium section. To be fair, a lot of the accidents at turn 1 are kind of made a lot worse because of the edits Aiden made to the track. I won't get into that here.
It seems that was the point of Aiden's edits, though, to cause...
Yeah, the point of Aiden's edits was to make people not extend turn 1, and he kind of went a bit too far in saying that if you do extend turn 1, you're going in the barrier.
Yeah, I think Tom Dillon would agree with you as well. He's had a few trips of his own.
Yeah, he's also, that's the reason why the DDoS, I just watched it on stream. The same thing in the stadium section, when you extend that corner, you hit the bump, you spun around. You get a bit more runoff in that corner though, and you're a bit slower, so
yeah,
it's a bit harder to hit the wall.
Because the apex is you've got a bit more space to work with in terms of whereas the turn 1, it's very fast and also very tight as well. It bottlenecks up, so you're sort of in this. This is why we see many people cutting the inside or going wide on the outside.
Yeah, in the GT, it's very much just throw it in and hope.
Okay, so Vagapov is pitting now from the lead, and this will allow Molnar Peter. Sorry, I got Peter Vagapov and Molnar Peter mixed up there. So Molnar Peter in a fancy esports car, I think, will inherit the lead here.
Oh, no, he's coming in too.
Okay, so they're on the same strategy then, Peter and Vagapov. They're of course different drivers, not Peter Vagapov and Molnar Peter yet. Sorry. This means that Ibrahim Khan is going to inherit the lead after a really good previous stint, and he's maintained his lead over Kolokshai. And the big question now is whether Kianik is going to be able to make an impression on Kolokshai as well, or whether Kolokshai is going to be able to stick with Khan. Because we did wonder whether Khan... Oh, Tom Dillon! Very, very nearly crashing into an ADR car there. And Tom Dillon just staying out of trouble, which is merciful for him. And so Peter, I think he's going to come out right about where Pior is. And so Chris, I'm a little confused. Are you going to join us for the rest of the race doing commentary? Or?
I believe I'm taking over from Ross towards in the second half of the race. So
fair enough.
I will be with you later.
Sure thing. But hard luck about the race, by the way. I'm sure you would have liked to continue a bit longer, but that's the way these things go sometime. And I'm sure you'll be back at Lasaf today.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely be doing the 24 hours. The ACO friendly name, the running name we're going for is Le Grand Petit Le Mans.
Of course, yes, another 12-hour event. But
FIA friendly. That's.
Yes, I think that number 52 Scuderia Ventus car is going to need a bit of work before then. Is Christian Lewis annoyed that he didn't get to do his stint, or were you doing the whole?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Sorry. A bit of an awkward press.
He was the one that pressed to retire it. To be honest, he didn't want to race if he was just going to trundle around in the back 2 laps down. I can't blame him either.
That's probably understandable. So meanwhile, we haven't checked in on GD3 in a while. Rico's still leading 12 seconds over Gray. Sharp is actually done very well to get up to third. 27 seconds down the lead, 3 seconds ahead of Robbins. And we have Dakutis in 5th, Wozniak in 6th, Coates in 7th, Rack in 8th, Prodan 9th, after his stop going previously led, and Zakharov in 10th. Having spun earlier and having to make the 2 pit stops. I wasn't sure what Zakharov's second stop was for. I believe he must have had some kind of damage, or he didn't put enough fuel in the car, or some kind of erroneous error. Which is all errors are by nature erroneous, but I thought I'd just clarify that. But anyway, so really fascinating battle, really for the lead in LMP2, I think. But GD3, it definitely Rikus looks very comfortable at the moment over Gray, but Gray has kept him in touch, and it'd be interesting to see if Kevin Sharp can close in on Gray's second place in the next phase of the race.
Taking a look here through the Squawk box on YouTube, if there's anything interesting going on here, and of course there's quite a bit of banter, but some drivers being a bit accusatory of some of their drivers' actions.
Natural after all the incidents, I guess. Somebody's asking who Ibrahim Khan's teammate is at IDOS.
Jeff Close.
Jeff Close, that's it, yeah, so 417. So he will be in action a bit later, I suppose. And Kolokshai, for his part, he will be handing over to Norbert Jacob. Yes, Jacob, in the 88 Fantasy Esports. So it'd be interesting to see once the drivers swap over, whether we'll see the drivers that are doing stronger being closed in by a different way. Because I think some teams have tried to get their first driver in as a stronger one. Other teams might get their second driver as a stronger one and have a stronger middle phase of the race, so to speak. So. Time screen's a little odd. I think it seems to be showing continuous 6-minute stopwatch for Khan and Kolokshai for some reason. But he's leading 5.2 seconds, Khan over Kolokshai, and he's 5.1 actually, or 3.8. So it's all still flipping around a bit. But I believe Vagapov is about just under a second behind Kolokshai. So Vagapov is closing in a little bit in all this traffic, and Kanik is about 11 seconds down. And then there's a big gap of 19 seconds to Tien Lua. And then we have Molnar Pitar, Peter Schuppen, Jack Mueller, Riley McKibben, and rounding out the top 10, Rex Olt.
running on board now with David Kalokshai and looking back at the closing Vagapov.
Yeah, now we're looking back at one of the GD3 guys. It's in the way of Vagapov. But he seems to have negotiated another. That's the RSS guy. Yeah. So the closest battle seems to be that second, third battle in the LMP2 at the moment. The GD3 battle seems to have died down a bit. Although Danny Robbins still keeping Kieran Sharp in sight in the forward. So again, like I said, Danny Robbins doing extremely well in the fourth plane. Not quite as well as Rikus in the lead car. As we see, pretty good lap from McKibben in ninth, actually, I think.
And, Magnussen in the IDOS is off in the sand trap. And he might have had help.
Yeah, he's hit another car. There's another car that's had a simultaneous incident with him. So we were going to get to see a replay of that, which will illuminate that incident. Right, so Magnussen, who's been in the wars a little bit already today, down in 18th place, going through Mercedes corner. There's an LMP2 car behind. Does the LMP2 car make contact? Yes, it does. It catches him out. The ADR punts him. And yeah, Magnussen, sort of an innocent victim in that one. The front two wheels seem to like being in the air. So the other car that went off was a separate incident. I did think, how could he have hit that if he was several meters up the road?
Yeah, I think that was just a case of him seeing the incident happening and just moving well over to stay out of the way.
Thankfully, no real damage to the IDOS of Magnussen, and he is able to continue. But I wonder which ADR car that was that punted him. I think it may have been David Carter, or I guess it could have been Chuck Neal, but it would be a bit unfortunate for MDR after having such a tough race for him to get a penalty for that. But the script seemed to be a bit harsher on the GD3 cars taking out the LMP2 cars rather than vice versa. So it's something I've noticed in my short time commentating on this. Well, I say short time. It's about hour 45 minutes in. So nearly the end of the second hour, actually. In the next 25 minutes. So getting through it's gone quite quickly so far, actually, given all the action we've seen. As Ryder McKibben gets held up by the sister GT3 IDOS a little bit. Is just able to move all the way to the right, give it a wide berth, and is able to negotiate the obstacle.
We actually have a change for position with Prodan falling to Zakharov. This is a 9th, 10th battle.
Yeah. So this isn't working out in terms of the BMW Madness strategy, unless they're going to go really long. But yeah, Zakharov recovering from his earlier spin and getting up to 9th, I believe, in GD3.
Now, if Lucas Lichten is going to be in the number 3 BMW, then we should see him turn on the heat as soon as he comes on, because he's pretty steady hand with that wheel, and he certainly proved it the last couple races as he was able to recover some massive amounts of debt in terms of time, and that's what won it in the last race. Just maintaining pace and keeping well out in front, and in previous races it's what gained some positions to recover some points. So I'm sure that once Prodan hops out, then we'll see. Oh, and we've got Hill around. Same spot, turn 1.
Yeah, so Chris Hill, the latest victim of the bumps there. So he was in 12th, but he had a big gap over Otto Skypala, who's had a few delays of his own in the race. Not all of his own making, but I think Skypala also had to come to grief. As we see the two IDOS together on track, and Barcelos in the BRT has come to grief as well. Someone is going to have to be careful as he rejoins. He crosses over the track. Barcelos already has been given a penalty today, so I think he needs to be careful not to get himself into more trouble, Alessandro. But yeah, still running in 16th place in the BRT, which I think he's only ahead of Samuel Bentley and Magnuson in the ADN and the IDOS respectively.
Yeah, which is interesting because those are two names that you'd expect to be much further up the order.
Yes, and I think Barcelos is just in this phase where he's just trying to get to the end and trying not to give himself any more penalties that might. Although crossing over the track like he did, I think he was quite just sort of looking for a gap to get back on. Hopefully, he won't get penalised again for that. But yeah, he's just being lapped by the LMP2 field now.
And he's trying to catch up to Joey Vrolik, who's right up there in front of him in the Pimps Hungary Racing.
He lost out to Vrolik in terms of position, or is Vrolik just ahead of him on the track?
Oh no, that's for position.
Ah, okay. Indeed it is. And with Barcelos, if he keeps being lapped, he's not going to get much of an opportunity.
No, yeah, that's not for position, although he is holding up that RSS Aston Martin. Ooh, he swung out. Yeah, I thought he was probably going to try and get into the pits.
Back into, yeah, but it did seem like there was damage on that car after hitting the wall. Meanwhile, interesting in the battle, again, that battle for second between Bagapov and Kolokshai. Bagapov 0.3 behind at the last split, and really close, and potentially looking to make a move, perhaps into the hairpin. So Kolokshai, once again, under real pressure here, and the fancy esports driver is going to have to pull out all the stops if he doesn't want to lose another spot on the podium to his rival. And of course, this could really play into Bagapov, the RSS Unison Racing driver's hands. As we cut to that battle now. And yeah, look, he's just really within striking distance in the stadium section. It's just a case of, I think Bagapov a little bit inconsistent in the race. Seems to have these really good stints where he gets into a rhythm and other bits where he is a little bit off the pace. But so far this phase of the race is going really well for him. And Kolokshai really struggling just to hold on at this point. And, both of them quite wisely choosing not to go too wide at turn one there.
Yeah, they've as aggressive as we've mentioned the RSS prototype being. It's they will give room, and they definitely race on the edge, but we haven't really seen too much in terms of just flat out wrecking of competitors. And I think Vagabov knows that he's got pace enough in hand that he should be able to close this deal within the next couple laps.
Indeed, but I think Kolokshai may have something to say about that. We'll have to see. And if that green and white car can hold him off.
Yeah, for
but
us.
Out in front, Ibrahim Khan pulling away a bit. It's a 6-second lead at the moment, perhaps more, as it fluctuates through the straights and corners. But
ooh, an IDOS car firing off the track in the background there. That's
deep in the gravel.
Patrick Magnuson.
Yeah, and another incident for Magnuson. He's certainly not Kevin Magnuson, that's for sure. But looking like he's going back to the pits, I think, or is that car okay?
I think he might have just outdone himself in the braking zone. It didn't look like the P2 got him. It was very close, but yeah, I think he might have just overrun the corner.
Ooh, is that Tranquille in 13th making a pit stop? Indeed it is. Dom Tranquille in the IDOS 517 LMP2 is pitting. And so I think that means that Sky Parler has got past him, or is he... He's got a big gap over Tom Dillon, I think, so it's a little bit hard to tell. He's almost a lap on Tom Dillon, so he's a bit out of sequence with the other LMP2 runners.
So that was a swap. Chris Hill out. Dom is in.
And here's to see if Tranquilla can improve the fortunes of the 517 IDOS car as we cut to David Carter right behind
Tom Dillon.
It's Tom Dillon, yes, of course. So David Carter has had a difficult race, missing a wheel earlier, has finally caught up to Tom Dillon, who's been, it was... Whoa! Now you see him, now you don't.
Well, that's one way to make the pass.
Well, it's not so much the pass as Tom Dillon. He's been in and out of the pits. He's going off track now too, wisely avoiding the curbs. So Tom Dillon in all sorts of connection issues have been there, but just about holding on, staying in the race, but he loses 14th place to David Carter. So a little bit, something a little bit to smile about for NDR. Now, as we see Danny Robbins in 4th in the Force Paloma car spinning off, so that is going to really play into the hands of Kieran Sharp and allow him to pull away, because he was right behind Kieran Sharp before then, but he still emerged back in 4th place, I think, if I check the time screens. Yeah, Danny Robbins still in 4th. So here we go. Is that him right behind Sharp, or is that a lapped GD3 car?
Yeah, that's 2nd and 3rd right there.
Okay.
Oh,
he gets on the curb and loses the rear. Oh, does very well to avoid him there. That must have been. Was that Sharp going around him? Or yeah, because he still had Cutis. It's a little bit confusing with the GD3 order, but yeah, that doesn't affect, of course. That doesn't affect Rikus, who's still out in front by about 24 seconds over Luca Gray. And of course, Danny Robbins is now about 6 seconds behind Kieran Sharp in 3rd in GD3. And then Dakutis is about 10 seconds behind Robbins. So it's still quite spaced out, actually. So that's why I thought there was lapped cars there. But that was a very hairy moment for Robbins, at the very least.
speaking of Donat Proton going through turn 1, getting caught out, and now loses position to Nick Homewood.
So Proton has been dropping down the order, and so this alternate strategy looking a bit forlorn, because he's almost like a lap down on the lead, and having led earlier in the race.
Yeah, if Lichten is coming into that car next, he's probably looking on this race thinking, wow, this is just dissolving in a hurry.
Yeah, it's a real madness at BMW. And, as you see, Vagapov finding it going to be around the outside of the hairpin on Kolokshai. And so that was a really good move from Vagapov, actually, that we just seen the very end of. And Kolokshai didn't really have an answer there. We saw it being set up for several laps, and Vagapov just decided to go for it. So it seems like this black traffic has played into the hands of Vagapov. Look, there we go. Look how much Kolokshai got held up there. Vagapov really goes into the gravel there for good measure, and still comes out ahead. but yeah, Vagapov now is going to set after chasing Ibrahim Khan, who's built up a 7.8 second lead over him. I can't see Vagapov catching that up, especially if he takes 13 tricks of It's going to be a case of consolidating that lead over Kolokshai. And then, of course, is it going to be Christopher Kianik's turn to close up to Kolokshai? He's 9 seconds down at the moment, but that's a gap that could close over the next stint. There's a big gap behind Kianik to Tayan Lua, 35 seconds down. Meanwhile, Jack Mayer, who was leading earlier, is about 2 seconds behind Peter Schumann in 8th. So Jack Mayer really struggling to make up the ground that he lost earlier in this race from that basically an unlucky pit stop strategy. As you see yellow in sector 1. I wonder if someone has gone off on the curbs at turn 1. What do you think, Ross?
Oh, yeah, it's Luca Gray. And we also had Will Coates, apparently looked like he had been caught out just a moment ago as well. So we see some action here coming through the backside of the track. And
oh, another yellow in sector 1. That's the DDoS car that seems to be slow coming out, having probably done a half spin. It seems like they've got the hang of avoiding the wall now. They're sort of half spinning it.
yeah, now that was kind of interesting because the DDoS car was at Cutis, was coming around, and yeah, we'll see this here now. It looked like he was spinning a bit early. Okay, so he's not really near anybody else now. So maybe. Ooh, okay, yeah, no, he did get into that IDOS LMP2. I didn't even see that car.
Okay, so I'm not sure where I missed this, but Rikus has dropped down behind. He's dropped down to like 5th or 6th because it's Danny Robbins leading GD3 from Luca Gray, Michael Wozniak, Mikhail Wozniak, Lorenzo Di Cutis, and then Rikus is 12 seconds behind Di Cutis. So in 5th. So I'm not sure what happened there. I didn't see Rikus make a stop. So it seems like if I look at the lap time, yeah, 2:36. Or maybe that is a stop because he's just, yeah, lap 26 he did 2 minutes 42, and then his lap he's just done is a 1:39. So that indicates a pit stop or some kind of disaster. Otherwise for Rikus in the course lane.
These IDOS P2s just cannot get away from that VSRA DDoS car.
DDoS attack. That's the only explanation for why the LMP2 can't get away. Now he seems to have pulled it clear, out of curse range. And
oh no!
Oh, it was spun. It's another BRT. It's the number 12 car again, Leighton Barraro, who seems to be emulating his teammate in the mistakes quota, and is facing the wrong way, having to basically get himself back around at the last corner. So a lot of GT3 incidents very recently. It'd be interesting to find out what happened to Mantis Rikus, particularly Marcus Rikus. I think his name is Mantis actually, and the Force Polonia car. So here we go. Barrow, did he get punted by an LMP2 car? There we go. This is the. Oh, that's second and third coming through, isn't it? So the 88. Oh no, he spins on his own right in front of a Kolokshai.
So upsetting that that lead or that second and third place battle.
Well, I think he'd been holding them up a little bit, and so that just allowed Vagapov to pull clear a little bit at 1.8 seconds. Vagapov not really making an impression on Khan, and as we see Mikhail Raza, just having a moment on the exit of a corner.
Looks like that's, I think that's down near the hairpin. Should be able to get that here in just a second. That should be interesting. So he's on the inside of the RSS Aston Martin.
Here we go. So did the RSS and the McLaren Random Racing come together here in their little battle for? Is this the battle for 14th or is the RSS
No. He's yeah, they're.
Oh, they both made contact. The RSS just wasn't quite clear of the front wheel of the McLaren Random Racing number 13. So an unlucky number there, but
very similar.
Raza,
Go ahead.
yeah, Raza I thought doing quite sensible to wait for the other cars to come through there. He seemed to just dust himself off and then keep going. But yeah, that wasn't a good moment for the RSS. The RSS. God, really bad. But Unison Racing. Sorry, weird names just go out of my head. Names that begin with U always seem to go out of my head, like United or Unison or Unilateral. So yeah, the battle for GT3 has really come alive since Rikus' mistake, because Gray is now. I think Gray's just got past Robbins, because Robbins is half a second down on Gray, and then Wozniak is 4 seconds down in third. So that little GT3 battle, Force Polonia were looking quite comfy, and now they've had to really rely on their second car, Robbins, to basically do a bit of a recovery drive here and bring home the bacon. So it's going to be, he is really all over the back of Gray at the moment. This could go either way. So the number 61 car, again, in a situation where it really has to pull out all the stops. Gray has been really consistent in this race, has sort of taken advantage of mistakes that others have made, as we see a car in the pits there. But Luca Gray really having to defend hard into the hairpin, and they've got an LMP2 car coming out to lap. Both of them Oh, who was that who spun in the background?
was
On the
Mayer.
8 yard. Oh, yeah, Mayer having a bit of a mare of a race. It's a nightmare. But here we go. Luke Gray. Oh, that's a bit aggressive lapping from the LMP2 car there, the IDOS, sorry. ISO.
Sorry, it's David Carter who wiped out in the back there.
Carter, sorry.
Also having a rough race.
Yeah, well, Mayer is actually still running in top 8, right behind Schumann, so not having a complete mare. I just want to keep that kind of. Luke Gray goes a bit wide into Sachs curve, and that lets Robbins really close up once again. So this could be a really good battle here between these two teams.
On board with Robbins. Barreo did get a penalty. I can't recall if you were commenting on that or not, but
sorry, yes, he must have put that spin in while holding up the Vagabond Kalotcho battle.
so
there's the A car getting past.
that was tricky.
Oh, almost an opportunity there for Danny Robbins, and he's just driving a really brilliant slow burn of a race, which is what you have to do over a 6-hour stint, several 6-hour stints. Stints over the 6 hours, sorry. And we're coming to the end of the second hour very shortly, and it is looking like the battle for GD3 is just wide open here at the moment. Wozniak closing in on both of them as they battle.
There's a mare.
Yeah, oh dear. Yes. Another mistake to Jack at the same place he made. He lost the lead earlier in the race. And that's really not going to help him in his quest to get past Schumann, as that Zakharov having a third pit stop here, dropping down to 8th at the moment.
Yes.
Molnar pit open 6th has spun, so that's going to help Mayer a little bit, as he's not that far down the road. Petar has lost out to Schumann, and he's going to lose out to Mayer. There goes Mayer. So there we go. Petar losing 2 places, and Mayer coming back in the place he was before he spun. So well, Mayer's gained a place out of that actually. So spinning, maybe he needs to spin more often.
Yes. I believe they call that failing up.
Find a way to fail upwards, just like all of our best politicians. Anyway, not to name names, but Robin 2 tenths behind Gray and really pushing him hard as Wozniak cuts the gap to 2 seconds down in GD3. It is becoming a 3-horse race at the moment. And who knows, Rukas could get back in on this lane. Oh, big crash, a big spin for the random McLaren racing car.
He's having some trouble getting back onto the track there.
That's the number 13 again at the similar place at the incident before, where the car lapping it just wasn't quite clear and hit the front. It'll be interesting to see what this stint is, but that GD3 battle is getting extremely exciting, with Luca Gray still holding off Danny Robbins and Mikhail Wozniak, as we see in 63 Random Racing McLaren.
That same spot as... Yeah, he just didn't give him any room.
Whoa, that was a bit dirty there. And I think McLaren not quite as the first incident where it spun there, and there's probably damage to that car too. I mean, at least to the wing mirror, it looks a bit out of shape, but not least the front. Oh, there it is in the pit lanes. Crashed again, trying to get into the pit lane. So really, random McLaren Racing having random incidents at the moment. But yeah, Connor Robbins, A-class leaders, as it says in the graphics. So has Robbins got past Gray? Luca Gray. Or is he pitted? Wozniak has passed them as well. We've missed a really good moment in their battle there. So I think Luca Gray must have made a mistake somewhere. Is that Luca Gray coming into the pits now? Actually,
it is.
Indeed. So perhaps Luca Gray's tyres wearing out and he's lost the 2 places. So this is the time to pit as we approach hour 2. The 2-hour mark, rather. We're already in hour 2. So I'm not used to covering endurance races. Anyway, we're about to see a replay of that GD3 battle, I believe, for the lead between those 3 cars. Wozniak really a dark horse here, and he's pit as well. So this allows Rikus. Oh, so Robbins hit the back of Luca Gray going into the stadium section. that's going to be a bit contentious, isn't it? And look at it, really hurriedly trying to get back on track as well. And he's thinking, right, I'm pitting now.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting thing, though. I mean, it almost looked like he, like they were just maybe didn't make contact, but because of just they were so close. Uh-oh, this could be a code 80. That is some serious crabbing.
We come to code 80.
And yep,
10 seconds.
There's a race director calling it out.
That is steering that has been bent
3,
in a very bad
2,
way for the
1.
217.
Code 80.
Each
Code 80.
cars seem to be magnetised towards each other at the moment. They can't seem to. In this stint of the race, particularly, they seem to just be constantly bumping into one another, pushing each other off track. And it could just be. It's always marginal incidents. I don't think it's people deliberately driving dirty, but it's people who think they're clear when they're not quite clear, and they're tagging each other off into the barriers. But it is making some crazy excitement for us as viewers, of course.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of that before with the at Road Atlanta, where the where you have obviously all the various S's on. I mean, that makes up most of the track, and it was always very difficult with overlap there, and was not expecting to see quite as much of that here. But I guess it's happening in the spots that you would expect to see it, like Parabolica a couple times. And then through some of those, some of the S's through some of the back part of the course where it gets a little bit quicker, like you were saying.
So we go into another sort of pit stop phase for the LMP2 cars. Kalanick, Kolokshai are pitting. And has Kalanick jumped Kolokshai here? Kalanick still with the fastest lap set very early on in the race. I believe he has. He's dumped his teammate. Kalanick and Kolokshai teammates at Fancy Esports. Zolta's pit. Kuenitz has pit as well, and in GD3, Danny Robbins and Dakutis have taken the opportunity to pit, as has Rikas, who's just reached the pit lane too. So this is gonna just interested to see how this is gonna filter out. I am thinking of taking a break at this one because I've been commentating for 2 hours straight there. But just a brief break at least, just to drink something. But, as you see, oh, look at that in the pit lane, very crowded. It's almost like, get out of the way, I want some fuel.
Yeah. Oh, and that was, who was that? That was the Madness, wasn't it?
It's the Hungary car.
Yeah.
So
he must. I guess they're sharing the same stall.
So how has this filtered out then? So Mantis Rikas retakes the lead, bizarrely, despite having that error early on. Well, possibly he's running a crazy pit stop strategy, but Danny Robbins, it's a 1-2 for Apistino Force Polonia. Force Polonia. So Mentis Rikas leading from Danny Robbins, 2.7. Then we have Liam Rance in the DDoS racing car, has got up. And then we have Will Coates in the BMW Madness car in 4th. Nick Homewood in 5th in the GD3 Copic. Shay Hatch in the IDOS car, and Will Coates I think is still in the pit lane. So Homewood is pitting too. So this would be interesting to see. I think Souza has pit quite early in the
5.
So there we go. So Shay Hatch
3,
is
2, 1. Green.
Still filling out. This is a bad time to read out either. But it's Rikas Robbins. It's still Ampacino Force Polonia 1-2. DDoS Racing as Liam Lance is in 3rd. Shay Hatch in the IDOS car. So we're seeing driver changes here as well. So Donat Prodan in the BMW Madness car is now in, I think, 5th or 6th. Yeah, 5th, with Harry Smith in 6th in the other BMW Madness car. So we're really seeing a shake-up of the order in GD3.
Yeah, it's we're obviously back to racing.
And for that matter, in LMP2, because Ibrahim Khan has pit and given the lead, 25-second lead now to Vagapov, Peter Vagapov.
Yeah,
so I think that's just Khan making his pit stop. So it'll be interesting to see again Vagapov trying to go along the stint here. So Khan at least about 5 seconds ahead of Kolokshai. So there we go. The race resettling after those pit stops. Let's go through. Do you want to go through the order, Ross? Because I seem to keep reading it in LMP2, just so we know, because that's the big change, isn't it?
Yeah, so just looking over at them, before we do, it looks like we've got something happening, and it's that Brazilian team, the number 12, Lerton Barreiro. who's back around again.
They seem to have a bizarre interest in looking at what the circuit looks like from the other way around. Which is probably not the best. It was a slightly damning indictment by myself of the Brazilian racing team, number 12 car and its drivers, but I'm sure they're trying their best. They're not quite at the very back yet, but while they've only got the IDOS 217 of Magnussen behind them, lap down behind them. But yeah, it's not been a wonderful afternoon for Leighton Barraro or his teammate. What is his teammate's name? Souza, wasn't it? Oh no, not Souza. That's the car that's actually doing quite well. Barcelos, that's it. Who I was thinking.
Yeah, catching that penalty earlier from a bit
both drivers copying penalties, I believe, as well.
Stewart's staying right on top of it, but yeah, we try and go and do one thing, and then drivers make things exciting. So, top of the order, we've got Peter Vagapov, who is currently leading by quite a bit, as Khan is still in the pits. Sorry, no, never mind. That's just a timing thing where it hasn't caught up yet, but it should complete that by next lap around. I think we're seeing the same thing with Koloshkai, because they're definitely not in there for 4 minutes plus. So bit of a timing thing. See if we can get that reset. Thank you, Studio 397, for some of the wonderful things that are going on there. And actually, the other BMW for the Brazilian racing team having a bit of a moment. We're looking at that. So, Koloshkai down in 3rd place. And as we were talking about Vagapov in 1st with RSS, there's the sister car dead on the side of the road. And no idea what's going on there. It seems to be off in a place that's not too big of an issue, so maybe overheating or something. Was that Molnar Peter going around at the hairpin? And that P2 in the background there. That was we've seen some of that happening where drivers will either be too hard on the brakes or punch the gas just a little bit early, or other traffic getting in the way. Gene Lauer, who's now about 30 seconds back from Yannick, obviously now just coming through the hairpin, so a big gap there. Not too far behind is Peter Schoenemann. Then we have Jack Maynor with MDR, who's been fighting after losing that pole position. Just trying to keep in the top 10 right now and hopefully just make up some positions through the long run. Riley McKibben in the first IDOS car on the P2 order, down there in 8th place, a little ways back. Looking at some notes here, looks like Harry Smith had a bit of an off. Speaking of offs, that might have been Danny Robbins there. So Bentz is right behind Peter there with Fancy Esports, and this could be a move for 9th place. Pakotai currently in 10th. Can he cut up the inside, pull a block with the BMW? No. That could have worked out if he was just a little bit further up. Could have really pulled the pick on him. But as it is, this battle is starting to heat up a little bit. Molnar Peter running into some issues earlier on, trying to keep things gathered together. Keep an eye on that gap. Further back, Milotai, Martin Milotai with the other Fancy Esports entry, still a ways away, and another decent gap behind him. 2 laps with Kevin Unarts, who's filling in on the Scuderia Adriatica. Don't recall seeing Kevin running in that car previously, so it might be a new name in the grid. Oh no, and we've got an issue. Ibrahim Khan was running off. Khan in 4th place. And he's actually, yeah, he's lost that position. He was in 3rd. And Souza around again, same spot, turn 1, so he's trying to get it fired back up again. See the tires moving a bit. Danny Robbins getting the penalty.
Not a good day for the Brazilian racing team.
No. No, and it's a real shame.
Danny Robbins, he was a front runner in the GD3 class. And indeed was right behind Danny Robbins, right behind his teammate Rikus. So Robbins has been, that penalty is going to really wreck that 1-2 that fought for Force Polania that was looking so good just a few moments
Caution,
ago.
stopped car on the inside of the exit of turn 1
in the
in
DDoS
the
racing
pit
car to
exit.
second. So DDoS Racing have really come out and oh, look at this! Into the advertising hoarding. Oh,
Okay, we come code 80.
Scuderia Adriatica.
5,
Really
4,
missing that front wing.
3, 2,
Yeah.
Rear
1.
wing, sorry.
Code 80 enforced.
Code 80 is now going live.
Yeah, so another Code 80 period. Looks like it came back at a good time. But
I don't think Kevin
real
heard.
the real loser, as you say there, from that period was Khan, who dropped behind, dropped from the lead down to 4th. And so this puts Vagapov into the lead, I think, on merit for the first time, because he's got ahead of Kolokshai, and he's sort of inherited it from Khan's mistake there. But yeah, this is especially the GD3. It seems like a question of how are Force Polania going to manage his penalty for Danny Robbins? What was the penalty for, by the way?
That's a good question, because I don't recall seeing exactly what happened with...
It's something to do with the pit stops, maybe. Because he seemed to jump up the order a little bit, because he was right behind Luca Gray. And Gray had a really caught out in the... not just from being punted around at the back, but because of the, as we see, Donat Krodan pits again. So it looks like his alternate strategy is not going to work out too well, though maybe he's trying to take advantage of the full course yellow period. But Luca Gray dropped from leading just before that pit stop to being put in the gravel, going down to 3rd, and now he is 6th, isn't he? So, and we're looking at a replay now on stream, or I might be a bit behind. Because my connection, I think I'm just watching a replay now of the Scuderia Oceana crash.
Yeah.
Is that the name of the team? Have I got it right? Scuderia Oceana?
Adriatica, I believe.
Adriatica, not Oceana. That's an embarrassing error.
Yeah, I think that might have been their teammate.
Teammate in GD3 bumped the back of them.
Yeah.
Back at turn 1, yes.
Or no, I'm sorry, that was Team GRG Esports. So that's that was the Vrack, Schneider, Martin, LaCour.
Yeah, but the Kevin Hunets, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, is still going around without missing the rear wing. So it seems like Code 80 would be an ideal opportunity to pit and put a new rear wing on. But Scuderia Oceana like, no, we need to get to the end of this stint somehow. Like, how is he going to do that if every time he turns into the corner there's like no rear downforce? Maybe there's less drag on the straights. Maybe there's less drag. It's the new strategy, because they weren't doing particularly well beforehand, so they thought, well, never mind, let's just go for it. See, we'll just carry on because we don't want to pit and lose more places. Anyway, here we go. He's having to be very careful through that. Well, actually, because it's at low speed, he doesn't have to be that careful. But he's going to have to be quite careful. His Carter, I think, hits in 14th in the other ADR as the leader picks.
The 12th placed Scuderia Adriatica LMP2, please come into the pit
over.
lane
Yes,
this
it is.
time
Denny,
by. You have no
Denny
rear
Eshenko.
wing.
Denny Eshenko, takes over in the RSS Unison racing car in the lead, and he's got because it's a 20-second gap to Kolokshai. Sorry, I keep mispronouncing Kolokshai's name. So I think this should be a really inspired call from RSS Unison to emerge back in the lead.
And race director calling the Adriatic.
David Kaloshai. Then we have Christopher Kianik in third, Ibrahim Khan in fourth, having lost the lead earlier with that very unfortunate error. Tane Lua in fifth, Peter Schoenman in sixth, Jack Mayor in seventh, Calvin Reinhardt in eighth, Molnar Pitar in ninth, and Pankatai Benz in 10th. So it's the top 10 rounded out by the two fancy esports, all the three fancy esports
drivers,
cars.
we will come back to green flag racing in 10 seconds.
Positions at least, with Petar, Benz, and Meloti
5,
through
4,
9th, 10th, 11th.
3, 2,
Then
1. Green.
Danny Robbins, I still don't think has served that penalty because he's still right behind Rukas. So they're waiting for the right. They can't serve it under the code 80, of course. But so it's Rukas, Robbins in the Force Polonia cars. Then it's Liam Rance, Shay Hatch, John Bennett, Luca Gray, Harry Smith, Chris Weston, Nick Homewood, David Martin, and I think Ferran Christian Kabai in 10th. Or was that 11th in the GD3 order? But anyway, I think maybe they're still watching on my screen Sean Ertz in the pits. I'm just trying to check how far behind I am during this period. But,
yeah, we just moved to David Martin, who came in. That was actually the driver that had made contact with him. And Souza is now out, and McKibben is into the wall.
ooh, yeah, they're dropping a bit, these GD3 cars. So that's Sanfrey out, Spirichev out, Christian McKenzie a long way down, still running apparently, but yeah. Yeah, it's really looking like the attrition rate in GD3 is starting to go up. Perhaps some of the less experienced drivers coming to blows, or they're just getting into unfortunate accidents.
Oh no, IDOS! Oh, so Calvin Reinhardt having to throw anchors. Just a miss.
That's a good save actually from Reinhardt in the 3-7. But he's still just holding up in the top 10. But those, like I said, he's really not going to have a good. He's still ahead of Milotai, but I think he's lost 2 positions to Petar and Bentz in Fancy Esports. So yeah, Fancy Esports in there. They've put a lot of cards in their deck, so to speak, in terms of entries. But they're all they've got 2 in the top 3 at the moment, and they're really starting to come on song in these latter stages of the race. As we see Harry Smith in the BMW Madness car holding off, is that his teammate?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so here comes Weston down the inside, but it's going to be the outside for the hairpin.
Be aware, slow car coming into the hairpin.
Right around the outside. There's some good teamwork from BMW Madness actually to get into to swap their 6th and 7th places there. And now Weston has got like a almost 30-second gap there to Bennett in 5th though, so it's going to be quite some work to close that one up from Bennett in the BMW Solo Sport Racing number 14 car.
Slow car into the Mercedes grandstand.
Has Danny Robbins served that penalty yet? Has he? He's dropped down behind Liam Rance.
So, race director calling a slow car. I think that might be Luca Gray. He's saying into Mercedes before he's through Sachs and now coming through the last section. That's currently in 9th place.
Yeah, he's just been overtaken by Homewood. So this is really not playing out for Luca Gray, looking good in the lead just before that code 80 full course yellow period, is now being incurring the wrath of the race directors and also losing positions hand over fist. It looks like losing time at least, because he's just been lapped again, I think, by Rikus. And Robbins, it seems like Robbins has at least said his drive-through Gray comes into the pit to serve, I assume, his own punishment for being too slow with lapping, getting in the way of LMP2 cars. But yeah, so the real gain out of this in GD3 is Liam Rance in the McLaren DDoS racing car. DDoS didn't seem to be anywhere in the early stages, but through these, they seem to have made the right calls in all of these full course yellow periods in order just to get him up the grid. He doesn't necessarily make that many. Ooh,
Just as your commentator's curse as you're talking about.
Oh, what a great job Liam Rance has done, and now he's got himself mixed up with one of the LMP2 cars. Who was that?
I think that was Ibrahim Khan.
Oh no, this has really gone from a great race to a really unfortunate race for Ibrahim Khan. I wonder what happened to him earlier that saw him lose the lead, but at least Ibrahim Khan, I think, has got going again in 4th place. Yeah, there's a big gap to 6-second gap at the moment to Tayan Lua. As we just wait for the replay on stream. But that was a very scary moment, and second place in GD3 tripped over 4th place in LMP2. So here we go. Oh no, he just went a bit wide and tagged the back of him. That was all very clumsy from Liam Rance in the DDoS car. Definitely a definition of a DDoS attack. And look, into the wall goes Ibrahim Khan in the IDOS. So that could be damage for Ibrahim Khan as well.
Yeah, I have to believe it. Just seeing the car.
Lua has got past as well. It looks like Ibrahim Khan, I think, is pitting now to repair the damage. This could drop him behind Jack Mayer. Jack Mayer, who's gained a few places out of all of these crazy incidents. A while ago, he was stuck in 9th, now he's up to 6th. So, yeah, but really, do you think maybe this is the point where drivers who have been up for a long time are starting to fatigue a bit? We're seeing a couple of changeovers happen as well. But yeah, it seems like a lot of little lapses in concentration is causing big incidents like that, especially with these, as we said throughout the whole race, it seems to be dominated by these two classes tripping over each other.
Yeah, I think that's it exactly, is that drivers are really starting to get into the swing of things, and particularly with the P2s, it's sort of the same old rant of, you know, stay out of my way, I'm faster, I've got a race to run, and they're coming up on slower traffic, but you know, they need to keep their heads and just kind of focus, as we see Penko type Benz coming up through BMW there. But that issue with Rance, that was kind of odd, because he moved off the racing line in front of those advancing P2s, which kind of put a little scatter shot into the group. And
that penalty for Liam Rance, as you say this. So they were just doing so well, and that came from nowhere, and now Liam Rance has blown it, and in fact handed second place back to Danny Robbins, despite Danny Robbins' penalty. I don't think, Liam Rance does not have a good 4th point. He's only about 5-second gap to Danny Robbins, so he's going to have to sacrifice the place, and possibly, I think he might get out ahead of Che Hatch. So there's big gaps down in GD3 now, actually, developing because of that. But yeah, LMP2, everyone, the only people on the lead lap are, I think Jack Mayer is the last one on the lead lap down 6th in LMP2, so 7th downwards have all been lapped. So that really shows the pace of the guys up front.
Ibrahim Khan is now out of the pits after getting that damage repaired, and he's smoking the engine, so I don't know if it was overheating while he was in the stop, but that's not a good sign.
No, because you can get engine blow-ups, I think, in this game if you're not careful.
Oh yeah.
Still smoking a bit. It seems to have stopped now, so Khan seems to have lowered the revs a bit and got things under control in terms of the temperature. But
Harry Smith going around at turn 1 again, or at least going wide and hitting the bumps.
Yeah, I keep seeing because Smith and Weston teammates at BMW Madness, and we saw them swap earlier. I keep seeing Smith and Weston. I keep thinking of Smith and Weston, which is like a gun.
Yep.
But yeah, it seems like a good pairing. They seem to be working together to actually, all the craziness happening in GD3 lately, they seem to be salvaging some decent points at the moment in 6th and 7th. not quite doing. I think Western, since overtaking Smith, has not really closed in very much on Sam Bennett. John Bennett, sorry, not Sam Bennett. I don't know where Sam Bennett came from. But,
Must be a
there's no
different
Sam.
driver.
Yeah. Confusing all these names. I can remember like 2 sets of drivers. So really, it all seems to as we're approaching the halfway mark very soon, aren't we? In about half an hour. So
Yeah, we're.
So is there anyone else that you are expecting big things from? Eschenko, since being swapped into the lead car, seems to be doing a very good job to maintain the gap to Colucci. Although Colucci, has actually closed the gap, as I said that. If it was like 18 seconds before, it's now 10 seconds. So Eschenko really struggling to maintain the gap that his teammate built for him. So I think that could be quite interesting. Like I said, with second drivers may not necessarily be as strong as other teams' first drivers, and other teams try and keep the first driver out as long as possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I mean both drivers in that car have proven that they can really make the most out of the setups they come up with. Peter Vagapov, Denis Eschenko, they're very good drivers. We've seen them be very aggressive to be able to get positions, not only attacking the track, but getting around other cars, whether it be in their own class or not. Ooh, as one of the Pimps Hungary cars has lost a wing in turn 1.
Oh dear.
That will likely be a code 80.
Yes, and
Joey Vrolik.
in fact, Colucci, the gap between the Eschenko and Colucci has sort of been fluctuating a bit between sort of 14, 15 seconds and 10 seconds. So with this code 80, of course, that could be happening. Yellow and 6-1 still for that. Rozaza also goes off in the random racing number 13. He's had some adventures today, hasn't he?
Yeah, we saw him in the background just flying off track as he was way too fast into the corner.
Oh, is it Jack Miller having a go at Peter Schumann, finally caught up to him.
Mm-hmm.
So the ADR is looking like he's going to have a go at the Fring Avon racing car. And I think he's through for 5th place. That's a good start by Jack Miller. He's had a really disappointing early phase of the race, and now he's finally got through. There we go, just ahead. But it doesn't look like Peter is done with him yet. Jack is going to have to defend the inside here. Otherwise, Peter's going to dive at the inside. Oh, they dive into the GT33 car there. And Peter's got another good run coming out of turn 1. Is he going to dive at the inside at turn 2? No, not quite close enough. So I think Jack may have just done enough to keep that ADR car in 5th place.
Oh, he's coming back.
Okay, drivers on to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah, Joey was running
5,
very slow.
4, 3.
Oh,
2,
what was that? I think that
1.
was
Code 80.
Yeah, that's
code
Peter
80.
making a move on Jack into hairpin. There we go. So he didn't quite have it covered, and that was a very brave stuff by Peter Schumann to make such a late move there, because they were lapping with the IDO.
Yeah, IDOS.
IDOS. Oh, someone spins off there, and Jack Miller slows down. Yellow in sector 2, so he can't overtake Peter Schumann, or can't repass him rather. As all 3rd place pits, and we go into code 80. So good point for Christopher Kianek to pit actually. And could this give him the jump actually on David Colucci and Denis Sachenko? And we see Molnar Peter, Hankatai Bentz, and Ibrahim Khan all pitting in as well during this code 80. So that seems like a very opportunist move by all 3 of them. And Jack Miller now. Frustrating thing for Jack Miller is going to have to wait till this code 80 ends before he can have another go at Peter Schumann. He's right on the back of him. There's a way through, only if there wasn't that blasted full course yellow getting in his way. And Peter Schumann, to his credit, doing a very good job to defend position, I think. Because it's very hard once you see someone like Jack Miller, who was on pole, don't forget, pass you like that. It's very hard to sort of pick yourself up and dive back down the inside of him. as we see a driver change. Benjamin Ross takes over the number 66 Oreca Fancy Esports car and rejoins in third, ahead of Peter Schönman. Were there any other driver changes? I think yeah, it's a bit hard to keep track because I can't remember who's teammate to who. But I think Tranquerel's making one of his second or third stops. Lua is still in the pits, and that has let Schönman and Mayer through. So Schönman and Mayer could potentially be fighting for the podium here.
Yeah.
So Williams takes over the Aidan Williams takes over the Oreca 360 number 36. He's back in 6th place, so he's going to be trying to push to catch up to Jack Mailer and Peter Schönman after this code 80 ends.
And a bit of a conversation here with that IDOS P2 that you see right next to Mayer as to where he should be. I mean, he should probably just back off and get in the line there. There's really no reason for him.
I would say well out of the way here. I think these two, because these two are going to go at it like battle royale, and you don't want to be in the middle of that carnage. So bizarrely, despite his penalty, I think Liam Rance has somehow got back ahead. It's still ahead of Danny Robbins now, although Danny Robbins is right behind him. So I guess with that penalty, he lost time, but has still managed to keep position in 2nd place in the DDoS racing car.
Yeah, that's fairly bizarre. I mean, I'm guessing it's just something to do with the way that the pit cycling has been with this code 80.
Okay, drivers.
As we're about to
in
go.
10 seconds.
Race director calling 10-second mark. To go
5, 4,
And go and
3,
Schönman
2,
and Mayer
1. Green flag,
each other
green
who will
flag.
do it first. And here the GD3 cars finally make it to the pit lane. Some of them start making stops lower down the order. Kolochai pits as well, actually from 2nd place. So this could hand third to. Could this hand third to? Yes, it could. So this could put Peter Schönman on the podium potentially. Especially as the code 80 is ending. Very odd timing from Kolochai. I would have thought he would have come in a bit earlier. But perhaps he's trying to eke out the fuel a bit longer so his strategy will work.
Yeah, it can get very tricky. I mean, if you want to try and get the entire transit of pit road in under that code 80 to maximize that time profit, but even just getting a little bit, just the approach to pit road or into your stall, anything you can get will help. It's just
it looks like Jack Mayer is lining up Schönman as Jack Abb takes over the Norbert Jack Mayer. And of course, if these two fight, that's going to help Norbert Jack Abb and Aidan Williams catch up to them. They don't want to do it too much. In fact, Norbert Jack Abb is right with them, isn't he?
I think he's
about a second down.
You can see him coming into screen right there. Yeah, so that's the driver swap for that team.
Yeah, there he is in that yellow and green number 88.
Yeah, okay, so running up and down the order as this battle cools off just a touch, we'll try and get this quickly for at least the LMP2s, because these guys are still right on top of each other and they're coming right into traffic, so we might stick with this just a little bit longer to see if anything shakes out, because this is getting really close.
Yeah, I think Jack Mayer is going to try another attempt here because he's still right behind. Not quite into the hairpin.
Big slide by the watermelon car in the back.
Ooh. Is that what we're calling it? Not
Jack
the fence.
Yeah, yeah. Always have the most entertaining liveries.
Yes, this is actually really playing back into the hands of MDR, fighting for the podium again.
Mm.
In the hands of Jack Mayor. And Jack Mayor has been going for such a long time as well. So this is really great endurance from him. And we see GT with the random McLaren losing it in the background, and I think Jack Abb emerges right in front of Williams there. Or is Williams a bit further back? Jack Abb had to sort of take evasive action there. And that's certainly going to help Aiden Williams close a bit. I think he's about 16 seconds down, but Jack Mayer really looking intently at the back of Peter Schoenman, and Jack Mayer even going wide at turn 1 now. I don't want to twist that too much, Jack.
We've got a yellow in turn 1, and it looks like there's Luca Gray and one of the IDOS LMP2s is off track after
this race has turned into an absolute disaster for Luca Gray, especially
code
after he
80,
was doing so
10
well
seconds.
earlier, and now he's running in third last position.
5, 4, 3,
going code
2,
80.
1. Code 80, code 80.
So this is, we'll see this here on the replay in just a moment what happens, but Luca Gray got caught up in that P2. So we've got Pimps Hungary right in front, and yep, just a tuck in, and that IDOS team hard into the outside wall.
That's not the first time that's happened to Luca Gray today either. Yeah, so, well, they're not proven now, it was a GD3 car for position before, and this time almost doing it worse in a way because the LMP2 car was responsible when it's in a completely different race. But yes, frustrating for Luca Gray. I hope he is able to continue, but we'll have to see, given that he's so far down. He can maybe, 13th place, he can maybe still salvage something out of this race, but you look at that gap to the leader, 473 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a bit desperate. So we're approaching half distance, so I think for anyone who's just tuning in, we should explain what the hell's going on. So this is round 5 of the EERC Endurance Championship from Hockenheim. I'm Ed Hunter, and this is Ross Smith, commentating with me. So Jack Mill was on pole in LMP2, and who was on? It was the weird name.
Guy with the weird name. I love it.
Yes. Sorry.
Was it Koloksai or Yakov or?
It was James.
Oh, James Juba for the GT3s.
Juba was on pole in GT3, yeah. So we had Jack Mill on pole for LMP2, Juba on pole in GT3 rather, and so Mill made a mistake and lost the lead basically to the what car am I thinking of? The fancy esports car.
Okay, drivers, we come back to green in 10 seconds.
And then they in turn lost it.
5,
by Norbert
4,
Jacob
3, 2,
and David
1.
Koloksai.
Green.
Then they in turn lost it to the Oreka RSS Unison racing car eventually, driven by Deniachenko and Peter Vagapov, that is currently leading the championship. And so the order at the moment is Ishenko, Roz, Peter Schoenman in third, Jack Mayer fourth, Norbert Jacob fifth, Aiden Williams sixth, Calvin Reinhardt seventh, Vrakoni Zoltan and the number 5 fancy esports car in eighth, Adam Surege in the AAA fancy esports car in ninth, and Pekatai Bentz in number 43 fancy esports car in 10th. And that's the top 10 in LMP2 at the moment as it stands, with Jack Mill right behind Peter Schumann in that battle for third, and of course Norbert Jakob not far behind either, and all of them putting pressure on each other in that last spot on the podium. And then meanwhile, a bit further down in the GD3 class, it really looked like early on it was the Force Polonia car not the Danny Robbins car, it was the other one, wasn't it? It was the Mantis Rucus and James Juba car was just pulling away up front. They made a mistake at one point, which let others take advantage. There's all sorts of incidents, accidents, but they've managed to re-emerge back in the lead, just ahead of Liam Rance in the GD3 McLaren DDoS racing car. Danny Robbins is third in class in the other BMW Force Polonia car. Was running 1-2 earlier, had to take a penalty and emerged behind Liam Rance. Both Liam Rance and Danny Robbins taking penalties and are doing quite well. I think Liam Rance is about 6 or 7 seconds behind Mantis Rucus at the moment in that battle for the lead. Then you got Che Hatch in 4th, John Bennett in 5th, Chris Weston in 6th, Harry Smith in 7th, both from the BMW Madness cars, Nick Holmwood in 8th, Ferenc Christian Kabay in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, it's David Martin in the Team GRG Esports, McLaren GD3. So, yeah, and we've had a couple of about a handful of retirements. We lost Kevin Ritter early in the race. We lost Daniel Krasny. We lost Chris Tompkins, Leighton Barraro, Alexei Spirichev in the Aston Martin, and most recently Escafil Sanfrey in the other Brazilian race. So both Brazilian racing team cars are out. And that is basically you up to speed with everything that's happened so far. And Jack Muir's still struggling to get past Peter Schumann, and Norbert Checker still struggling behind him. So that is the closest battle on track at the moment, in my from what I can tell. Although Danny Robbins still, Liam Rance actually having a battle with Danny Robbins. Danny Robbins has just passed Liam Rance for second.
Yeah, we were looking on there a little bit earlier. And it's not surprising. I mean, they had that penalty, so I mean, they'd already lost some ground on track.
Yes, and definitely feels like Force Polonia cars are both the quickest ones in GD3 at the moment. They're at least the most consistent ones. They've stayed out of trouble the most. But yeah, Liam Rance, fortunately with that collision with one of the LMP2 cars, put himself in a position where he was vulnerable to Danny Robbins, and that it is once again a Force Polonia 1-2 in GD3. With half the race left to go, so it could still, anything could still happen. DDoS Racing could still somehow snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. But it's going to take quite some doing. Oh, that's some good wheel action from Jack Muir there as he tries to fight with the oversteer with the turn 2. But that doesn't leave him vulnerable to Norbert Jakob and the fancy esports car behind him. They make their way through the GT3 field to lap them.
This is heavy traffic right through here.
Yeah, look just how much Peter Schumann's being held up here. This could give Jack Muir a decent go.
Oh.
Peter Schumann, as he just tries to avoid the Aston. Is that the Aston Martin there? Oh, and Muir is really all over the back of him like a cheap suit. And
someone's off track. Looks like one of the fancy esports.
Yeah, this is one of the fancy esports being lapped by the both of them. Oh, and Muir has to really take evasive action a little bit there, and then the other sister fancy esports car also gets through in the background there. But yeah, this is a really tense battle, and this could really rumble on and on between these three. You can look at Peter Schumann just weaving his way through all of this traffic, hoping that Jack Muir does not get a decent run on him. I'd have to say Peter Schumann has driven really well so far to get himself up into this position. But others have lost their head. Schumann has just about kept his up to this point, and Muir is really looking to challenge.
Yeah, definitely Schumann, one of his better performances that we've seen. Usually consistent, but this is him really pushing it.
And John Bennett in the BMW Solo Sport Racing number 14 car is coming to the pits in GD3. So this drops him behind the BMW Madness cars, I believe, of Chris Weston and Harry Smith. And meanwhile, in the battle for second, Liam Rance just about keeping in touch with Danny Robbins, about 1.5 seconds, 1.2. But yeah, Peter Schumann, if he can keep this up and hold off Jack Miller throughout the rest of the race, that would be quite some achievement, because Jack Miller, of course, we know cookies, he took pole position. And it of course also depends on the pit strategy, because it seems to me that MDR and Freenevond Racing are on a different strategy to Fancy Esports, because they're in the pits. See Liam Rance laning through one of the LMP2 cars.
Oh, we've got a caution, sector 3.
Yeah, indeed we do. I wonder what that is about. Oh, looks like Kevin Hoonarts in the Scuderia Adriatica, and call them Scuderia Oceana again. Was coasting around a little bit. Maybe he'd had a spin coming out in the last sector.
And he's actually lost a position to Dom Tranquille, who's just up the track a little bit there.
Yeah, so Ishenko has built up a big lead. RSS Unison Racing have played the pit stop strategy to perfection really so far. Unless of course they need to make a stop very soon. But he has a 36, yeah, nearly 40, over 40-second I think, gap over Benjamin Rose. And Peter Schumann is about 9 seconds behind Benjamin Rose and got bigger problems behind, quite honestly, to worry about at the moment. Or as we see Harry Smith in the BMW Madness car spinning on the exit turn 1, he's just gone too far over the curbs again. And that's a moment of madness in the BMW. But yeah, that's John Bennett back through, of course, into 6th place in class.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate turn of events for Madness, just because they've been holding on pretty well. They were up in 5th and 6th. And
let's not forget, they were leading the race with one of their cars earlier.
That's right, which is about where we'd expect him to be with Donat Prodon when he was in the other car, I believe. Or it could have been this one. They look so similar at this point.
Yeah, was he in 127 or 3?
And Aiden Williams just dropped out.
He had the 360 LMP2. Yeah, it was just facing the wrong way around the track, and he's gone back to the pit lane to try again, I think, as Jack Miller really negotiating the traffic quite well here. And now, twitching at the last corner. He is, as we see, Williams pits actually. Aiden Williams having to make another stop, so I wonder if something's gone wrong. That was what we saw just earlier, sorry.
I think he disconnected, actually.
Oh dear. So yeah, he's listed as a DNF now, so that means that Reinhardt, Zoltan, Sergei Close, Zvazi, Tranquil, and Huanertz are all going to move up place. And that's really unfortunate, because the 360 number 36 of Williams and Lua had just been trundling along quite nicely, staying out of trouble, and looked to score big points there, but alas, not to be. That's a rotten luck for them. Well, Jack Miller still stuck behind the back of Peter Schumann. He must be getting sick of the sight of that rear wing. I hope he doesn't just decide to ram into the back of him. And the problem is, every lap he gets stuck behind Schumann is going to leave him vulnerable to Jacab. So he's put Mayor in a rather unenviable position.
Oh no, big spin right in front.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Norbert Jacab plows right into the side of Mayor, but Mayor has really that seems to be his least favorite corner on the track because he's blown it again. And just after he was making up so much ground, and it really shows that Peter Schumann, all that defending was worth it now, wasn't it? Because now he's got a bit more breathing space to Jacab. But yeah, Mayor, as a Schumann actually pits now, and I imagine Mayor is probably thinking about doing the same thing. But yeah, just a really emblematic of a messy race for Jack Mayor. And really not what he wanted today. So let's see in the replay exactly
so
how
this
that
is...
transpired. Oh no, this is a separate incident with one of the
Luca Gray, I believe.
Gray in the walls again. Almost got punted out by the LMP2 car there.
So there's the mayor incident. Yeah, he just he got into Sachs. And oh yeah, he was twitchy. Yeah, can run down the order on it. It's been sort of a toss about in the front of the order with so it's who's up there in the top? Mantis Ricus now leading the way, and as we see a big wobble there. Yeah, 16-second gap back to Robbins. I'm a little concerned. That car has quite a bit of damage over the course of the race. It doesn't look like it's impeding them too much, but certainly not the dominating gap that James Juba was able to hold open at the beginning of the race. But we'll see if it comes down. Danny Robbins coming through the hairpin now, holding about 4 seconds or so ahead of Liam Rand. So you can see just back there in the background, and DDoS, who caught a penalty before, but still has managed to be able to work the pit strategy and the timing of the code 80s in such a way that they're holding on to that podium position not too far away, only 20 seconds off from the lead. So that's still... catching a little bit of a battle. Jumping out of order as we head back to 9th place with David Martin, who's going back and forth with Frederick Kabai, who gets right back by as they head into Sachs. And I think he's probably going to hold that because he looked a little bit more powerful. Ooh, almost clipped Schoeneman's nose. Almost does it again in the last corner. Close stuff, but I think the GRG team is going to probably fall back a little bit from there. They didn't have the same pace that Kabai was showing. And Aiden Williams DNF'd again. Tom chasing now in for Luca Gray, who was having some problems before after you saw him cut across the one IDOS LMP2. Yeah, so I thought Farinack was going to be able to run away with it, but obviously not the case, as he's going to... Oh! At the last minute, he kind of just chopped down there. He saw the charging Martin. So currently down there, and a penalty for Calvin Reinhardt. Oh. We're going to code 80. As we saw one of the IDOS cars, and then Harry Smith in the Madness Racing BMW, both getting caught out in turn 1 as separate incidents, but didn't look like either one was really suffering too badly after they recovered, but code 80 nonetheless. Tanguy Brackelier was also caught up in some stuff just a ways back. You see him in front of 3rd place of the DDoS car. Who's in there? Liam Rance. Liam's still in the car. I'm guessing that on the next pit cycle, which if they can get around right now, because we're at 3 hours, it would be ideal to get him in so that way Tunbridge can take over. Yeah. That was very unusual. He swept in from the right-hand side, killing all of the crew members and trying to... I don't know what he was trying to do. He ended up having to back up anyway. Oh, going back to green in 10 seconds. Mm-hmm. Oh, Mikao Raza is off again in turn 1. Uh-oh. Yep, yeah, another code 8 has just been announced. Oh, and he has not heard the code 80. Oh, there we go. Mikao Raza was just tearing off the corner there. Yeah, unrestrained until he plows into the back of those P2s up in front. Yeah, he's back again. That's yeah, Martin is right there. That battle has not gone anywhere at all. I mean, they are still right on top of each other after we kind of left them a little bit ago. Oh, going back to green in 10 seconds. All right, back to green. Yeah, the ADN McLaren.
In the black and white car behind them, oh, as Christian Goodbye tries to go around the outside and loses out, oh, and collides with a lapped car. And really goes into the barrier there, so that's a really bad restart for Christine Kabay. And yeah, so that's Martin through into ninth. Christine Kabay seems to have got it going again. I'm sure he's no doubt furious with whoever hit him.
Wow. So that's John Bennett getting a penalty.
Ooh, that's interesting. John Bennett in 5th ahead of Weston. Only about 9 seconds ahead of the Weston race, so that could really give BMW Madness the top 5 finish at this rate.
Apologize to those on the stream. Apparently, I had the sounds muted, so that has been corrected now.
Okay, so Martin has got by Christian Goodbye, and Bennett has got a penalty in 5th in GD3, so the action is all happening in GD3 right now. This is insane, looking at the timing screens. The only drivers on the lead lap are the top 3. Denis Sashenko, Benjamin Miros, and Norbert Jakob. And even then, Norbert Jakob is a minute down on the leader in 3rd. And we're getting into lap 116 at the moment for the leader. I believe I'm trying to look for anything interesting to focus on. The Zoltan right behind Eggert for 4th place in LMP2. I think Zoltan might be looking to make a move.
Yeah, he's right there.
So Eggert in the Dutch team of Bond Racing. He's trying to keep up that chance at a podium at Peter Eggman. Why am I calling Peter Eggman? Peter Schumann's trip.
You say Peter Eggman?
I don't know why.
Eggnog? What?
Yeah, I think after about 3 hours, your brain stops working properly, and you just say that you start thinking of other video games and it all mixed up. Yellow in sector 2, I'm noticing on the screen. I'm not sure who that is, but they seem to have cleared up. And we've got number plate.
Looked like it might have been Kabai. Oh, Liam Rance and Jacob Jakob were also involved, so it's interesting. They might have just been caught up in the hairpin section.
I think it'll be interesting to see if Zoltan can make it a fancy esports 2, 3, 4. Zoltan very close now, actually 0.3 behind. And this is the question of where is he going to make the move and what can Eggert do to defend. Liam Rance in 3rd. Do you reckon he has a chance? Oh, he goes over the cut, and then maybe not. But do you reckon he has a chance at Checkit's 2nd, or do you think that penalty earlier has sort of settled that battle, and Rance will just have to settle for 3rd?
Well, nothing's settled yet. I mean, we've seen plenty of these EERC battles going down right to the final laps, where drivers had multiple laps on cars behind them.
Sultan's made the move on Eggert for 4th. So Eggert was not able to keep him behind. Oh, but he's going to try and come back. So that looks like Zoltan has made the move up the inside at turn 2. Eggert is going to try and sneak around about the inside into the hairpin. Here we go. He's doing a good job so far. This Frina Bond racing car has proven itself to be very difficult to pass, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's not making it easy.
We see Zoltan still there. He's not completely gone yet. Eggert is really going to have to pull out all the stops and drive the widest LMP2 car you've ever seen in order to hold on to that 4th place. And this is a real opportunity for Zoltan. You can almost feel look at the way he's driving now, how eager he is to deprive the Dutch team of that 4th place.
Yeah, he wants to just wedge his nose up in there and just put him back behind. It looks like he's got enough pace to keep him back if he can just hold him on that initial pass. Although I say that and he's starting to fall back a little bit.
Yeah, so we've still got the same class leaders as we've had for a couple of hours now. Well, at least an hour, I guess. Just Ishenko and Rikus. But the leads aren't in they're not like a minute ahead of the next guy. They're only 38 and 36 seconds respectively ahead of although Rikus admittedly looks a lot cozier because the car behind him is his teammate. So there's a sense of that Checkits is not going to. Checkits might act more as a rear gunner in case Dean Brantz closes in. Whoa! Oh, that was a really bad mistake from Pascal Egert. And he spins onto the grass and gets himself in a real, he's really in a mess of that mistake. So under the pressure from Zoltan, he's just crumbled and made a mistake there and blown 4th place. So that's Barconi Zoltan up to 4th place and a Fancy Esports 2, 3, 4.
And we see Robert Dubai is also off just ahead of where...
Dubai is almost locking up in sympathy and going a bit too wide.
Saw teammate Tom going off a few times earlier in the race too, so that team's just been not having a great time in the first half of this race.
We see some teams doing extremely well, like Apostino Force Polonia, RSS Unison, Fancy Esports, and other teams like MDI, IDOS, the Random Racing Team, Pimps, Hungary, all struggling.
And Robert Dubai is just DNF'd, as we saw him tuck into the pits after that bit of an issue there in the grey 07.
That's the second LMP2 to go. Well, the other LMP2 of Aidan Williams got going again, and Aidan Williams has pulled that gap over Che Hatch and is currently trying to keep up with Liam Rance, Blake Checkits, and Mantis Rikus. I think Aidan Williams, even an LMP2 car, is probably going to struggle to keep up with Mantis Rikus. But yeah, Robert Dubai at the back of the he was at the back of the LMP2 field. And that leads 13 runners, although Dom Tranquil is 8 laps down. They've run down to about Calvin Reinhardt, and 8 is a lap down. And it's only really the top 3 that are still on the lead lap. It may seem obvious, but the key to these races is just to keep going sometimes, even when the car is heavily damaged. You never know what might happen later on. As Verenek Christian Kabay really gets all over the curb to the first corner and finds himself. Is that Smith behind him?
Yeah, that was for position. I think he just took it.
So Kabay really recovering from his earlier mistake. Another Fancy Esports driver. Interesting that Fancy Esports have not really had it their own way in GD3 in this race so far. Maybe Kabay can seek to rectify that in this last phase of the race. Second phase of the race is probably. Is that a recent fastest lap from Norbert Jacob? Yeah, 128.973. That says purple on my screen.
Yeah, that was...
I'm not sure when that was set though.
I think that just happened. Yeah. When
So
Ross...
Jacob not giving up on trying to catch Benjamin Rose just yet. Deniashenko seems at this point just to be putting himself a little bit out of reach of the Fancy Esports drivers.
Still, if they can keep pulling just around a 129, I mean, it's almost half a second faster than Denis Ashenko's fastest lap.
And Zoltan has pulled that 10-second gap on Egert, George Egert, lapping the GD3 field. So this really puts Segure Adam Sureje, sorry. He's only 12 seconds in, closing on him. So Fancy Esports could really make it a 2 through to 5th place if Eggert isn't careful. So the pressure is really on Pascal Eggert.
And Checkett's having a slight moment in the background. You can see the DDoS car just coming through those S's.
Yes.
As they head through Mobile 1.
Well, Checkett's has got Aidan Williams in the 360 LMP2, got second behind him, sorry.
Oh no!
Oh, there's Blake. Up in the ground and losing position to Liam Rance.
And that was extremely bizarre. I think that might have been some netcode warping that caused that to happen. He was going along and then suddenly just was plowing right off the track in the middle of a straight. Pull up the replay and see.
It's really unlucky for Blake Cheggets. So the order in GD3 is Mantis Rukas, Liam Rance, Blake Cheggets. So Blake is still ahead of Jay Hatch.
Oh, it was actually his car that warped back.
Ah, back into. Who was that?
Yeah, down in 10th place, the GRG team.
Yeah, so
that's disappointing. Yeah, and he's back on pit road now.
Oh, this has really destroyed the 1-2 for Epistino Force Polonia, who've been controlling the race up to that point, it must be said, although Blake Cheggets was under a bit of pressure but didn't make the mistake there. It was just a bit of bad luck, and now that has let Jay Hatch, John Bennett, Chris Weston, possibly. Oh no, Nick Coleman's way too far behind. He probably won't touch it. I think he's over 100 seconds down, so unless Cheggets has the slowest pit stop known to mankind, then should re-emerge back in 6th. Martin is also pitting down in 10th as well after his involvement in the collision too. Oh, Serege pits as well. So he's not going to catch Pascal Eggert just yet.
The Kabai Smith battle just keep going on. Oh no, yeah, Savalzi, like you were saying, penalty.
Oh, Serege had a penalty. Or are you talking about?
No, Silvazzi, Patrick Silvazzi, currently on screen. The number 43 LMP2, driving for Fancy Esports. And something's happening here with Isaac Morris.
Oh, there he is. So Morris has gone up to 6th because of Serege's pit stops. Serege's got a lot of ground to make up here because he's got to get past Reinhardt, Morris, and Eggert. But we'll have to see if he can sort of jump them in this pit stop phase. Oh, excuse me.
Gesundheit, yeah. Isaac Morris definitely has some good pace. I mean, we've seen him racing with drillers and I believe with Seawolf net racing, and he's proven that he can turn some good laps. But that's a lot of pressure in a tall order to get him up into the top 5.
Interesting, Bannerford is now 3rd place in GD3, so Rance is quite a long way, 49 seconds behind Rukas. But, as Isaac Morris switches a little bit coming out of Sachs curve. Hatch and Bennett are very close together in the battle for 3rd. They're only 2 seconds apart. So, Jay Hatch in the IDOS number 117, and Bennett in the BMW Solo Sport Racing number 14. So John Bennett maybe senses a chance at a podium here. Has to be said, Chris Weston not that far down the road. road, only 11 seconds in the BMW Magnus number 3. So that could get very interesting. Because if Hatch starts holding Bennett up, then that could let Weston in. And of course you've got Checkitts, who's determined to make up for that basically an unlucky incident that dropped him out of second place.
Yeah, really unfortunate, because that was just one of those things where it's just a tiny blip, and it can be anything from just a harmless sort of scare or shock, depending on where you are in the track, or like that, it can just send you right into somebody. It's just fortunate he wasn't inside the car and they just both exploded, which we've also seen happen, unfortunately.
I have a feeling that there are a lot of people who are still who might be getting a bit bored of the Le Mans esports event unless they're tuning into this at this point, whether for the last 2 hours or so.
It's a good day for racing.
Indeed. If you're just tuning in incidentally, you've missed quite a lot. but the upshot of it is that we've had, I think, at least 3 or 4 different leaders in LMP2, and just as many in GD3, but it's been the Ricus Apostino Force Polonia car that has really dominated proceedings, and it's almost like a minute lead that he has on Liam Runtz's DDRS car now. As we see, and I think Hatch actually doing a decent job, only a second ahead of Bennett now, so Trey Hatch is really going to have to put out the big barricades either side of the car to prevent John Bennett from overtaking. I need to say Gordon Bennett, which is it's completely the wrong name for John Bennett. Well, Yellow's Victor won, so must have had a brief moment and then decided not to have it.
Just decided, no, I'm not going to have that.
I'm going to continue racing, actually.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. People who say that there's skill and talent involved, no, you just decide to keep going. That's how endurance racing works. Yeah. It's really expert talking here. Yeah, so Trey Hatch is going to come under real pressure here in that IDOS car. What do you think in a situation like this, someone like Trey Hatch can really do when you see John Bennett closing in at a rate of knots? John Bennett closing in for quite some time too in the solo sport entry. Trey Hatch doesn't really have any IDOS teammate, well, I guess maybe there's the LMP2 car that could possibly chip in, influence the battle, but Trey Hatch is sort of on his own and doesn't really know. It's also just a matter of you just got to keep going and hold the go out. Do you hog the middle of the road, or do you just concentrate on trying to pull away and doing the best laps possible? You see Trey Hatch going a little bit wide there as the LMP2 car laps in.
It's a tough call. I mean, at this point, you kind of, if you can go defensive, because their pace is fairly close. He is losing time to Bennett over the course of the laps, but they are close enough that if you can stay defensive and hold them up, maybe force an error, it's to your benefit, especially if you can get anyone to catch up to the back of him, because I guess Weston's the next one back and not too far away.
Yeah, about 15 seconds or so behind.
So that's certainly close enough.
Fighting for a podium as well, so it's very much sort of a pride at stake as well, and not just points.
Yeah, I think if it were me, I wouldn't try anything silly or stupid to really all-out block, but I wouldn't make it easy and just let Bennett go by and try and improve my pace, because there's too much gap up to Rance, and there's too much of a chance to lose that potential podium to not try and hold him up.
Yeah, Checkett's about 50 seconds down on Western, down in 6th. So it looks like Checkett's has got so much ground to make up after that incident that maybe Checkett's is really going to be relying on Hatch holding everyone up in order to get back on the podium. Which could well happen, but we'll have to see, because I think John Bennett is going to be very determined in that number 14 car to make a move, even if given half. Here we go! With the LMP2 car, making opportunity. Oh, banging into them! Oh, there goes Che Hatch off the track. Oh, I think there's going to be some crosswords after that one.
Off his teammate. Ugh.
You see the IDOS car. Yes, the lack of dignity there has been rammed into by your sister LMP2 car at the podium. So there's going to be some crosswords you can just imagine on the TeamSpeak at the moment between those two drivers.
That was just wow. Just wow.
Are they going to penalise the LMP2 car? And I wonder if the IDOS race car would have realised that Che Hatch was fighting for the podium there. Because the LMP2 drivers tend to focus on their own races. Was that Reinhardt or was that close in the oh, it could be Dom Tranquil, I guess, as well. In the LMP2 IDOS car. So here we go. So Che goes a little bit wide, which gives Bennett the run. And then we have the IDOS car on the inside. So the IDOS car almost hits Bennett first, or is it just ahead of Bennett?
No, he clipped him too, which sent him further astray into.
Yeah, when he loses control, and the McLaren is sort of really just a passenger and an innocent victim in all of that. And yeah, so Che Hatch scrapes the barriers, and third place is gone. Oh, that looks painful. But thankfully, Che Hatch car doesn't look too damaged at least. He's able to keep going. So you never know, if John Bennett slips up somewhere, there might be a chance that Che Hatch will still get on the podium. And the IDOS almost sort of getting out of the way, sort of like, oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't see quite which number that was on the IDOS, so I had to look at it.
Like, was that, I don't know, Patrick Silvazzi's in the McLaren. So to everyone watching, thank you for tuning in. If you're simulcasting this race and the 24-hour Le Mans, good for you. Ingesting as much virtual racing as you can.
It's endurance fever, man. You've got to feed it. Whatever way you can get your fix. And this is just as good as the other way. It's just with less. We don't have Alonso.
Yeah.
So who needs? And McLaren don't need Alonso.
No.
We've got plenty of McLarens here too.
Yeah, oddly enough, drivers just really loving the car. Apparently it's. I don't know if it was the last.
Pretty car of choice among a lot of these teams.
Yeah. It's basically just BMWs and McLarens. I mean, not too long ago, you'd see a bunch of Porsche 911s out there.
RSS with the Aston as well.
That, yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there are a couple of Porsches in there too, but they were mainly being driven by the Sanfre team, which I don't think are doing. Where are the Sanfre team? This is the highest Sanfre car. I think one of the Sanfres is in the back. Yeah, I don't think the Sanfre is really near in the fight for the top 10 really at the moment. So with John Bennett now in third place, 32 seconds behind Liam Rance. Che Hatch is still there. Che Hatch hasn't completely dropped off. Che Hatch is about 2 or 3 seconds behind, and Chris Weston's about 10 seconds behind. So Chris Weston, I think, could really have catching Che Hatch at this rate.
Aiden Williams into the MDR and the number. It's
Big
Isaac
crash.
Morris.
Oh, terrible race for ADR. This is really just everything that could go wrong.
Okay,
for ADR
drivers, we
seems to
come to
keep
code
going
80
wrong,
in 10
despite the
seconds.
pace. And look, Isaac Morris cooling out,
5,
loses 6 to
4,
Reinhardt.
3, 2,
And
1.
Sergey can't
Code
be too far
80.
behind either after his pit stop.
And we go to code 80 as Morris and Williams are going to limp back now. It looks like Williams just lost it going into the braking zone and collected Morris. There was really no good reason for it. I think he just locked up.
Aiden Williams, who is 11 laps down in the 360, and still behind Mantis Rukas in the Force Polonia GT3 class leading car. So that really does speak once about their performance. John Bennett pits under code 80 from 3rd place, which lets Che Hatch back into 3rd. Good for Che. And Mantis Rukas also pits from the lead in GT3, which may give up. Aiden Williams was about 10 seconds behind, so I think Aiden Williams is going to just be in front of all the GT3 cars, but still at the back of P2. Josh Downard in the Downard Racing team, owner, I guess, of Downard Racing pits, or the namesake at least. Jeff Close pits too. Kevin Reinhardt pits as well in the IDOS. I wouldn't be surprised to see Isaac Morris in to repair the damage. Leader is in too, Denis Eshenko.
Yeah, really busy down there. Lots of cars on pit road right now.
And we have that same thing. Feels like everyone just waits for the code 80 period, and it seems to be the most opportunistic strategy. You don't get too many like BMW Madness who are trying to stay out beyond the code 80 period and take the lead briefly.
Leave it to Aiden Williams to help bring out the code 80 fuel and tire relief.
Okay, drivers, back to
Adrian
green
Williams,
in
they
10
decided
seconds.
to got bored of being just sitting in the pit lane, decided to come out and cause a bit of chaos.
5, 4,
Oh,
3,
and as we go back to...
One,
Yeah, he's come
green
back in
flag.
as well. Yeah. So 2 hours 20 minutes to go. So Ross, who's impressed you so far in this race?
I would have to say it's probably our class leaders right now, Ashenko and Mantis Rikas for LMP2 and GT3s respectively. They both have just run a very pristine race and kind of kept out of everyone else's way and made holes and advantages where they could. So they've, I mean, we haven't really even talked about Denis Ashenko really at all, just because he's been out there leading away. Almost a minute ahead.
Yeah, Rosses has not really had much of an answer, unfortunately, in the Fantasy Esports car. I also think Eggert and Peter Schoenman have done very well in the Bond Racing car to stay in the top 5.
Yes.
Especially given all the crazy stuff that's been happening around them. And I've been interested to see if Eggert can hold on to that 5th place, especially with Sergey. I guess Isaac Morris is quite wrong with that. Yes, it's Sergey and Reinhardt 12 seconds down as well in the IDOS. Reinhardt has sort of come back into this now as well. So I think that could be quite interesting in the last stages as we're back in green. I think that we've added that yellow, full plus yellow phase now. So those are the ones that sort of come to mind in the LMP2. In terms of GD3, I think Blake Chicketts was doing quite well in the second. I think obviously the standout one is, as we see, James Juba has got back in the class leading Force Polonia car. So he's probably going to be this last phase of the race then. And Liam Rant's still going, so I'm not sure if it feels like ages since DDoS have changed that 2nd place car. The driver of that 2nd place car, so Liam Rant's really going on a really monster stint at the moment. Yeah.
That's a good question, yeah, because he should be swapping out, and I believe that it was Alex Tunbridge that he was with. Oh no, I guess yeah, the 3rd driver, Lorenzo Di Cutis.
Yeah, I guess it's been the class leading car has been class of the field, and then you've had the cars behind have all had their moments and been pretty strong. I think Rance has been very solid. Checkits as well was sort of a bit unlucky. catch as well, himself being unlucky too, just taken out a little bit pushed out by the LMP2 car, but now sort of back in position to do pit stops. And we'll see where John Bennett, who's done well in his own ride, will filter out. I think BMW Magnus have done pretty well to recover from probably not being on the best strand because they missed getting during some of the Code 80 Paul Cosciello periods. So I think Weston has done well to get himself back into fourth. So it's a bit closer down there in G3, whereas I think LMP2, like you said, you've got only 3 cars on the lead lap, basically.
Yeah, it's you do see that happen a lot, and where they'll get strung out, and then a variety of strategies will come into play, and you'll get a few pockets of excitement running through. Oh, and Jeff Close cops a penalty. That's the IDOS LMP2, number 417.
Clearly, Jeff cut it a bit too close.
I guess. Ha!
That's the worst joke I've made all day.
Keep them coming.
At least it keeps us away.
The punishment is worth it.
I'm surprised we haven't had that many other commentators pitch again. I might have to stop for dinner in about maybe about half an hour before the end or something like that.
And that should actually be about right when we'll be taking a break here in about 15 minutes or so, and Chris Tompkins will be taking over the casting duties for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I might be able to help out with Chris a little bit, but we'll see how things work out.
But this should be the quiet area, the kind of the downturn in the race. We saw a little bit of that about midway, although things kept getting a little bit spicy in a few spots. And as I say that,
his strategy is playing out as well. Yellow in sector 3, as we see Roz in second, getting stuck in the pit lane. Oh, that is the pit lane, right? Or is that the last corner? No, it is the pit lane.
It's the pit lane, yeah.
So Rose obviously made a very late call to go in the pits. I thought Lewis Hamilton so cool that decided to stick with it. And, yeah, in. So Jacab, how far behind is Jacab in the third place Fancy Sports car? 96 seconds. So Jacab is going to inherit second place. So that is not really going to help the 66 car close in on the leader. In fact, it could help the leader pull like a minute ahead.
Yeah, he's and there he goes right on by as he closes into the back of that Madness Racing BMW. Fortunately, no issues there. We've seen a lot of drivers now getting used to that turn 1 area, and we haven't seen as many offs. So I think they're starting to really understand exactly where that limit is to push. Oh, Tom chasing off.
So clearly that attempt to make up the ground that Gray lost earlier has not come out, not come to fruition. He's still down there. In 14, he's sort of is second last, I think. Still ahead of the IDOS of Christian McKessie.
Pushes wide, going down towards Sachs.
Oh, that's not the racing line, Tom.
Oh, and
as we see another lap just behind them. Oh, is that Isaac Morris in trouble?
It is.
He's coasting. This could be another.
Okay, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
There's the director. Or sorry, race control.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
What happened to Isaac? And again, it's just ADR have just had. They'd have to have bad luck, otherwise they'd have no luck in this race. I guess is the way of looking at it. But yeah, ADR have just been up against the wall all the way through, and they're going to be lucky if they can salvage a top 10 from this. Josh Downer in the other NDR actually doing pretty solid too, just in 11th. Still trucking along in there.
And it was the commentator's curse. Actually, he rolled the car completely over.
Whoa, my stream is not showing this at all. Here we go, so into the first corner. I'm looking at it. Oh dear, got sideways. Oh dear, it's doing a bit of a breakdance, that car.
Heavy impact. And And just as I was saying, you know, the drivers were able to kind of navigate that corner just a little bit better through the back half of the race. And
Liam Rant's pits, I think they're going to do a driver change at DDoS Racing. There we go. Alex Tunbridge gets in the car. So let's see what Tunbridge can do in this quest to close up to the leader. There's certainly a big lead to close in there, over 50, nearly almost a minute.
now he is capable.
Tunbridge just got out ahead of Che Hatch, which is probably helped in no part by Che Hatch being barged out the way by Che Hatch's teammate at IDOS.
Mm-hmm.
So probably worth just recapping the orders very briefly. I will do LMP2, you do GT3. So Denis Ishenko leads by 1 minute 11 seconds over Norbert Chekab in the Fancy Esports number 88. Then it's Benjamin Ross a lap down now, so only the top two on the lead lap. Benjamin Ross in number 66 in third, 23 seconds down on Chekab. Then you have Zoltan, who is 2 seconds behind Ross now after Ross's pit lane error. Kerfuffle. Then you have Pascal Egger, who's a minute down on Zoltan in the 8th and 5th.
Good run.
The French Bond Racing, yep. Calvin Reinhardt, 6th for IDOS, 8 seconds down on Egger. Adam Sirega, 7th for Fancy Esports 888, number 888, sorry. 4 seconds down, so that could become quite interesting in this stage of the race. Isaac Morris now a whole lap down on
3, 2,
3 laps down
1,
the leader, but a lap
green
down
flag.
on Sirega after his incident there where basically the car went all over the place. Isaac Morris has made it to the pit lane now, so he'll lose further time. Jeff Close is currently in 9th in IDOS number 417, about 30 seconds down on Isaac Morris. And then round out the top 10, it's Patrick Slivazzi in Fancy Esports number 43, who is about 25 seconds down on Close. And actually doing pretty well after serving that penalty. So anyway, Ross took us through GT3.
Mantis Regas has been running the top of the board for GT3 and has just recently passed it back to James Juba, who started the race with a dominating performance, pulling away from the field by several seconds within the first few laps. So we see him still running ahead by almost an entire lap now on the rest of the field. So just a great performance by that team, just really pulling it out.
Oh, goes a bit over the curb there, but he's just about just pushing a little bit, trying to get over 100 seconds on Alex Tunbridge.
Yeah, Tunbridge back in second place. They've had some issues dealing with penalties and traffic and fighting off some other cars as they've driven up through the field. I think they were a little bit further back, just outside of the podium place. But they've managed to get up there, and they're holding position very well. Right now ahead of Chris Weston by about 30 seconds or so in the Madness Racing number 3, which has kind of been through the ringer a little bit, but they've managed to come back as they're going down another lap. To that force.
And I believe Che has handed over to Kieran Sharp again in the IDOS 117.
Yeah, coming up in the in that McLaren, they're actually not too far behind Weston as they come through the hairpin, and back behind them, looking to get positions back, is John Bennett for Solo.
Yeah, so actually, Sharp has got out ahead of Bennett, which is quite crucial in their little battle. But Bennett is not far behind either, like you say, and yeah. Chris Weston, I think, is yet to stop. So Chris Weston has got the work to do here if he wants to keep in that sort of net third place.
And Solo needs to do what they can to try and if nothing else, keep this position, but try and get some of those points back, because they've got a precarious position in the standings where they could fall out of that podium spot. And yeah, then they lose out on some of that money that they were going to hold on to.
Yeah, especially with Force Polonia doing so well. Yes.
Back behind them in 6th is Blake Checketts for Abstenio Force Polonius, who have been caught up in quite a few different issues. We saw Checketts going from 2nd, getting knocked around as that GRG car was just in the wrong spot when they teleported. They both went off actually right here, off into the wall. Then you've got
wrong there.
yeah.
I'm a bit behind, but yeah, there we go.
Ferenc Christian Kobai having some really great battles with those around him, Harry Smith and Holmwood being 2 of those drivers, and doing a fairly decent job holding up in that top 10 spot and making up positions, taking advantage where they can. They're now about 20 seconds ahead of Nick Holmwood back in the Copic GT3 McLaren. Kind of a new entry, looking a little bit like DDoS, which kept confusing me when I'd see that car in the background, but obviously a little bit different. Nick Holmwood.
Not too bad for a new entry as well.
No, not at all. They've managed to stay fairly clean, away from everybody, and just holding station, trying to make laps at the moment. Harry Smith, BMW Madness, has fallen back. This team has just been up and down all over the place throughout the race, but they're managing to stay in there and keep going.
Yeah.
And then
didn't they do a swap earlier, BMW Madness, between Weston and Smith?
Yes.
Yes, and Smith let Weston through, and I think that's the way things are panning out. It's proven to be the correct move, to be honest. Well, Hockenheim seems to be a controversial place to use team orders, of course. It looks like a very coordinated kind of pass.
Yeah, and it's, as we talked earlier on in the broadcast, it's big wiggle from one of the Madness cars in the back. Yes, we're following along with ADN, Tengai Brakelier, who's been on for some interviews with his teammate Danilo. They've switched from the Audi. Oh, and it looks like, oh, geez, one of the IDOS cars right at the exit of the final corner. So it's a bit of traffic now as we round out the top 10. Oh, look at this big gaggle of cars coming through the kink.
I'd love to, but my stream is frozen, unfortunately. So, there we go. I'm just seeing the cars, the IDOS stuck at the last corner.
Yeah, apologies for that. Apparently having a bit of an internet dip here. Coming back online. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they seem to have sorted it out, at least enough so that way they're not all completely on top of each other heading down into the hairpin.
Yeah, these would be the Morris, by the way, having pit and for repairs, has come out back in 10th, about 2 laps down on Slovazi. So I think Morris is in this little gaggle here, or is that one of the other ADRs? Because Downard, I think, is a lap down on Morris as well.
Yeah, where is he in this group?
Oop.
There's Morris coming past the turn 1 exit and getting a little bit over the bumps. Careful there.
Careful now. It's good to see Morris continuing after that horrible crash as well.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I feel sorry for the drivers who race with like a VR headset sometimes and crash like that, and sort of like have to continue after that, despite feeling like sick as hell.
Yeah.
So I have an endurance racer, a friend of mine called Remco Major, who from Holland, he races with a VR headset on, and helps with sort of like a bit, especially around street circuits, as it helps with sort of peripheral vision and stuff, where it can be quite tight. You need to know quite quickly how to react to stuff around you, whereas compared to like a normal sort of screen. But
and Isaac is blown up. Oh no, sorry to cut you off there, but we just saw that up ahead.
Oh yeah, flames spitting out the back. It's Mouth of Hades coming out the back of the ADR. So that is curtains for Isaac Morris. and his teammate Jay. No, it was his teammate.
So apparently that that rollover in turn one having long-standing repercussions, or they picked up some damage later on and were just trying to maybe
Well,
hold
do you
off.
remember when they were coming out the pits earlier, where we saw a bit of smoke coming out the back as well? Perhaps Morris is just pushing a bit too hard to catch up, and the engine cried enough.
Yeah, between Isaac and Ibrahim Khan, both drivers have sort of a history for detonating engines.
Ooh.
But
well, Khan has successfully ended his stint at the moment, so there's no danger of the Fancy Esports exploding, I think. But, so this puts Isaac Morris. This promotes Josh Downard, his teammate, into 10th at least. So NDR haven't completely lost a chance of finishing in the top 10, but definitely not the day they were hoping to have.
wow. So wild turn of events as we close in on the final third of the race.
There's some shot in a battle for P4 in the race. Has really closed on the back of Bennett before Bennett has caught up to Weston.
You can see him coming into view in the background there. Trying to get some live timing going here, but seems to be having some issues.
Yeah, live timing seems to have died on me. So as we see, Morris and Downard has DNF'd as well on the graphic on the stream, so that doesn't look good for NDR. I think NDR may be throwing in the towel here. Has Downard's engine gone as well, or is he just sort of seen that his lead driver is gone? He's gone as well. Oh, there we go. Tengai de Bracolier losing it at the just in the entry to Mercedes-Benz.
So Nick Holmwood is now flying off the circuit, drifting into the distance.
Bye, Nick.
Speaking of,
we were talking about how well they were doing, the couple of teams. And then we've got Morris, we've got ADR completely dropping out. We've got Nick Holmwood has decided to go home because his home planet needs him.
So Brakelier's been able to get that position back, and now Calvin Reinhardt is having some issues as he kind of...
Yes, Brakelier was able to get that position fair and square, as we see Reinhardt driving with no rear wing. It's a Homewood, not happy. Reinhardt, I think, has just gone back to the pits now. Or no, that's him in the middle of the track, so he just spun it. No place to spin.
So this might be some repercussions of just some...
yeah, we're really seeing a lot of late race dropouts now. MDR gone, Reinhardt in trouble. They probably can get the bits and repair. And
we come to code 80 in 10
some
seconds.
points for that IDOS team. Not...
5,
oh, another
4,
spin.
3, 2, 1.
Really
code
good.
80 enforced.
Code 80 now being declared.
Yeah, that's probably sensible. I would have declared code 80 when I saw Homewood flying off into space, but I'm not this... Oh, Ross has done it again on the entry to the pit lane. He's had another very late call to pit again, as we see a lot of LMP2 cars coming in, actually. So Sereje is coming in, Ross is coming in, Zoltan is coming in, and Zoltan is right behind Ross now as well. So it'll be interesting. What's it going to be the order between these fancy esports cars? Pascal Eggert, he seems to get going. Interestingly, or has he not made it to the pit lane yet? Because I think at LMP2, all these strategies are starting to converge in LMP2, whereas I feel like GD3, they're all trying to do different things at least.
Well, this seems like a perfect opportunity to take a break, so we're going to go ahead and switch off real quick, but we're going to hand it off to Chris Tompkins, and if you're still sticking around, then we'll have you for the remainder of the race.
Okay, sure thing. It's been a pleasure, Ross. See you next time.
All right, and yeah, we'll catch you later, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Will do.
Okay, I have... So, as we come back live here briefly, the Code 80 is being called out for a bit longer. Race directors are dealing with a rejoin and swap issue that they're just trying to sort. So drivers are going to pace around for just a little bit while that's getting worked out.
Yeah, I think they're trying to drag Homeward back from out of orbit.
Get a SpaceX launch lined up for them so that way they can go retrieve that craft.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the GD3 runners in the lower half of the top 10 are all pitting. Like, yeah, so we've got Benedict Nagy, Smith, De Grapelier, and Martin have all made pit stops, I think, under the code 80, sorry. It's yellow, sorry, that's why I'm confused. Which is that the leaders have not opted to pit. It seems like Weston, the BMW Madness car, is going quite long on fuel here. Oh, there he is. He's just gone in. So it'll be interesting to see if he drops behind Bennett and Sharp after this. There's Denny Yashenko still leading by a significant margin as Norbert Jakob takes his pit stop. As does Eggert. So Eggert may drop behind Serege now.
So this is an ideal stopping spot for a lot of the GT3 guys, just because they'll be able to make it the entire rest of the way on just one more stop. But LMP guys will have at least two more. Again, running an extended Code 80 as the directors and stewards try and get this driver swap and rejoin issue worked out. I know that there was a bit of a blip on the server, so it could be related. Pretty exciting race so far. Lots of moving around.
Indeed. It's been lots of thrills and spills, mostly spills, but but yeah, it definitely seems like in the latter stages we're getting a clearer picture of the order. There's less. We're seeing a couple of battles here and there, but it doesn't feel quite as wide open as before. Although you never know, like with people randomly dropping out here and there. It seems Homeward is still going again. 2 laps down on Hevesy and 11th. He dropped out in the top 10 as a result of that issue that he was having. So it'll be interesting to see. I think GD3 definitely seems a little bit more open, especially in that battle for third, between Bennett, Sharp, and now Lichten, who has taken over the. I think he's taken over from. Who would it be? So, because the timing, it's the Magnus Racing. Of course, he's Weston's teammate at Magnus Racing. So.
Yeah, Lucas, kind of the cavalry for the last couple races. Usually he was starting, but I don't think he did this time. And he definitely has pace in hand, and this is going to be kind of a home track for him. But it will be interesting to see what he can do for the next couple hours if they can reclaim any of that lost position that they had.
Yeah, he's got quite a lot of time to make up on Sharp. I think the big issue is going to be keeping Checkits behind in the Force Polonia. Obviously, the leader pits, Denis Sashenko. So that big margin that he has over second place Checkout is going to be reduced slightly, but not enough to really see there be a battle for the lead, presumably. Interesting that Shenko didn't pit earlier, in my opinion, under the code 80. Perhaps he was just eking out a few more laps in the field because he knew it was going to be a long code 80.
Yeah, still running, trying to see if I can catch any of the back and forth.
Yeah, there's Alex Tunbridge in second place. Currently set to score a great result for DDoS Racing, actually, considering the beginning of the race they were nowhere and they've gradually sort of climbed their way up the order, and when one of the Force Polonia cars hit trouble, DDoS Racing were there to take advantage. Alex Tunbridge, and maybe a tough ask to catch up to Juba in the lead, but he's going to give it everything he's got and see what happens. It's definitely not a big threat from Bennett behind. There's a decent gap there.
It's all chasing in the pits there.
There's only really of course, with the MDR cars dropping out, there's a lot of a couple of places in the lower top 10 potentially on offer for some of the cars that have been struggling up to now in LMP2, which is again demonstrates why it's worth keeping going. It's times like this. It's times like this when it really does feel like a 6-hour race, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's hopefully they'll be able to get the issues sorted, so that way we can get back to the racing here. With
that's one of the things we've seen so many incidents as well. So you sort of want to avoid that because it sort of kind of ruins the racing when you see drivers thinking that they're clear and then they get tagged around at the back and spun into the gravel and stuff like that. Oh, yellow in sector 3. So are we exiting the? Yeah, it looks like we're going to. Oh no, we're back to code 80.
Yeah, just a blip on the timing. So we're at an hour 50.
We're getting into the closing stages very slowly.
Yes, very slowly. No word yet, but so we'll take another quick break, and we'll swap out the stream info, and we'll get you guys back over here pretty soon, and hopefully back to Green Flag Racing just as we do. So again, I'm saying goodbye for the second time. Good luck, everyone. Good luck, Ed.
Say this time. We'll do. If I can back around all of them.
And okay, good luck. Okay, so I've officially stopped streaming.
Okay. So is
and I'm just going to check the.
so it's Chris. Chris has, I think, sent me a message saying that he'll be there in like 20 minutes or so.
Okay, so it is on his now, because
They can hear us, in fact, because Chris obviously isn't around and he's left the thing on. So welcome back once again to the 6 Hours of Hockenheimring for the EERC Endurance Championship. I'm Ed Hunter, and I will be commentating with Chris when he gets back, Chris Tompkins. Anyway, we've enjoyed a great opening almost 4.5 hours of racing, and we're looking forward to the closing stages of this race, which is currently led by the Unison Racing team. We have Fancy Esports holding second through to fourth at the moment, with the Dutch team of Free Navond Racing in fifth, and another Fancy Esports entry in sixth. With IDOS in seventh and eighth, another Fancy Esports entry in ninth, and 10th in LMP2 is rounded out by Scuderia Adriatica. Of course, the MDR team has dropped out very recently. We're currently just at the end of a Code 80 period, which has just ended. And racing has got back underway. Let me just see Scuderia Adriatica's Cali Listola going in the gravel there. Kieran Sharp in fourth. This is the battle for GD3, which is led by Pisterio Force Polonia, which have led a majority of the race in the hands of their drivers. James Juba and Juba's teammate's name has gone out of the back of my head. He was driving not too long ago and doing a very good job. In my lifetime, he's just gone down again. But whoa, Luca Gray and 13th in GD3, getting very over the curves on the exit. Gabba Hevesi spins in 11th. So yeah, a lot of these drivers a bit race rusty after having spent a couple of minutes under full course yellow in sector 1, but that's cleared. So we have DDoS Racing in second place, about almost 90 seconds down on the leader in GD3. Then we have BMW Solo Sport Racing in third. Then we have IDOS in fourth, BMW Madness in fifth, BMW Force Polonia's car that was in second for a chunk of this race, and then had an unfortunate incident with lag. Oh, Gabba Hevesi losing his rear wing in another crash as both the IDOS LMP2 cars lap him. And that's a bit unfortunate. A bit of yellow in sector 1, 2. Rounding out the top 10, we have Fancy Esports, BMW Madness, ADN Racing Team, and McLaren GRG Esports. I think we've just gone back under full course yellow again because the cars will slow down significantly. So that racing lasted a long time, didn't it? As we see Blake Chicketts slowing down quite a lot. So Blake Chicketts, who was in the hunt for the podium in GD3, is in trouble now in the Force Polonia. So that's a real shame. Not sure what's happened there. But Unison Racing really controlling things at the front. Only one car on the lead lap, which is the lead Fancy Esports car. He's driven by Jacob, I believe. I say I believe, but the lifetime is completely gone down, so I have no idea. No way of telling any of the fancy esports drivers apart. Gabo Vessi has gone to the pits to repair the damage to his car. As we see, the Force Polonia is also in the pits, the one that's in 6th. So they're going to have to hurriedly repair and then get out in front of the fancy esports. There is a fair gap down to them. As we get back under racing again. I'm slightly behind on the stream, so apologies for that. So Pascal Egger just lapping cars in the Frina Bond racing car in 5th. We've done a very solid job this race. But they look a bit too far behind to challenge Fancy Esports, and they've got to hold off the 4th entry in LMP2, which is in 6th place and about 50 seconds behind them, but still in the hour and a half left is Denischenko makes a rare mistake actually as he laps the GT3 field. So Denischenko in the lead for RSS Unison. So the race really has played into. It's really a benefit for RSS Unison and Force Polonia at the moment, with the huge leads that they have in each class. So as we see, Force Polonia drop down to 10th, I believe. The second one. Oh no, down to 7th, so it was a timing error, because like I said, the timing is all on the fritz at the moment. But anyway, no real close fights going on track at the moment. So it really is just a matter of the laps ticking down, the time ticking down, and hoping that nobody drops out, because of course that makes it immediately less competitive. And there already has been a fair bit of attrition already. As the timing's come back, yay. And Norbert Jacob actually has just set, I think, his best lap of the race, which is 128.922. And yes, so I believe Nick Homewood is running last of all the runners, but we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 retirements so far out of the 36 that started. And they are Kevin Ritter, who we lost very early on, Daniel Krasney in the fancy esports car, Chris Tompkins, of course, who's supposed to be commentating with me at the moment when he is finished whatever it is he's doing. Leighton Barrero in the Brazilian racing team. Number 12, Alexei Spirichev in the GT3 Aston. As we see, oh no, it's actually not been 7, it's been 9, because the MDR cars are also out. They're just still ahead of some of the GT3 runners, which is why I did not notice them initially on the timing screens. So Spirichev is out. The Iscafili Sanfrey and the other Brazilian racing team, number 78, is out. Robert Dobai was the most recent one in Eureka number 7. and then Josh downward and Isaac Morris's engine blew up in the MDR after he also did a crazy crash and flipped over. So it really has, because despite starting on pole, MDR have really had their race fall apart, which is sad to see. And yeah, we're looking at Blake Chicketts, who's made it back to the pit lane now, so I must have missed something while reading out the timing screens. Blake Chicketts is out, unfortunately, so well, I didn't quite see what happened to the Force Polonia car, or whatever it was. It's been terminal. We did see it coasting around quite slowly, and there's Luca Gray, who's got back into the 360 GT3 car. And Luca Gray really had a bit of a horrible. Actually, did really well at the start of the race. Was leading briefly when the Force Polonia made a rare error in the hands of Zuber, I think, James Zuber, and then the just got tagged at the back by one of the I forget who it was. It was it Eidos or was it Fancy Esports? One of those two that just tagged them at the back, and Gray has just been in his 260 GT3 have been struggling at the back. Anyway, that sounds like I have to go and eat some dinner now. So unfortunately, I cannot hang around. So anyway, I'm going to have to leave you now. Hopefully Chris Tompkins will show up, as Grabber Hevesi has another crash at 10-1. But hopefully we'll be able to commentate on the last phase, the last hour of the race, whenever Chris gets back from whatever he's doing. I can't talk to him right now, so because he isn't there. So hopefully Chris will, and there's Luca Gray goes up as well at turn 1. But we're just going to leave you with the sights and sounds of the race. Unfortunately, nobody is around to commentate, so that is just unfortunate, but I'm sure you'll be able to follow what's happening for yourself, either here or via the live timing, which I can link you in the live chat for all 20 people who are still watching. I have to go now. See you later.
Right, hello everyone. I'd like to apologise for the lack of commentary over the last 20 minutes. Unfortunately, Eddie had to back out and I had something come up, but I'm here now, so let's commentate this race. It's been alright, we've got an hour and 12 minutes to go, with the RSS Unison leading in LMP2 by 45 seconds to the Fancy Esports. That is the number 88 Fancy Esports, and then the number 66 Fancy Esports in third. In GT3, Abstinio Force Polonia is leading this race. That's the number 35 of James Zuber. We have Kieran Sharp in P2, and that is in the IDOS Motorsport car. Really good showing from them. Then Solo Sport Racing P3, I believe their first showing in this series. P3, really good. Michael Wozniak doing really well, about 20 seconds back from IDOS, so we might have that. Closest battle on track at the minute is probably the battle for P3 over LMP2, with the number 5 Fancy Esports catching up to the number 66, as we have the Random Racing number 13 car going wide, as well as what looked like a Madness car.
That's not for the first time either. Hey, by the way, Chris.
Hello, welcome back. Hey, we both got back within a couple minutes of each other.
That's good. Yeah, not sure what happened to the DDoS car that's dropped from second down to fifth, because they were holding fifth majority in the race in GT3, and now they seem to have lost out to IDOS and BMW Solo Sport. As we see Peter Vagapov leading from the front, as he has done for pretty much since about hour 2, as that Random Racing car looks a bit rough at the back, doesn't it?
Yeah, it went wide into the gravel. I forget the corner number. I think it's like turn 10. It's the corner that
entry to the stadium section.
Right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a bit
I've seen many
unfortunate,
cars
really.
going through that gravel track right now. It's incredibly easy to do. It's quite an unsighted corner.
Yeah, and I guess it's just a matter of getting through this last hour, 10 minutes then, because Kieran Sharp, to be fair, then and the IDOS number 117 have done an incredibly good job of slowly making their way back up the order. Although, given that they're a lap down on the leader, the Force Polonia entry, I can't see them challenging for the lead. But what's the gap from IDOS to Carbine? That would be Mikhail Wozniak. So they're about 20 seconds down.
Yeah, it's 21.5 seconds right now.
Yeah, and then you've got Lucas Lichten in BMW Madness, who's slowly made up as well. I think he's made up 1 or 2 places. He's made up a place on the DDoS entry. It makes me think that the DDoS entry is pit recently, but although they have made a mistake or something, because they're a long way down.
Yes, very true.
And but yeah, it'd be interesting to see Lucas Lichten, who's a real one of the pros. This is also his home track as well, so he can close up to the back of Michael Wozniak and see if he can sneak his way onto the podium.
Yes, we have a yellow in Sector 1. Does
Indeed we do, but it's cleared up very quickly. Feels like a lot of attrition, or people just sort of giving up towards the end, especially after the loss of the MDR team, basically thrown in the towel.
I don't know what happened though. They both DNF'd around the same time. It was just as I was having to leave to go and deal with something in real life, so I must have missed that. I know they both DNF'd.
Isaac Morris's engine blew up, and then Josh Downer basically, I don't want to say rage quit, but sort of suspiciously shortly after that, he sort of pulled into the bits to call it a day. So, which is a bit of a shame, because they're both on for at least the top 10 finish, which would have been something in LMP2. But that's going to go to Scuderia Adriatica instead. So, yeah, it doesn't do too much to really. There's that third and fourth battle between the two fancy esports entries, but it's not really that important, really, in terms of who beats who. I still think, for my money, apart from the class leaders, I think I've been very impressed by the Phelan Avon Racing, the Dutch outfit that's just battling with
Luca Gray in the
Gray.
barrier, turn 1.
Yeah, another incident for Luca Gray. I feel like that's like the fourth or fifth time I've seen him plow into the gravel in this race. Not always his own fault. Sometimes he's been nudged by other GD3 LMP, and I think that's us going into full course yellow now, is it? Because everyone seems to have slowed down.
He is crabbing, so if there's a steward available. Luca is asking for a DQ. Why is this?
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised given how badly Luca Gray's race has gone in the 360 McLaren GD3. They were leading very early on, and then they got punted out the lead, and then it feels like they've just basically been a bit of a punching bag this race.
I believe that it's a code 80 looking at people, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, they're running on code 80, so I'm going to switch over to the code 80 on there.
So...
Channel switched.
It's
Channel switched.
I think who's in that's is that the Fancy Esports, the fourth Fancy Esports entry is currently in the pits at the moment, and it just come out with IDOS as well pitting in 7th, so that's not going to make a huge difference, but I guess in terms of making sure they got fuel to get to the end, and it might help the fourth Fancy Esports entry jump the Avon Racing car, because that could get Fancy Esports into a 2, 3, 4, 5 finish, as we see Calvin Reinhardt just in the pits.
We see Avon Racing currently in P5. As you say, we see the IDOS 317 in the pits right now. Calvin Reinhardt just exiting the pits.
Ooh, I think Benjamin Ross in 3rd is just going in. Oh. I always forget how long these 6-hour races are.
Yeah, and this is the shortest on the calendar as well.
Yeah, it feels like the earlier part of the race was by far the most interesting bit, and we're seeing a lot of the major positions are really kind of got unassailable leads at the moment, or seemingly unassailable. I guess random things could happen.
As Luca pulls into the pits, it looks so... Well, he says he might retire, so... He's asked for a DQ, so we'll see if there's a code 80.
Is he like 5 laps behind 10th place? No, even than that. Yeah, he's like a long way down.
Yeah, he's a pretty far way back. He's about a lap behind the guy in P24, so that's 12th in class.
Yeah, he's like 26 laps behind Vagapov in the LMP2 lead. And I think James Juba is like about 14 laps down. So yeah, 28 minus 14 is about, it's about 14, isn't it? Yeah. So it's almost double about the length behind.
It looks like, are they actually announced?
Sound resumed.
Oh, Aiden Williams just pulled off at the side of the track.
Oh, that's...
Heap.
That's
That looks like 360 out. So
360 out with an engine failure. Here we go.
It's not quite
He's off
not
the
quite as
racing line,
dramatic
so
as
they
the
might not call
MDR
it.
engine failure because that was burning with fire. This is just smoke. But Aiden Williams was a long way down. It sort of went to the pit lane, looked like he was going to retire, and then decided to go back into the race and sort of got ahead of the GD3 runners, and now has almost kind of 9 laps down the leader has kind of given up the ghost. Well, the car has definitely given up the ghost, but that is a bit disappointing.
Obviously, mechanical failures are on in this series, much to the apart from Silverstone where we had some issues, but they are on. So if you run the engine too hot, you downshift too quickly, you can blow an engine.
Indeed. Yeah, I believe that puts Aiden Williams as the 10th retirement then. From our starting 36 runners, there were just 25, I think, remaining. You alright? You can keep sneezing a lot. No worries, Chris. Alright. So. Well, I think it's probably worth just refreshing ourselves of the order with an hour left to run. So Peter Vagapov leads LMP2 in the Orica RSS Unison Racing from about 40 seconds ahead of Norbert Jakab. So Jakab is actually caught up a little bit. Norbert Jakab in the number 88 Fancy Esports. Then it's Benjamin Roz, 19 seconds down on Jakab in the Fancy Esports number 66. Varkoni Zoltan and the number 5 Fancy Esports is fourth, about 3 seconds behind Benjamin Roz. And
Current
then
gap,
you've got,
according to the RF2 overlay, is 4.6 seconds.
Okay, so just about in touching distance, but not looking like Matt and overtake just yet. Then we've got Pascal Egert in the Frin Avond racing car, who's about 1 minute 9 seconds down, but I think he's done incredibly well, to be fair, and so is his teammate. Adam Surej in the Fancy Sports number 88. He's 46 seconds down on Egbert. So that's Adam Surej in 6th. We've got Calvin Reinhardt in the first of the IDOS machinery in number 317 is I just had the timer screen reset on me, sorry. But he was about, I think, 20 seconds behind. Oh, as we see, did we see a change in the timing screen there?
Luca Gray back on the gravel right now.
Was Luca Gray really trying to rallycross it around as well, by the way, in the GT3? As let's get to Lucas Lichten, BMW
Oh, Lucas round.
Oh, Lucas loses it. Yes, so that's fourth place potentially in jeopardy in GD3.
Oh, that was close with Luca Gray as well. Looks like he's able to continue, so...
Yep, still remaining in fourth place in the BMW Madness car, but pushing a bit too hard in these latter stages. So Calvin Reinhardt is about 15 seconds behind Adam Surej. That's Calvin Reinhardt down in 7th. Jeff Close in Oreca, the IDOS number 417, is about a lap down on Calvin Reinhardt in 8th. Then we have Patrick Silvazzi in Fancy Sports number 43, 51 seconds down on Jeff Close. Then we have Kalle Leistola in the Scuderia Adriatica number 24, who is about 2 laps down on Silvazzi. And that is the top 10 in LMP2. And basically those are most of the ones that are still running. So then down in 12th actually overall, but actually the lead of GT3 class is James Juba in the BMW Apstino Force Polonia. Then we have a lap down on him is Kieran Sharp in the IDOS number 117. Then we have Mikhail Wozniak, BMW Soy Sport number 14, 22 seconds down on Kieran Sharp. So that's the podium in GT3. Then Lucas Lichten, who we just saw spinning at Ace, 31 seconds down on Mikhail Wozniak in the BMW Madness number 3. Alex Tunbridge is just behind Lucas Lichten in 5th. In the DDoS car that was running in 2nd for so long, they're 34 seconds down on Lucas Lichten. We have Peter Benedek Nagy from Fancy Esports. He is about a minute 24 seconds down on Alex Tunbridge. Then we have Liam Donahoe, who is about 34.3 seconds down in the BMW Madness 127. Then I think we've got ADN Racing Team with Tanguy de Braquelier. Tanguy de Braquelier. Sorry.
I believe it's Tanguy de Braquelier.
Braquelier. Braquelier. And he's about 5 seconds. No, more than that.
About 70 seconds. Oh, and he's just hit the bump.
Yeah, 40 seconds. Oh dear, yes. 10 guys about 40 seconds down on Liam Donahue. And then we got I think rounding out the top 10 is Malcolm Schneider in the McLaren GRG esports car, which is about 50 seconds down on Tanguy. And we got Gabor Hivesi in 11th in the...
It looks like we're going to have a battle for the...
Oh no, Gabor Hivesi is 10th, sorry.
However, it looks as there's a big gaggle of cars coming onto the back straight and exiting into the start of the Mercedes-Benz arena here. As we have a
is about a second behind Roz in the battle for 3rd place.
So there's a yellow in Sector 2 through here, so that looks like it's cleared.
Remember that Zoltan and Roz are teammates at Fancy Esports. So which of these guys are going to take that last spot on the podium? Is it going to be number 66 or number 5? Certainly Zoltan has been pushing throughout the last hour and 2 of the race since he got in the car, and he's pulled very firmly away from Eggert, and almost a lap on Eggert, and he's closed in metronomically on Benjamin Ross. So it's interesting. Do you think Fancy Esports? Do you think they'll get their drivers to hold station, as we see Roz really delayed here out of turn 1, and this could give Zoltan a good run down Parabolic and into the hairpin. So here comes Zoltan. What can he do? Zoltan in the blue car and Roz in the purple car. Here we go. Which of the Fancy Esports teammates is going to come out on top? Zoltan goes for the outside. Roz blocks the inside. There we go, no way through there. Some good defending from Roz there. Zoltan still right with him though. Is he going to try and move into Mercedes-Benz Arena? Here they go. He's still right in his wheel tracks. Again going for the outside, Zoltan. Perhaps he's trying to switch back and cut underneath him. But there's literally nothing between them. You couldn't even fit a matchbox between these two right now. Or you probably could, but still. As they go into the stadium section and through into Sachs Curve. We've seen so many get this wrong. Zoltan and Roz do it pretty well here. Ooh, looks like Zoltan was almost about to lose it there. He just about keeps it on the island. And getting to the last corner. Through they go to complete lap number 177. We've been racing a long time, haven't we? So Zoltan really needs to get a good run out of turn 1 here. They both go about as wide as they dare, but not too wide onto the race-killing curbs. And here we go. There's a lapped car in front of them. Oh, it's Eggert. So in the 5th place, Pascal Eggert. So what is Pascal going to do here? surely he doesn't want to get lapped by the people who are right in front of him. But there's a big battle here for that podium position, and Eggert had sort of hoped to be on there earlier. Oh, Roz gets a bit sideways, but doesn't get delayed too much by Eggert. Which way do you think this is going to go, Chris? With just under an hour left.
I believe it's going to be close between them. Obviously, they're teammates, so they're not really going to want to push it too hard, because if they take each other out, they've just taken their team out of a podium contention. You know, right now that
but ultimately, Zoltan still wants to beat Roz, though, especially having started wide. Oh, Eggert getting a bit wide out of Sachs curve, and this is really going to hold up Roz now, and this may give Zoltan the chance that he needs. So I don't think there are going to be too many team orders, because the drivers at the end of the day both desperately want to beat each other. They don't care that they're in the same team too much.
Yeah, egos will kick in, obviously, intra-team, but I think they'll try and give themselves just a little bit more room than they would compared if they were racing like IDOS or Scuderia Adriatica or RSS Unison. Because right now, if God forbid something does happen to RSS Unison, they're on course to lock out the LMP2 podium, so
yeah,
they won't want to take each other out, cause a couple laps worth of damage and ruin that for them, will they?
Yeah, of course, Avon.
Here we go, as they're going over.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is Zoltan having a go down the inside. He's having a look. And I think, but Roz really sweeps around the outside, but gets a poor exit out of the corner. So it looks like they're going to swap positions a few times down this straight. I think Zoltan has got the inside, but that's going to become the outside for the next corner of the left-hander at Mercedes-Benz Arena. And Zoltan pushed out wide. So Roz desperately battling to hold on to that last spot on the podium. This is exciting. We finally got a battle near the end of the race.
It always happens that way. You have really good battles at the start, and then it's dead, and then you have really good battles at the end.
No, I've actually thought the first couple of hours were really exciting. But anyway, Zoltan having another go here. Roz really starting to struggle. Do you think Roz's tyres are starting to fade here in these late stages?
They may be. They might. There's no real reason for them to like double stint the tyres. So I had a look into turn one there. Obviously, decided to back out because either of them go wide. If he pushed Silvassi, not Silvassi, my bad. If he pushed Roz wide there and he goes over the curves, he could end both of their races then, and that's not what he wants.
I guess that is a danger, but there's a sense. I feel like there's less of a sense of that in sim racing of teammates being worried about taking each other out. There's more of a sense of you feel like you can take more risk, rather than in real life situation the team would intervene a lot more and say just hold position. Whereas here, I don't think fantasy esports are particularly fussed which car finishes third or fourth, as long as they got one in second, I guess. But as long as both of them finish too as well. Here we go. Oh, looks like the random McLaren are just blocking Zoltan that little bit into Mercedes-Benz Arena. And Zoltan has still got plenty of time to catch back up as another GD3 car splits up the battle, but he negotiates that fairly quickly, and just before another one pops in its place.
Obviously, the obvious battle with endurance races is multi-class traffic, and it's really held up Zoltan.
I wonder if all this traffic, if Peter Vagapov, who is going to get anywhere near too close to lapping both of these guys in the RSS Unison.
He's about halfway around the laps. If he's about 45 seconds ahead of Peter, it's about halfway around the lap, so he's probably only about 20 seconds down the road. So it's
entirely possible he could lap the entire field, which would be an incredibly impressive performance from that car and both its drivers.
We'll see. It's about a 90-second lap in the LMP2s around here, with the GT3s about 10 seconds a lap slower. Yeah,
and you have to say that perhaps even the only driver even more impressive than the duo of Peter Vagapov and his teammate. Who's Vagapov's teammate? Sorry. Denis Ishenko. That was it. The only thing more impressive than both their performance is the Apostino Force Polonia duo of Mantes Rekus and James Zuber, because both of them have they've been able to. I remember on that first lap where James Zuber was able to basically make sure that by the time the first full course yellow came out, that he was the only one who'd sort of not been lapped by the entirety of the LMP2 field.
Yes,
And
very
that was really impressive. And they only got even more of a lead in GD3. And so they did make a little bit of a mistake. I think one blot on the copybook really was when they dropped out from first to fourth, like in either the first hour or the second hour, and then they quickly fought their way back. And in fact, it might have been just a pit stop that I missed because there was quite a lot happening in those early laps. But here we go. Looks like
that was a bit
yeah,
close with Zoltan there and the madness. Liam Donahue there.
Yeah,
It's the 127 madness, I believe.
Yeah, that was a bit kind of a late move there, in terms of, especially being lapped. There was no reason to really put out that much of a defense, but still it hasn't held up Zoltan too much. As we see, pit stop is that in third place, so that puts the BMW's, that's Kieran Sharp in the pits, so that puts Mikhail Wozniak and the BMW Solo Sport Racing number 14 car into second place. So Kieran Sharp could lose out to Lucas Lichton here as well in the pits. So is the BMW Magnus car going to get through? We'll have to see. It's a late stop for Kieran Sharp. Probably going to field it through to the end, I imagine. As yeah, there we go. Benjamin Rose still holding on to that third place. Yeah, so there we go. The IDOS car, Kieran Sharp, gets going again in fourth place. And how far behind BMW Madness are they? They are. Oh no, they've swapped in Che Hatch actually, so maybe it was a driver change. And Che Hatch is just under 10 seconds behind Lucas Lichton. So there's still a chance for IDOS to get on the podium here if they can catch BMW Madness number 3. And I think then there's only 30 seconds to. In fact, Che Hatch is just under 5 seconds behind Lucas Lichton. So we'll have to see if this third place battle peters out. That might be where all the attention focuses to. But here we go. Zoltan has actually got a really good run here onto the main straight.
Is he going to have a look at the No, he slides right behind.
That doesn't go for it. Yeah, this feels like him just playing it safe a little bit and hoping for a better opportunity. Is Ross going to defend? No, he doesn't. He leaves the door very well open into turn 2. And that's Zoltan through into third place. Past his teammate. What is Ross going to do? Is he going to get a decent run into the hairpin? Oh, he's trying to go for the inside for the hairpin, but he's a little bit further back. It's going to have to be late on the brakes here. It's going to be do or die. Here they go. Ross points it up the inside, hopes for the best. Oh, he's alongside. Oh, but he's not going to give way that easy. This is a good little fight from
that was a
Zoltan
bit close with that McLaren. Who's
it was indeed.
As Blake Checkett seems to have DNF'd, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought Blake Checkett's had DNF'd a while ago. Unfortunately,
it's just popped up on my thing, so it's possibly just left finally.
Yeah, DNF'd on lap 136.
Zoltan was slowed by the DDoS car, and that's given Ross another chance here.
Oh, right, Ross trying to get the inside up at Sachs Curve. And here they go into the last 2 corners. Zoltan is really going to have to work hard to pull away from Roz. Oh, a little bit wide actually by Zoltan due to the BMW in front of them. Was that the Brazilian racing team car? Ooh, but they just managed to negotiate it pretty skillfully.
Ross goes over the.
Oh, that's not going to do
anti-clock
suspension
curbs.
any favors. So Roz actually starting to drop back just a little bit from Zoltan now. So Zoltan has got into that third place. Great overtake there in these late stages, and it could. It's more for pride more than anything else. I think Jacob is a bit too far up the road for Veraconi Zoltan to really challenge. It is 15 seconds, but we'll have to see. I think Jacob would have to start slowing down a lot. Well, 25 seconds actually, to be honest. I think he would have to start slowing down a lot for Jacob to be vulnerable. Ooh, as we see Roz making a big risk to get around the lap car there to desperately try and keep up with Zoltan. Meanwhile, GD3 Che Hatch is about 6 seconds behind Lucas Lichton. So just about keeping in touch. I wonder if Che Hatch is going to get close to making a move for that fourth position. Third position rather. So because they are ahead of Alex Tunbridge by quite some margin.
Looks like Zoltan is just starting to pull away a little bit from Ross as the gap has now increased. Currently at just under a second, really like just under, so obviously Ross will get a bit of a slipstream heading down the back straight into the hairpin, but I think it's quite fair to say that providing any GT traffic, I think Zoltan has those covered.
Yeah, I think Zoltan has done very well because he started a lot further back than Roz in the order. Yellow in sector 2 briefly, but that's been cleared. The leader, still about 42 seconds, has been managing the gap to Jacob, sorry. And is it me or has there's a pretty good lap by Che Hatch actually, 139. Is it me or has James
Yellow in sector 1 as Fancy Esports in P2 has come into the pits.
Oh, there we go. So Jacob actually may have to cede position to his two teammates. There you go. So this puts Zoltan and Roz on the podium and Jacob behind. But Zoltan and Roz, I'm not sure if they have to pit again or not. Oh, he crashes right into the back of the random McLaren in GD3. So Roz really delayed there, and that's really wrecked any chance he had hoped of keeping up with Zoltan.
Let's have a quick look at what happened there.
Yeah, that was just clumsy, in my opinion. This is very clumsy between Roz and the random McLaren driven by who is it? I believe it's not Luca Gray, the Makej Jaguar. Oh, I can't pronounce his name. It's just all consonants. But here we go. So here's Ben.
Apologies for this. My game decided to rewind too far.
All right.
Here we are now.
We come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
There we go. He gets through okay. Roz, tries to go for Gent that isn't
5,
really there.
4,
And so spins
3,
around. I wouldn't be surprised if Roz gets investigated
code 80
or has a telling off from the stewards there. Although you could argue that the random McLaren shouldn't have been hanging around on the apex there with the cars trying to lap him, but still, I think he couldn't just he couldn't exactly disappear out of the way. But anyway, Ross continues about about. Oh, he's closed up a lot apparently on Zoltan. He's got fast Zoltan actually just now in the pit lane, of course, because they've both decided to pit at the same time, along with the fifth place Pascal Eggert.
Looks like there's a McLaren back there without a rear wing.
I wonder.
If you able to see that, it's between the fancy, just where Zoltan's. You can see there's one without a rear wing.
That might be the Luca Gray car.
Let's have a quick look. Yes, it is. It is Luca Cray.
Yeah, that does not surprise me given the amount of
Yes,
this pushing.
with the follow. Yep, that is a no rear wing McLaren. Luca Cray in the.
We come
Looks
back
like a
to
road car
green
than a
in
real
10
racing car.
seconds.
Speaker Vagabond also
5,
pits from the
4,
lead.
3,
So
2,
he's gonna lose
1,
a
green
little
flag.
time to Zoltan. So Zoltan has still got out ahead of Roz in the pit lane. And then I think Norbert Jacob. And it's interesting to see where he sort of filters out here. But it's showing Jacob 4th on my screen. So these fancy esports, the fancy esports drivers have all sort of been swapping each other for positions as we look at Clay Hatch going a little bit wide. Che Hatch, sorry, not Clay Hatch. But Che Hatch has really closed the gap on Lucas Lichten for 3rd place. And Che is really pushing that IDOS as far as he can to catch up to Lucas.
Gap's currently just over 3 seconds.
And
pretty much 3
Wozniak
seconds
pits
exactly,
from second in GT3. So Wozniak will drop behind Hatch and Lichten. Possibly behind Tunbridge as well, but I think Tunbridge might be a bit too far back. But yeah, this battle between IDOS and BMW Madness for 2nd place, or well, it could be 3rd place depending on how the pit stops work out. But that could be a very interesting one as we go into the final half hour. So the strategies are really starting to play out here.
I think it's pretty fair that obviously crashes withstanding, this will be the final stop for these teams.
So really, Jacob actually kind of was unlucky to lose out in all of that, down from 2nd to 4th. But Zoltan has gone from being behind Roz, overtaking on track, and then suddenly being promoted as 2nd due to a fortuitously timed pit stop.
Che is very, very much gaining on the Madness car. I believe that is of Lucas.
It is Lucas, yes. He's in 2nd.
Yes, currently the gap is 1.5 seconds. He's found a 1.5 already this lap.
Yeah, so again we have a battle for 2nd place between Lichten and Hatch.
So we have a yellow in sector 3.
And Liam Donahoe also pits down in the other BMW Madness car, 127. Sorry. And that's in 7th place. J Hatch just coming up to some lapped traffic, it looks like, or is that the... No, it can't be the lead car because that's a lap ahead. That's the DDoS car, isn't it? Of probably the 5th place DDoS car. Yep. Of Alex Tunbridge. I'll just go through to lap it now. And Hatch also gets through the hairpin as well. So this sets Che Hatch up with a really good chance to get past Lucas Lichten in the BMW Madness car. BMW Madness has done so well to work themselves up to get themselves up to 2nd place in the order. And it'd be a real shame to lose it now in the last half hour. So this is going to be a no holds barred, all out scrap for 2nd place in GD3.
That number 3 Madness has a tendency to be able to avoid the incidents, and they get good results because of it. I mean, by their own admission, they said that they only won Petit Le Mans because everyone else had issues and they didn't. But that's endurance racing. Half the skill is coming to not crashing, you know.
It was interesting early in GD3 that BMW Madness decided not to pit the number 3 car under a full course yellow caution, and they were basically able to get past the Force Polonia leading car into the lead for a brief time. But unfortunately, this was their attempt to go really long on field. It didn't quite, especially in the early, it didn't look like it was quite playing out. But now they've finally managed to put in some hard work to get up here. And but Che Hatch also has had a bit of bad luck in the race as well, in terms of was fighting for the podium early and got punted aside by an LMP2 car. Actually, another one of the IDOS teammates, actually. And Che Hatch, who's only recently gotten in the car, is looking very fired up and getting a good slipstream into the hairpin. Yellow in sector 3. Oh, I hope they can get... that's cleared. There's the P2 car on the inside, so Che...
Oh, bit of contact.
Squeeze in between the two. Oh, and Lichen just gives a little love tap to Che. But that is the IDOS car through into second place. So Che Hatch really putting in a very brave move there, especially with the LMP2 car on the inside. I thought they were all going to squeeze into one another, but it all worked out very nicely in the end. And Lichen may end up having to settle for third, or indeed possibly fourth, if Michael Wozniak, who is only 6.6 seconds down, can get back on an even kill with him. As up front, the fancy esports drivers in LMP2 in second, third, and fourth are actually starting to converge. You have Benjamin Ross 5.9 behind Zoltan, and then you have Norbert Jacob 6 seconds behind Ross. Oh, are you okay? Sound like you dropped the microphone there. No worries. Anyway, almost exactly half an hour left in the race then. So I think the big question is of that final podium spot in... as we see BMW Madness pitting after being overtaken, so the tyres were perhaps wearing out, and that is Lucas Lichten calling it quits, coming in, and so that promotes Mikhail Wozniak into third, and he is only about 8 seconds behind Che Hatch in the IDOS car. So some good battles here. This is a shame they're all for second place, unfortunately.
Sometimes that's the way it goes. We can't complain about battles, though. It gives us entertainment.
That's very true. Look at that beautiful evening sun. It's going to be dark in a minute.
I think it's probably fair to say that R Factor's done the headlights requirement now, because everyone's running them.
Indeed.
It is...
So, speaking of BMW Madness, where are they going to filter out in the end? It's a shame they couldn't quite get the field to get the end of the stint. They're going to end up behind Alex Tunbridge's DDoS racing car by at least a couple of seconds. They've come out of the pits, they've filtered out 2.7% behind Alex Tunbridge. Then we have Wozniak 9.7 behind Che Hatch, who's a lap down on James Zuber.
30 minutes remaining in the race.
Yes. So the Force Polonia leading car has lapped the entirety of the rest of the GT3 field, which is incredible. It just shows how well they've been able to stay out of trouble, but also use their consistent and superior pace to really just obliterate the GT3 field, where there's been admittedly a quite high attrition rate, especially among the tail enders. I hope it's not unfair to say, but yeah, up front, Peter Vagapov, nearly at 200 laps now, he's set the best lap of 128.7, so he's really pushing to go for that fastest lap. I'm not sure if he get an extra point for it or not. He's about 45 seconds ahead of Zoltan in the fancy esports car. So really the closest battle is Lucas Lichten closing down on Alex Tunbridge for, is that fourth place in the GT3 class. And that is going to be very interesting to see. Oh, there we go. There's Lucas, having just made his pit stop. It'll be interesting to see with those fresh tyres.
127 madness in between these two, so would there be some little... will the 127 start having some looks at Alex trying to put him off?
Possibly. The 127 might make a crazy dive at the hairpin just to hold up Alex Tunbridge and hope that Lucas Lichten can dive at the inside of both of them. That would be BMW Madness's ideal scenario. I think BMW Madness made a very good call early in the race to let the number 3 car use team orders to pass the number 127 car. And I think the way things have played out have really shown that was the correct move, and no real dirty play from BMW Madness. In fact, the 127 car is sort of, well, not holding up anymore, but it looked like it could have held up Lucas Lichtenstein unintentionally a little bit there. But yeah, time really running out now. So anyone who wants to really make a move up the order with fresh tyres or a late pit stop, they're running out of time in which to do it. And Norbert Jakob actually starting to really close on Benjamin Ross, so it would be interesting to see if they have a good battle later on. But Lucas Lichtenstein really all over the back of Alex Tunbridge. I cannot see the DDoS car holding on to 4th place here. I think BMW Madness are just crazy enough to try something here. And in fact, Lucas Lichtenstein gets a superb run onto the main straight through turn 1. Don't go too wide, boys. Oh, Alex goes a little bit wide, desperately trying to hold on, and this gives Lucas Lichtenstein a run down the inside. He's going to overtake before they even get to turn 2. Oh, just about gives him space, but that was a little bit close for comfort. And yeah, the DDoS drops to 5th. BMW Madness back in 4th. Now, can they catch up to the other BMW of Solo Sport Racing in 3rd? What's the gap there? It is 42 seconds. No way, Jose. Unless they close really fast in this last half hour. But more like 20 minutes at this rate. And in fact, here comes Tunbridge trying to go down the inside there. Oh, so it's not over yet. But Tunbridge really not going to give up that 4th place without a fight so close to the end. And Tunbridge didn't quite have enough overlap to get past in the hairpin there. He might try and move into Mercedes-Benz Arena, but thinks better of that. The tyres on that DDoS car are starting to die. And the LMP2 car behind of IDOS Racing is closing in too. Yeah, so this looks like a battle for 4th place may well have concluded. But what's going on just behind Alex Tunbridge? Nothing, actually. Peter Benedict Nagy is a lap down. So Michael Wozniak, 3.6 seconds behind Che Hatch, actually. But I'm interested to see if Tunbridge has got an answer for Wozniak, for Lucas Lichtenstein. But I don't think IDOS are that settled in that 2nd place. I think Wozniak may fancy a run at them in this last, because they're only 4.5 seconds behind. At the front, the gaps have ballooned out slightly. Norbert Jakob now 7.5 behind Benjamin Ross, and Ross is about 9 seconds behind Zoltan. So I can't really see much movement in LMP2 in these closing stages. It's really all about the GD3 class now, isn't it? And
Very much so. Obviously, LMP2 being a single make series, but I always think the GTs are always a more interesting field because you have all these different manufacturers. Obviously, not now. Everyone's using McLaren or BMW, but in theory, you've got
a couple of
these...
Porsches in there were.
Yeah.
And
There's a couple Astons, but for the most part, it's McLaren and BMW. But obviously,
there are some Astons as well. Yes.
all these
But
cars.
RSS Unison Racing, of course, who were, again, also doing quite well early on and then dropped out a fair bit later in the race. Ooh, yellow in sector 2. Ooh, there's
Looks like it's cleared.
there's someone going into the pits there in 6th place. That must be Reinhardt. Reinert. I've been saying Reinert's name wrong in the IDOS in 6th place. Car number 317. 2 laps down. He's pitting, and I think he's got a decent gap over. He's about 34 seconds ahead of Adam Surej in the Fancy Sports 888 car. So he should just about come out ahead. But there was a little bit of a jeopardy there, I guess.
Yeah, apologies. I turned on the auto camera.
That's okay. So, again, Mikhail Wozniak not actually making that much ground on Che Hatch. I think Che Hatch has driven an absolutely superb bunch of stints in the IDOS car, actually. Although not quite as good as James Zuber, who's obviously a lap ahead, but still. I think Wozniak, even on the fresher tyres, is it's gonna be quite difficult to pass as Tunbridge is falling behind Lichton in that battle for 4th place now. So, yeah, Adam Surridge, I think, is going to emerge about 6 seconds behind Calvin Reinert. So Reinert has just been able to hold on to position in the IDOS LMP2 car in 6th. Oh, that was a little bit of a wiggly moment there, but they just about got away with that. This is Jacob. Is he closing? Oh, he's lapping one of the back markers in LMP2. But yeah, Jacob was looking pretty good actually for the second place. In fact, they've actually closed a little bit. He's about 6 seconds behind Roz, and Roz in turn is about 6 seconds behind Zoltan. So it's not completely done and dusted with the Fancy Esports trio in 2nd through to 4th. But Zoltan, I think, has done a pretty superb job to get up to 2nd. Yeah, the only driver I think that's got real pressure on them at the moment is Che Hatch in 2nd in GD3. Yeah, Lucas Lichton actually set a pretty decent lap there, another 1:39 flat almost, to really cut the gap to Mikhail Wozniak, but I think he's just going to run out. The gap there is too big, it's going to be 40 seconds. So it's not going to close that in 20 minutes unless something bizarre happens. But, Mikhail Wozniak actually starting to cut the gap now. He's cut about a second out of Che Hatch over the last couple of laps. It's hovering around about 5 seconds. But there is James Juba. Really just has it under control. Has to let the LMP2 past, of course, of Jacob.
I'd like to apologise for when it's changing the cameras and it kind of flashes out. I don't know what's causing that. It might be a...
That's alright, don't worry about it too much, Chris.
It might be a conflict between the RF2 overlay system and the RF2 TV plugin, but obviously I appreciate it can get a bit annoying sometimes.
Yeah. So Chris, by the way, who would I be commentating now if you were still in the race? Who would I be commentating with?
My stint was only until 5 o'clock anyway, so...
Oh, that's true. I was just thinking. There's not much else to really talk about apart from the battle for 2nd in GD3.
Have you enjoyed the race?
Oh yeah, especially for the first one that I've commentated on. I think most of the race has been quite. I think the problem is that inevitably when you get to about halfway through.
Oh, Luca Gray round.
Luca Gray making I think his 19th spin of the race. I've not been keeping track though.
He's probably getting close to his race number right now. It's 61.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. Again, Luca Gray not a bad driver, but just getting frustrated at the back. And since I guess when you get used as a punching bag by the other GD3 and some of the LMP2 runners, you do tend to get a bit frustrated.
Yeah, your head starts to go a little.
Yeah,
Ross.
I had that problem as well, where I sort of get pissed off. I get upset when things are going my way, and I tend to drive badly because I just get more worked up about it. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you, Chris.
Yeah, it's alright. I was just saying Ross has appeared in the chat. Hope he's having a good journey. Obviously, he had to go somewhere, and that's why I'm standing in. Ross, amazing normal streamer and lead commentator. Honestly, I can't thank him enough for the work he does.
Yeah, really nice guy as well, from what I experienced earlier in the race. But, yellow in sector 3, somebody has come a cropper, but they've quickly got themselves going again.
There's Malcolm Schneider enters the pits. That is...
From 9th place, yes, but he's got a couple of laps. The next car down is like 5 laps down, so he should be alright.
There's Colin Westola enters the pits.
Yeah, so these must be the last stops just to get to the end of the race for these guys. Yellow in sector 1, so someone who's come a cropper at turn 1, I assume.
It's probably Pascal Eggert. He looked a bit slow, and he did have a velo.
Yeah, Eggert needs to be careful he doesn't do too many of those, because Reinert is about 59 seconds back, but still on the same lap as Eggert, so yeah, you really just want to make sure you're not hemorrhaging time in this last phase of the race. It seems okay.
You do that and you get damaged. That leads.
Yeah, and Adam Surej is actually putting a lot of pressure on Reinhardt for 6th. He's only about 6 seconds down, of course. And then, that battle for 2nd between the 3 fancy esports drivers, that's still fluctuating a little bit, but Jacob has sort of cut the gap a bit. Just to 4 seconds.
Bit of contact there between Pascal Lopez and James Uber.
Oh yes, that's the leader, of course, in GD3. So Pascal really wants to make sure he doesn't take him out. But let's build that darkness, make it harder to see each other. I guess that's what the lights are for. But
I mean, it's quite difficult to miss that BMW livery, though.
Indeed. But yeah, I think can't really give enough praise to James Juba and the Force Polonia team, the job that they've done in this. I actually think that James Juba would do pretty well.
As we have
in
on stream the two
LP2.
leaders of the classes meeting each other, Peter Vagapov and James Juba.
Yeah. But for my money, Juba and his teammate. Sorry, I'm really bad at remembering names. This is my kind of Achilles heel. It was. Where are they? I'll give you the spotter's guide very desperately to try and remind myself of all the names. But Juba and his teammate, whose name I can't escape.
Manta Sarikas.
That was probably it, yeah. But I think both of them have been the most impressive pair in the field, especially the way they had a few setbacks early on in GD3, but they were really able to just, when they're at the front, they're just able to control the whole field. And I think that's really impressive, just over the course of a 6-hour race, just to pump the laps in, not make any ridiculous mistakes, and just able to really strategically make the right move at every one of the caution periods, and really just control the race, really. I think
Michael Wozniak is now only a second away from Clay Hatch.
Yeah, so Clay Hatch is really going to have to soak up a lot of pressure in these last 15 minutes. And Clay Hatch, if Clay Hatch gets overtaken, he would still get a podium for IDOS, but you really don't want to lose a place in the last dying minutes of a race, especially one as long as this one.
We come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
But Wozniak in the solo sport racing car has been strong
5,
all day.
We have a code 80 coming.
3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Almost as well. So that sort of gives a bit of respite for Clay Hatch, actually. I think Clay Hatch would be quite happy if it ended like this under code 80.
Yeah, I mean, I think 25 minutes of code 80 would be a bit pushing it, though.
Would be. So, is the DDoS Racing making another stop in 5th place? And is that going to drop them down to 6th? Alex Tunbridge. No, because Peter Bentonaghi is a lap down, so that makes a lot of sense, having been passed by Lucas Lichtenstein, to basically take a free stop. Probably not going to be enough to catch back up, but they could maybe set at least a few good lap times near the end. So here we go. Who do you think is going to get this 2nd place then? Do you think it's going to be Clay Hatch and
I mean, Wozniak has really been pushing on, but I trust Che Hatch to at least put up a good fight. He's a proper fighter, as Che, in that IDOS car.
Indeed.
Always been giving us good races.
And that's probably why they put him in for the last stint as well. But the tyres on that IDOS are not going to be as fresh as the tyres on that solo sport racing
Looks
entry.
like, was it Luca Gray? Because Luca Gray had an off-track.
Was that what caused the code 80?
Doesn't look like well. Gable Hevesy had an off-track and a velo, and then a load more off-tracks.
Yeah.
Both look intact. That's right on board.
Do you ever notice it seems to be the same drivers that constantly drive off the track? Or the same...
Yeah, it's Luca Gray. I mean, if you look at his steering, you'll see why.
Oh yeah, it looks like he's just struggling to get that thing
Keep
home
it in
at this
10
point.
seconds.
Is Code 80 ending in 5
I mean,
seconds?
you've said before, Luke Gray's basically been
5,
calling to retire from the
4,
race constantly. But it's
3,
good that he has kept going
2,
because there's
1.
so
Green,
little
green,
time
green.
left in the race that it's worth just keeping going and at least
Get the
finishing.
practice. Get the
Especially when
practice, learn the
there's so
car.
much time into it, as well.
Get the practice, learn the car, come back stronger for Le Mans.
Indeed. That is going to be the big test for these guys as well. And a test for our commentary team as well. Especially given that we didn't really have anyone for for a major stint of this race.
Yeah,
Or
but
beginning of this
that was
season.
more just unfortunate circumstances than
It was, yeah.
anything else. Well, I say unfortunate, just unexpected, I think.
Okay. Anyway, we're back under green. So Jay Hatch is going to have to soak up all the pressure from Wozniak here. In fact, there's an LMP2 car between them, but that won't be the case for too much longer as it breezes past on the straight. There goes Roz. And now Wozniak has a clear run at Hatch. Hatch is going to have to drive the widest car ever in these last 12 minutes.
Obviously, two pretty big GT cars. The McLaren is a pretty big car, but it's nothing compared to that BMW.
The BMW is a beast, yes. It's very tall is the main thing that really strikes out.
Very tall and very wide at the rear.
Hmm.
And obviously, it kind of narrows at the front with the small kidneys, so it looks... I always think the front looks a bit crushed in on that BMW, but... Yeah, I think...
Look at the lights at the back. It looks very hungry, doesn't it? The way it's just eating up the space in between the BMW and the McLaren. And it's difficult to see what Che can really do to defend. But he's going to give it all he's got.
We have an LMP, a fancy LMP. This might put us...
That's Jacob.
But Wozniak is coming. Che defends. Wozniak forced to
Wozniak
go
got
on
a
the
good
outside.
slipstream. So he's forced Wozniak to the outside. And there we go. So good defensive driving from Hatch. But he's got to do that at least 5 more times, I think, before the time runs out.
Yeah, battle for P2 in GT3 in the last 11 minutes of this race.
Yeah. I think it's easily the closest battle on track, although Roz is close to within about 4 seconds again of Zoltan, but the gaps there seem to be fluctuating a fair bit. They're all on very similar strategies.
3.3 seconds.
Yeah, but easily it's Wozniak and Hatch. That's the real battle here. We can't take our eyes away from. And you can just feel the amount of pressure on Che Hatch just to hold on to this position. Is he going to have to make some late crazy moves to defend on the inside? We're going to turn 1. It's taken so many casualties over the past 6 hours. And they both negotiate it very cleanly, though.
As the game calls 10 minutes to go.
Indeed. So I have that in area, and this is where Wozniak will start to think, right, I need to get on with this. BMW
like
Solo
another...
Sport, it's all on him.
Looks like another LMP. An IDOS LMP, it looks like.
Indeed, that must be the...
No, might not be.
It's Reinhardt. Just coming down the inside of both of them. And that actually helps Hatch out a little bit.
And kind of puts Wozniak off taking the natural line for the apex. So we have a yellow NS2 that has just cleared. That was quite long.
But that, again, having yellow flags also helps Hatch because it means that Wozniak can't overtake.
And there's a potential for a code 80.
This is a really good fight between us. You can look at the way they're both pushing it as hard as they can, trying to make sure that neither of them makes the crucial mistake that decides this final podium position. Cal Wozniak weaving all over the place, looking for an opening, but Hatch holding on for dear life here. This is going to be a roller coaster in these last 8 minutes. Here we go. We are at least 4 laps from home, I think.
Yeah, probably about that.
Yes, it really depends when the Vagapov crosses the line. And Vagapov also sets another fastest lap, 128.711. Vagabond is on lap 206 at the
Yes,
moment.
Michael Wozniak gets a good run into turn 2. He's trying to get over around the outside. Is Clay going to force him wide, sacrifice the line?
Oh, they'd be a brave man to try that one. I think he's going to wait for the hairpin, which is going to be by far the easier move. Oh, you could see Hatch is on a compromised line here. Oh, but Wozniak sort of doesn't quite get the best of run. And here comes the LMP2 car.
LMP. Cleared it.
Oh, he's passed both of them, so it shouldn't interrupt the battle too much. Hatch is sort of put off a little bit by that. And Wozniak going to try around the outside once again.
Bit of a touch.
They rub wheels. Oh, they bang into each other. He almost tries to push Wozniak off track. Hatch has the inside, but that's not going to be the inside for Mercedes-Benz Arena. He's just able to keep that car length ahead. Wozniak going to mount another attack here. Oh, he thinks better of that. Oh, very late on the brakes by both of them there.
Absolutely pushing these GTs to the limit.
Yeah, that was fantastic. There's a little bit of contact there, but it was about...
As we talk about, looks like we've got a little bit of a battle there. I'm not sure if that's...
Oh, look, the LMP2 car is just going off track there and really distracting Hatch's. Wozniak almost gets alongside into the S-curve. No, not the S-curve, the Sud. Damn, I've forgotten my corner names, but in all this excitement. But here we go. So, about 3 laps to go, and Che Hatch has got his mirrors full of Mikhail Wozniak for second place in the GD3 category.
We've been talking about how LMPs keep catching these guys up, and it's the worst thing you can find in an LMP2 car or 2 cars battling.
And Che Hatch, I think, is doing an incredibly impressive job to hold on for as long as he has. And we have another LMP2 car looking to size them up here.
Peter Vagapov, who just really kind of very much sacrifices Wozniak there by going down the inside.
Yeah, the leader just getting through. But Hatch is going to have to defend. Once again, the slipstream very strong. The BMW taking full advantage of that. Again, Hatch forces him to the outside. And are they going to bump wheels again at the hairpin?
Yeah.
Hatch really running him out of road there. Oh, that's really aggressive stuff from Che Hatch. Wozniak probably getting a bit aggrieved by this. But it is really good racing and generally clean. You can tell Hatch is really reluctant to give up this position so late in the race, with the flaps counting down, the time counting down, the 6 hours of Hockenheim about to end imminently. And as we see yellow into one.
That's an off track for Lucas Lichten. Lucas Lichten is round with no rear wing.
Oh, Lucas Lichten in 4th place, pushing too hard to catch
We
up
come
to
to
those
code
two.
80 in 10 seconds.
Code 80 called.
So Lucas Lichten could be in danger of losing out to the DDoS racing car.
1.
In
Code
5th
80.
place.
Code 80 in place.
But anyway, back to that battle for second place in GD3. The gap is 0.3 between Che Hatch and Mikhail Wozniak.
This is currently a code 80.
Code 80, of course, because of that accident. There you go, look at them right together. So, again, this is a mercy for Che Hatch.
Che's going to have to absolutely make sure he's absolutely on it at the code 80 restart. He's going to have to absolutely nail it. He's going to have to have cat-like reaction just to get that little bit on Wozniak. Yeah,
because if Wozniak gets the better restart, then that could potentially be it all over. Because you could see Che Hatch, literally being the slipstream down the straight, is just really playing against Che Hatch here. And putting him up against it. But And how long's left of this race, by the way? We must be nearing the last few minutes. What was that, sorry?
4 minutes.
Okay. But to be fair, this means it's 1 less lap, so instead that Che Hatch will have to hold off, I think, because of the rate of knots that Peter Vagapov is going in the lead. He is on. So Peter Vagapov can complete the final lap.
As Lucas just coming to the Sadius section right now. I know that GT3s need rear wings, but the BMW looks so much better without one.
A little bit, yeah. Certainly looks a bit less taller. Looks a bit more humble, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I don't know. I quite like it.
A safety car.
Yeah, it does. It looks like a safety car.
But, literally unfortunate to have that error there, I guess, just pushing too hard at turn 1. And I think he might just get away with this in terms of keeping 4th place. But I'm sure that really opens up a chance for the DDoS Racing team to snatch from BMW Madness.
Gap about 50 seconds between Lucas Litchin and Alex Tunbridge, so I think DDoS
Depends
might
what
get
code
this.
8 ends. If it
It'll
ends
end as Lucas enters the pits.
Okay, so if that's the case, then we're getting back to racing very soon.
And we go immediately back to this GT3
We come
battle.
to green in 10 seconds.
10
Vic-
seconds to code 80.
It's the battle that's worth talking about. Here we go.
5, 4, 3,
Who's going to get the
2,
restart as it goes
1,
into the
green.
same section? Here we go. Looks like Wozniak got a really good run there. Good shape. But of course, he can't really overtake in this because there isn't really enough room.
Oh, he's having a
bit
look,
wide,
though.
Trey Hatch. I dare say that, but could be a bit wrong there. We got 2 minutes left of the race, so I think this lap and maybe one more. We'll have to see when exactly it is that.
Peter Vagapov just crossing the. So it looks like we've got 2 laps to go as Peter
Indeed.
Vagapov will cross the line with about 20 seconds on the
So
clock.
actually, this may go against Hatch. It actually might be more lap than it would have been without that full course yellow. Here we go. Wozniak getting another run. Che Hatch is really, really under pressure here for this 2nd place. Oh, Wozniak almost not getting the best run, but sort of lining himself up for the slipstream. And they got a car in the way.
Hatch getting. Oh, it does help Hatch a bit because it gives him a little bit of slipstream here. I think this is going to be worse for Wozniak because he's in the middle here. As they've caught.
He's squeezing him! Oh, they put the lap car. That was great, wasn't it? Oh, and they butter drills. They bang into each other again. There's going to be words after that one. I think Che Hatch might have a word with the stewards there, but he's flashing his lights as well to say, what was that for?
1 minute remaining.
But yeah, Che Hatch really pushing the limit of what's acceptable to try and keep that 2nd place. It's a shame been driving really well up to now, but the IDOS is really up against it here. And with the time counting down, we're going to get one more lap after this, I think. And that's Peter Vagabond must be crossing the line right about now to start the final lap, or what will end up being the final lap.
It's been an amazing battle.
Yeah, it's just a shame there that ended in contact there, that they couldn't have got through cleanly. I guess Graves was in a really awkward position, but I think Che Hatch could have really taken a bit more care there. But obviously he's fighting for position, that's what he's focused on. We'll have to see what the stewards make of it. Maybe there'll be a penalty post-race, if at all. But let's hope. Yellow in sector 1. Oh, it's Wozniak spun it! Wozniak spun it! Look at that! There's the big gap behind Che Hatch. So Wozniak pushing too hard on the final lap of the race to try and catch Che Hatch. And in the end, what was looking so strong for BMW Solo Sport has ended. So they might still just be able to sneak onto the podium because there was a gap, a big gap, of course, to the
10 seconds, unfortunately.
So DDoS Racing have got past BMW Madness, by the way, while we were watching this. So another mistake, actually, by Lucas Lichten. Alex Tunbridge did too far back, really. But yeah, Mikhail Wozniak must be kicking himself after that, as really we see the GT3 class leader cross the line
Peter
to win.
Vagapov start coming around the final couple of corners.
It's been an absolutely superb performance by RSS Unison Racing, and they will extend their lead in the championship. Yellow in sector 2, but that's not going to stop Peter Vagapov now as he crosses the line to win the 6 Hours of Hockenheim in the EERC Endurance Championship. He weaves. He knows that he's won. 6 hours time well spent.
Congratulations to RSS.
We've only got to wait 40 seconds for the Fancy Esports to cross the line, of course. But IDOS will take 2nd place, but there is a question mark over that contact with Gray at the lapped car near the end. Was that on the limit? Could he be in trouble there? But for now, he keeps second. But even he gets a time penalty with BMW with the BMW Motorsport spinning out. It looks like he may just hold on to that second place in class and GT3 class. Here comes Zoltan, take second place. A well-deserved recovery, getting past his teammates through some clever strategy. And Rose will take third place, a few seconds behind. And then it will be Norbert Jacob, who seemed to have fallen away towards the end, unfortunately. But he was looking very good early on. It's Fancy Esports 2-3-4. Here comes Jacob. And of course, let's not forget the performances. Here comes the GT3 class winner, James Juba, here for Apistino Force Polonia. And that was an absolutely superb performance. I think James Juba will probably get my driver of the day. Che Hatch looks very happy with that second place. I hope he doesn't end up losing. Oh, he's facing the wrong way down the track. It's a good thing this didn't happen earlier in the race itself. But yeah, what did you think about that collision there?
I think it was really
very upset. Oh no, he's spinning as well. He's quite happy to finish third, but maybe.
As admin, I probably shouldn't really comment on it, but as a commentator, I think it was kind of on the limit.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of in Che's defense is that Gray was sort of on the outside being lapped, possibly shouldn't really have been there, you could argue, but I think it was maybe the contact. It was very forceful. It was almost like he was pushing them out of the way as well, Wozniak. I think Wozniak will probably feel a little bit maybe happy to finish third, but thinking, oh, what could have been had he not been like pushed there, because he had the advantage there. But of course, Che, I think, did some good driving up to that point to hold him off. And yeah, so that really is the race finished then. So shall we go through the final finishing order? Peter Vagapod takes victory, finishing the stint for Oreca, RSS Unison Racing. Then it is Zoltan, Roz, and Jacob for Fancy Esports. We didn't talk about it too much, but Pascal Egger, I think, did really well for Fring Avant Racing to finish fifth.
Congrats, everyone, on finishing. Congrats to the winners of the event, RSS Racing, and also Abstino Force Polonia for your class wins. We'll see you guys next time out on July the 11th for the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Triple Eight Fancy Esports car. Jeff Close in the second IDOS, number 417. He finishes out the race in 8th. Patrick Stavazzi in 9th for Fancy Esports number 43. Then it is Calais Leistola taking the final point in 10th for Scuderia Adriatica, number 24. We have in 11th Bruce Duncan for IDOS number 517. Then, of course, we have the GT3 runners. James Juba taking a dominant victory for Apistino Force Polonia. Che Hatch 13th for second place in the class for IDOS number 117. Mikhail Wozniak just lost out on their second place, but finishes third for BMW Solo Sport Racing number 14. Alex Tunbridge late surge to fourth for DDoS Racing. We're running second early in the race. Could maybe have done a bit better, but recovery to fourth is a decent day's work. Lucas Lichton just missed out for BMW Madness number 3. They had some strong points in this race too. They came up fifth. In sixth in class is Peter Benedict Nagy for Fancy Esports. Liam Donahue is seventh for BMW Madness number 127. Eighth is Tanguy de Bracalier for ADN Racing. Eighth is Malcolm Schneider in the McLaren GRG Esports. Gabor Hevesi is ninth for Pimps Hungary. And then Christian McKenzie takes up the final point in 10th for IDOS. Matt Lewody is 11th for Copic, so they did finish despite flying up into the sky in one bizarre, surreal moment in the race. And Luca Gray is the final classified finisher. Despite that being pushed aside by Che Hatch, he does finish the race after being basically a pinball wheel, a bumper car for all the others to bump into. He does finish in his car. So the retirements: Aidan Williams, Message Jagustin, Isaac Morris, Josh Downers at both MDRs failing to finish. Blake Checketts, Robert Dubai, so the Force Polonia annoyingly didn't get their 1-2 for them. Robert Dubai retiring in the Eureka. Escofield Sanfrey, Alexei Spirchev, Leighton Barrow, Chris Tompkins, of course that's you, Daniel Kresner, and Kevin Ruder, all failing to finish. So there we go. That about wraps it up for this, unless we have some interviews of any of the drivers who are interested, but actually we've only got you, Chris, so you may have to do. So your final thoughts on what's been an eventful 6 hours in Hockenheim? Yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting the ruling that they do for the Che Hatch incident with Luca Gray and Wozniak, whether they choose to penalise him or not, and what sort of precedent that will set forward for like pushing drivers into one another. Because Che Hatch himself was pushed into earlier in the race as well. I think it's fair to point out by his own teammate in one of the LMP2 IDOS cars. But yeah, I think superb performances by James Juber and Peter Vagapop and their teammates at RSS Union and BMW Solarsport. Apistino Force Polonia, respectively. So they're going to take maximum points. The next race, of course, is going to be 12 Hours of the SAF next month. So make sure you don't miss that.
It's 24 hours, actually. We changed it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, it's so full 24 hours of Le Mans.
Okay.
Or in the FIA-friendly name, the Grand Petit Le Mans.
How on earth we're going to stay up for a whole day, I have no idea, but we'll see. Anyway, so that was the fifth round of the EERC Endurance Championship. I've been Ed Hunter. He has been Chris Tompkins.
Obviously, Ross.
Ross Smith joined us earlier, of course. But thank you so much for watching, of course. And any closing thoughts, Chris? Do you want to go across to our viewers?
Obviously, just thanks for turning up and watching here. Obviously, the big real, ACO Le Mans has been on, but we've still had people watching this, and I'm really happy that you've decided to watch our little stream instead of the big, super fancy event. So, thank you.
Yeah, and it's been real fun to commentate on as well. Way more than all those those snooty, arrogant, conceited. I'm going to be too harsh, but
from what I've heard, they didn't have the best race. Apparently, they had a server crash. So.
Oh well, it looks like we avoided most of that. The worst that we had was when one of our cars flew into the sky.
I mean, it can't be Studio 397.
Yeah,
we've had a server crash.
Yeah, indeed. But it's been a brilliant day's racing. I've had a great time. I'm sure the drivers have had a great time. We'll let you, also, do you guys have a website that we should plug? EERC?
EERC.info. That links to all the EERC leagues. We have Dirt Rally, we have F1, we have Formula E.
Ooh.
Obviously, there's endurance here. There's also the Caterham Super 7 Cup in Project Cars 2.
Yeah, so look into that if you want to see more info for yourself on how to take part. And maybe you will come one day be the one staying on top of the podium and drinking up the glory. But anyway, So just a reminder, RSS Union Racing and Apistino Force Polonia are your class winners at Hockenheim. So see you at Le SAF. Goodbye for now.